Sorry, from phone I can connect. No. How to connect? There only you should click now. No, it's not possible. Not.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Very good morning. Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare organized by Society for Nursing Practices.
Good morning, ma'am. Excuse, ma'am. Actually, voice is not audible, ma'am.
Okay. So sorry. Now it is audible, ma'am.
Yeah, now audible. Now audible.
Universal Institute of Nursing. Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare, organized by Society for Nursing Practices and BioLeagues Worldwide in association with renowned institutes as our academic partners. Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, Universal Institute of Nursing, Universal Group of Institutions, Srimati Radhikabhai Meghe, Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, deemed to be University, Ganpat University, Kumud and Bhupesh Institute of Nursing, C College of Nursing, Telangana Institute of Nursing Sciences, KITE, deemed to be University. Today, on 29th of September, every year is considered as a World Heart Day, which is observed as a day of creating awareness about the various heart problems. World Heart Day is observed and celebrated annually on September 29th with the aim of increasing awareness of cardiovascular diseases and how to control them to negate them global impact. The international holiday was established by the World Heart Federation in collaborations with the World Heart Organization. Theme for this year is Use Heart for Every Heart. Use heart means to think differently, to make the right decisions, to act with courage, to help others, to engage with this important cause. The heart is the only organ you can hear and feel. It is the first and last sign of life. It is one of the few things with the potential to unite all of us as people. For every heart involves the use for and swings the focus from the action themselves to the beneficiaries of the actions, allowing for wider applications of the campaign while also making it more personal. We want World Heart Day message to reach as many individuals as possible to help to achieve cardiovascular health for every heart. So let us all raise our voices on cardiovascular health for everyone. Returning back to the day, our day of the 4th International Conference on Nursing Sciences and Healthcare about Society of Nursing Practices. Society for Nursing Practices, a professional association caring for people. SFNP is a non-profitable professional association meant for development in the field of nursing science and healthcare. It is an international forum for nurses for sharing knowledge and innovation in the field of nursing science and healthcare, which aim to bring together nurses to encourage intellectual development and provide opportunities for networking and collaboration. Society of Nursing Practices meets with its objective through academic networking, meetings, conferences, projects, academic awards, and publication. SFNP strives to enrich from its diverse group of advisory members. SFNP brings together nurses from hook and corners of the world. SFNP delivers access to its member the industry's most essential technical information by organizing conferences, workshops, and annual conventions, meeting, and provides networking opportunities both locally and globally. Members have ability to stay current in their chosen profession, connect with peers, and invest in their futures. About BioLeagues Worldwide. BioLeagues Worldwide is a not-for-profit professional association with prominently promote research and development. We at BioLeagues have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeague Worldwide conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of life science and medical technologies. BioLeagues Worldwide conduct events worldwide which help in enhancing the skill set of the people from diverse industries and forms a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors, academicians, professional business figures, and much more. About the conference, with an earnest object of creating an international forum for nursing academicians, researchers, neurologists, and novice nurses, BioLeagues and Society for Nursing Practices, and initiating 4th International Conference on Nursing Science of Healthcare, which is slated on 29th and 30 September 2022. The conference enlightened on the theme of leading innovations and pathway transforming the future of nursing. The 4th ICNSH provide nursing professionals to gain about a wide range of educational advancement at one location. This conference is a multidisciplinary program with broad participation with members from around the globe focused on learning about various facets of nursing and healthcare researchers. It is considered as a golden opportunity to be enlightened with the most recent advancement and developments in the field of nursing. SFNP has been regularly organizing international conferences, webinars, seminars, and workshops across the globe, encouraging in the field of nursing sciences and nursing professionals. We are glad to invite you to the 4th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare to be held on 29th and 30th September 2022, Malaysia.
1 minute. You know how to answer. Now it's a virtual.
I'd like to invite academic partners, Gopichandran College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, deemed to be University, New Delhi, India. The history of Jamia Hamdard begins with the establishment of a small Unani clinic in the year 1906. Hakim Hazrat Abdul Majid sir had a vision of making the practice of Unani medicines into a scientific discipline so that the Unani medicines could be dispensed in more efficient manner to the patients. The Eastwhile Rufida College of Nursing, now Rufida College of Nursing, was established in 1983 as per the vision of Janab Hakim Abdul Hakim Sahib sir, the founder of Jamia Hamdard University, who wanted to encourage girls from Muslim minority community and weaker sections of the society to take up the noble profession of nursing. Rufida College of Nursing has completed 30 years of its existence with commendable achievements in the field of nursing education. We carry the legacy of our founder Hakim Sahib Janab Abdul Hamdard sir, who gave the name Hamdard to this venture, which means sympathy for all and sharing of pain. Srimati Radhika Bhai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, deemed to be University, Wardha, Maharashtra, India. Srimati Radhika Bhai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing was established in 2002 to 2003 under the admit of Maharashtra University of Health Science, Nasik. It is located in the picturesque surrounding of Savangi, Meghe, Wardha, Maharashtra. The college strives to follow the footprint of care, dedication, and compassion and devotion of great social leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Acharya Vinoba Bhave. With the expansion of multi-speciality and super-speciality services rendered by parent hospital Acharya Vinoba Bhave Rural Hospital, the college aspires to be the center of excellence for training in nursing education through evidence-based nursing practices, competing to be at the global scenario. Universal Institute of Nursing, Universal Group of Institutions, Punjab, India. Universal Institute of Nursing UION is the best nursing college in the state of Punjab, and it is one of the primary institutes in introducing new ideas which will transform the present competitive nursing environment and requirements in super professionalism. It is serving to promote health, prevent sickness, and provide bedside care to the sick and suffering. With the passage of success, the universal group of institutions had decided to groom the talent in the field of nursing. Hence, they have started providing bachelor degree in nursing. After taking some proper allocation from the government, we qualified staffs and well-qualified staffs and hired under whom students could be groomed in best possible manner. And the way institution is delivering this resulting in the field of nursing college had made the best college of nursing in Punjab and Chandigarh region. C College of Nursing, Bangalore, India. Southeast Asian College of Nursing, which is also known as the C College of Nursing, was established in 2003. Is considered among the best nursing college in Bangalore. It is the part of Southeast Asia Educational Trust. This is an institute approximately 17 years old with the motive of serving people with excellence. It trains professionally so that its students will always remain upfront in medical services and hospital and ready to face the real life world. C College of Nursing have very experienced and masters in their representative field. The college has all the modern types of equipments and facilities that will assimilate the learning experience and mold each student for the better. Kalinga Institutes of Nursing Sciences, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, India. Kalinga Institutes of Nursing Sciences is the integral part of Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. This school of nursing under Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology is committed to inculcate excellence in nursing education and services to promote preventive, curative, and rehabilitative services in society. KINS is a pioneer institute of nursing education in Odisha under Institute of Industrial Technology and recognized by Indian Nursing Council and State Nursing Council, Odisha, since 2008. Telangana Institutes of Nursing Sciences has been contributing significantly towards quality nursing education and service to fulfill KIIT benchmark. Ganpat University, Kummud and Bhupesh Institute of Nursing, North Gujarat, India. Ganpat University and the township of Ganpat Vidyanagar, a high-tech education campus, is a joint initiative purely philanthropic in nature by a large number of industrialists and technocrats, noble farmers, and affiliate businessmen for the mission of social upliftment through education. Ganpat University offers various unique quality in industry link and sector focused diploma, undergraduates, postgraduates, and research level program in various fields, including nursing. Ganpat University, Kummud, and Bhupesh Institute of Nursing is a flourishing campus with spacious high-tech laboratories equipped with imported machines. It has a highly experienced and competent facilities, faculty members, and has a campus 100-bedded hospital to practice. College is equipped with high-speed internet facilities and with rich collection of periodical journals and books. It provides excellent student support service, and it is a strict ragging-free atmosphere. Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries, conference co-chair, Professor Siddharth S.P. Varna Kulsurya, Dean, Sir, Dean and Faculty of Nursing, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Conference Joint Secretary, Dr. Virginia Mary Victor, Ma'am, Lecturer, School of Nursing, Faculty of Medical Sciences, UWI, Ostenia, Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies. Conference Organizing Secretary, Mr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy, Sir, Founder and CEO of Technored Group, India. Chief Guest, Dr. L. Gopichandran, Sir, President, TNAI, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, India. Guest of Honor, Dr. Indra A. Sir, Indra Ma'am, Nursing Dean, Narayana College of Nursing, Nelluru, India. International Organizing Secretary from our academic partners universities, Mrs. Veena Sharma, Ma'am, Principal from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, Dimtubi University, New Delhi, India. Dr. Seema Singh, Ma'am, Principal and Professor from Srimati Radhika Bhai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, Dimtubi University, Savangi Meghe, Wardha, Maharashtra, India. Dr. Krapa Gawali Nagavaran, Ma'am, Dean cum Principal from Ganpat University, Kumd and Bhupesh Institute of Nursing, North Gujarat, India. Dr. Hemant Sangeeta Devi, Ma'am, Principal from C College of Nursing, Bangalore, India. Dr. Mish Dayal, Sir, Principal and Universal Institute of Nursing, Universal Group of Institutions, Punjab, India. Professor Niyati Das, Dr. Niyati Das, Ma'am, Principal from Telangana Institutes of Nursing Sciences, Telangana Institutes of Industrial Technology, Dimtubi University, Bhubaneswar, India. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Mrs. Veena Sharma, Ma'am, Principal from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, Dimtubi University, New Delhi. Dr. Carol Gret Myers, Ma'am, Nurse Scientist and Clinical Editor, Institutional Review Board Coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. Dr. Seema Singh, Ma'am, Principal and Professor from Srimati Radhika Bai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences, Dimtubi University, Savangi Meghe, Wardha, Maharashtra, India. Professor Vaishali Tachande, Ma'am, from Vice Principal from Srimati Radhika Bai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences, Dimtubi University, Savangi Meghe, Wardha. Mrs. Neetu Kataria, Ma'am, College of Nursing, AIIMS, Rishikesh, India. We are happy to announce our yet other grand and global nursing conference organized by the Society for Nursing Practices and Narayana College of Nursing, Nelluru, India. 5th International Conferences on Futuristic Nursing, which will be conducted on 29th to 30th October 2022 at Narayana College of Nursing, Nelluru, Andhra Pradesh in India. The conference will emphasize this theme, futuristic nursing, navigating beyond the horizon. It is a hybrid event physically conducted in one of the renowned institutions, Narayana Institutions of Nursing, Nelluru, Andhra Pradesh, India. All the participants are requested to join the event and experience the future of nursing. Main key topic discussed are future of nursing, physical to digital, the future of healthcare, pathway transforming future of nursing, digital health technologies, bioinformatics. Do not miss the opportunity to be the part of the 5th International Conferences on Futuristic Nursing. Mark the date on your calendar and be part of a global meeting. Thank you. Once again, I heartily welcome you all to the Global Nursing event. Now, I would like to call Mrs. Veena Sharma ma'am, Principal from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, Din-to-be University, New Delhi, to give the opening message for the 4th ICNSH conferences.
Hear me? Morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning and we are abroad and delegates. I, Veena Sharma, Principal, Rufida College of Nursing, on behalf of Rufida College of Nursing as a co-host, welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare. The theme of the conference, Leading Innovations and Pathways Transforming the Future of Nursing, is aptly chosen, as nursing profession and nursing fraternity have been continuously evolving, developing, and creating a niche for itself in the larger picture of all medical professions. The need for innovative solutions has never been greater as healthcare environments struggle to provide equitable, safe, and cost-effective quality healthcare services. Some of the most significant changes in healthcare are implemented first by nurses. To advance health and meet ever-evolving human needs, nurse-led innovations will be more crucial now than ever as the world enters a new era of healthcare challenges with COVID-19 pandemic gripping the entire world in its numerous ways in the In healthcare, nurses are turning to entrepreneurs. The nurses also work out alternative solutions and resources. Healthcare system needs to tap into this true potential of the nurses. The future of nursing and nursing leadership is being shaped in the classroom. And right from there, student nurses need to be empowered with the power of innovation, autonomy, and leadership capacities. This international conference is a great platform to connect, collaborate, and celebrate innovation and nursing leadership across the nursing profession. I wish the conference a great success.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Carol Grit Mayas, ma'am, nurse scientist and clinical educator, institutional review board coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. Extremely sorry for the inconvenience. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Himan Sangeeta Devi ma'am, Principal from C College of Nursing, Bangalore, India, to give the welcome message for the 4th International Conference. Sorry for the
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dia Manthema. Good morning, one and all. I, Dr. Hemang Sangeeta Devi, Principal of SCA College of Nursing, Bangalore, would like to brief about our college. The Southeast Asian Educational Trust was established in the year 2000 by our founder, Chairman Sri A. Krishnappa, a philanthropist who also served as a minister in the political arena and was also an educational. The SEA College of Nursing started during the year 2003, focused on imparting quality education to face the global challenges to our students. The vast campus with its extensively landscaped garden is located in Serene Place in Bangalore. The college is equipped with world-class facilities and hence attracts individuals from India and overseas. The college offers diploma program, GNM, UG program, BSc and PCBSc nursing, and PG program, MSc nursing in medical and surgical nursing, obstetrics and gynecological nursing, child health nursing, and community health nursing. The college excels successfully under the able administrations of our esteemed management. With this brief introduction of our beloved SEA College of Nursing, I take this splendid opportunity to welcome all the participants today for the 4th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare 2 days conference scheduled on 29th and 30th September 2022, with the theme Leading Innovations and Pathways Transforming the Futures of Nursing. First of all, I am extremely thankful to the Society for Nursing Practice for organizing the conference, which fostered to the upliftment of nursing profession. I am sure this conference would be helpful in enriching the knowledge of the participant. I would like to appreciate the effort taken by the conference co-chair, Professor Sudat S.P. Wangnakulasarya, Dean, Faculty of Nursing, University of Columbia, Sri Lanka. Conference Joint Secretary, Dr. Virginia Mary Victor, Faculty of Medical Sciences, West Indies. Chief guest, Dr. L. Gopichandran, President TNAI, Delhi Branch, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Guest of honor, Dr. Indira A., Nursing Dean, Narayana College of Nursing, Nellore, India. National Advisory Committee, International Organizing Secretaries, and the International Organizing Committee members. I would like to wish the very best to all the eminent speakers from various institutions across the globe who have a vast experience and expertise and have taken much interest to share their knowledge for a better prospect for the nursing community. I am sure that the outcome of this conference would come up with the development of national and international framework for the nursing education systems and transform the basics of theoretical knowledge and contribute to the skills in clinical practice of the nursing field in the near future for the benefit of humanity. We are privileged to have this Society for Nursing Practice platform which foster the growth of the nursing profession and collaborates with the professionals from different backgrounds. We hope this 2 days conference would help faculty and students to further their knowledge and develop leadership qualities and contribute to the growth of society. Once again, I request the participants to involve actively and be benefit through every informative contributions of the eminent speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Krapagavalli Nagasavaran, ma'am, Dean cum Principal from Gampat University, Kumud, and Bhupesh Institute of Nursing, India, to give the inaugural address for the 4th International Conference.
Good morning, one and all. Kindly host, allow me to switch on my video. Good morning to one and all. It is a privilege and immense pleasure for me to part of a 4th International Conference. Myself, Dr. Karpakali Nageshwaran, Income Principal, Ganpati University, Kumud and Bhupesh Institute of Nursing. Our Ganpati University, known for its philanthropic institution, Ganpati Patel, he is the president of this Ganpati University. Dr. Mahendra Sharma, he is the Vice Chancellor of this university. There are eminent personalities, Dr. Amit Patel, our Pro-Vice Chancellor and Executive Director, our R.K. Patel, Dr. R.K. Patel, our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Medical, with their team. Our philanthropical institution have the 17 Constitution institution, along with the university has established from 2005. It has a philanthropical mission. It has an aim for the students like a skill-based training and placement-oriented university. It delivers a world-class institution along with ensures the placement for universities. I like to welcome you all for this international conference. I like to thank organizing committee members, organizing chairperson, co-chairperson, organizing secretaries, and eminent speakers, our beloved delegates. With all of your efforts, the SNF takes on great initiations for academic and professional uplift for our nursing. We like to have a hands-on hand to enhance our professional upliftment. I like to take a few minutes of Ganpati University virtual walkthrough. Thanks for your patience listening. I'd like to wish the organizing team and delegates best wishes as well as great success for our conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the kind words and sharing an amazing video with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to call upon Professor Dr. Niyati Das, ma'am, Principal from Kelenga College, Institute of Nursing Sciences, Kelenga Institute of Industrial Technology, Dimtubi University, Bhubaneswar, India, to give the inaugural address for the 4th International Conference.
Hello.
Good morning.
Am I
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Let us be grateful to the people who makes us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. Let us be grateful to the people who make us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. A very warm good morning to all present over virtual platform. I am Professor Dr. Niyati Das, Principal of Kalinga Institute of Nursing Sciences, Dimtubi University, as one of the international organizing secretary for this international conference. At the very outset, a warm morning to our respected all the dignitaries, Honorable Professor, Conference Co-Chair, Professor Sudhat SP Varnakula Surya, Dean and Faculty of Nursing, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, respected Conference Joint Secretary, Dr. Virginia Mary Victor, Lecturer, School of Nursing, Faculty of Medical Sciences, West Indies, and Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. L. Gopichandran, President of TNAI, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, India, respected guest of honor, Dr. Indira, a Nursing Dean, Narayana College of Nursing, Vellore, Nellore, India, all the international organizing secretaries of different colleges and universities, and respected national advisory committees, Mohammad Said bin Narumal, Associate Professor, Medical and Health Sciences, that is Kula of Nursing, Kuantan Campus, Malaysia, and other national advisory committees, and all the keynote speakers of day 1 and day 2 of this conference, and all the presenters, especially all the presenters, those who are going to present their research articles for this 2 days international conference. I congratulate all of you for this great opportunity through which they can show their talents and also bring change in nursing profession, and ultimately it will transferring the future nursing. So I take this opportunity to thanks all the organizing committee members, and also the specific that is organized by Society for Nursing Practice and BioLeagues. So I thank them for accepting us as a co-host organizing institution. I feel on behalf of KINS, KINS, and my own behalf, I feel highly honored to address all for taking part in this 4th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare, which is organized by Society for Nursing Practice and BioLeagues in collaboration with different academic and research partners on theme leading innovations and pathways transforming the future of nursing. So this is the theme which is coined by this Society for Nursing Practice and BioLeagues in collaboration with other different academic research and partners. So this theme is very important. And this is the need of the hour. As we know, how the innovation, main thing is that innovations in nursing. And we know innovation means what? Thinking new idea and putting into our nursing care for patient care. So this is what ideas we are putting into this practice, and that we know that these are the innovation. There are number of innovations has taken place in the nursing field. And also the pathways, the pathways through which we can transferring the future of nursing. And for transferring the future of nursing, and that itself will be, it will be possible if we are the nurses, we have to take leadership actions, leadership roles to change this all scenario of nursing profession. So the importance of innovation, it is very important, because innovation, it keeps an organization competitive and adaptive to change. Nurse leaders are looking for new ways to innovate and transform, being challenged to influence quality, design new care delivery models, and create workplaces that empower nurses to advance new ideas that lead to innovation. So innovation involves risks, but it gives us new ways of thinking. The workplace must feel confidence that creative approach to problem solving is valued and supported. The nurse leader must role model use of creative approaches to problem solving and promote a spirit of innovation among today's workforce. So as we know that the scope of these technologies and which have brought a revolution in the field of nursing. So we know that nurses are the natural innovators. They are the nursing, it is one of the versatile occupation in the healthcare setting. And also nurses are the change agent. So they are, so that consistently they have access to evidence, acknowledge, evidence, knowledge, and resources to effect positive changes around them. So this day to day, we are seeing that new technologies are emerges, and in the field of medical procedures, pharmacology, and the best practices in nursing. So that nurses make sense that technology and innovation would play an important, significant role in healthcare education. So these are the innovations are opportunity to address the challenges of modern health. So that we can say that these innovations, how it will effective for our nursing professions. So if we see that how will lead the pathways, what are the pathways? Because we are seeing that one of the report, it said that nurses we can say the future nursing podcast. In that, one of the report, it is said that fundamental transformation of the nursing profession. So what are the fundamental transformation of the nursing profession? That we have to see that transforming practice, transforming education, transforming leadership, and meeting the needs for better data on the healthcare workforce. And also we can see that the research priorities. So these are all leads, these are all are the pathways, how the transferring the future of nursing, because we are in the clinical side, in the education, and also research field. So we have to see transferring practice, how we can transferring the practice. So for that, some new structures in nursing profession, it is comes. Different, the registered nurses, we have to add expanded role for the registered nurses, so that we can equip with the modern technologies and modern, we can change our nursing scenario, so that we know that is nursing practitioners, advanced nursing practitioners, that courses are there, forensic nursing, and there are, we know that expanded and extended roles of nursing. So that we have to create the new structures for the nursing professions. And also we have to transforming education, because as the advanced technologies, as the advancing health, so that we have to, our educational system also we have to change, and we have to see the curriculum of the nurses, nursing syllabus, so that this from 2021 onwards, that is the competency-based education curriculum is implemented, and that will be it will be equal to the world basis, how the grading system, competency-based semester-wise grade systems as adopted by INC. So all nursing colleges are mandatory to implement all these things. So already it is going on, and so that we have to see what are the syllabus, we have to introspect it, and we have to reevaluate, we have to redevelopment the curriculum, revise the curriculum. So transforming education, and we have to see the expert competence based nursing professionals, so that they can prepare the future nursing. And another thing is transforming leadership, because the whatever innovation takes place, whatever care is going on, unless we are not taking the leadership role, that will not be possible. So transforming leadership, it is very important in our education system. And also next, one is that is the research priorities. So this is also very, how we'll get the evidence-based practice unless we are not doing the research, and unless we are not disseminate through the reputed journals. So how can we inform to the people? So this research priority is very important. So this is that theme. What is that? So if we can say that future of transforming future of nursing, that means we have to see that what will be the future nursing, what are the nurses' roles, responsibilities, and also expanded roles of the nurses. So we have to make it aware of the nursing personnel, and so that we can create the better nursing students for the futures. So we know that futuristic nursing, what way it is extends. So this is that's why I told this. This is the theme which was taken by that is the our organization, that is Nursing Society Society for Nursing Practice and BioLeague, they have selected the wonderful theme. So for this, I thanks to all the organizing committee members. And so lastly, I thanks to all participants, and because there are large numbers of presenters are there, so that we mean that there is large number of research articles are there, so that we can derive evidence out of this presentation. So I congratulate all the presenters, participants, and also all the principals of different universities, different organizations. Thank you for this. One thing I want to say that nowadays, that is the nursing profession, how we can improve, and how we can lead more better. Because another thing is that is the collaborative activities. We have to collaborate with all universities, all members, and we can do collaborative research. So the objectives which is these are to inculcate the innovative changes in the teaching learning process, bridge the gap between the education and practice, and to transform nursing education for quality care. So with this, I ended my inaugural address. So once again, thank you to express among you, and I hope you all find this conference that is highly engaging, fruitful, and beneficial for our future venture. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to welcome our conference co-chair, Professor Siddharth S.P. Varnakulla Surya Sir, Dean and Faculty of Nursing, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, to render his message. I heartily welcome you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Can you hear me? It is.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Very
Right.
good morning.
Right. Dr. Gopichandran, chief guest today. Dr. Virginia Mary Victor, the conference secretary, Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of West Indies, keynote speakers, plenary speakers, centers, all nursing colleagues, those who are joining online. And also, most importantly, nursing students and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed pleasure and also privilege to address this prestigious audience as the co-chair of this international conference. Fourth International Conference of Nursing Science and Healthcare, organized by the Society for Nursing Practice. One of the main objectives of this SFNP, when I was searching, that is to establish a broad platform for nurses to have academic networking, meetings, conferences, projects, publications, academic awards, and scholarship. So, in order to make this objective a reality, annually they organize this special conference. This is the fourth time. Fourth International Conference, the organizing committee has organized as online event under the very important theme, leading innovations and pathways transforming the future of nursing. Let me congratulate organizing committee for choosing this timely important theme for this conference. Today, we should be proud of as nurses, because now we are spending the most significant era in history of nursing. Today, nurses nursing is the most demanding profession in the world. Nurses are well recognized everywhere in the world. Avenues are open for nurses everywhere in the world without any restriction. All healthcare systems have focused on nursing professions. All national and international organizations have realized that importance of nursing profession to maintain the resilience of healthcare system during the global challenges. Therefore, future of nursing is very clear. I strongly believe that research and innovations are the most predominant strategies to develop and maintain nursing as a prestige scientific profession. Research and innovations are the lifeblood, as we all know. It's a cornerstone of developing a profession. I hope all keynote speakers and also other researchers would create wonderful scientific dialogue on this pathways of transforming the future of nursing. I congratulate all speakers and the presenters in the conference, those who are joining to share their research findings and also scientific thoughts. And also, I hope this would be a very successful conference with that contribute to enlighten our nursing community, including our students. I do not take much time thanking again the organizing committee and the other, very especially other academic partners of SFNP for their hard work and genuine contribution to this conference. I stop here. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful kind words. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome our conference Joint Secretary, Dr. Virginia Mary Victor Ma'am, Lecturer, School of Nursing, Faculty of Medical Science, UWIST Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies, to render her message. I would hand over the session to the pillar of our association, Mr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy sir, founder and CEO from Technorid Group, India, to give the welcome address. I happily welcome you, sir.
A very good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for this enthusiastic introduction. At this wonderful morning, to provide this delighting privilege to address the most godly and divine professionals of this world. They have been serving the community over eras of centuries, resembling their attitude of service to mankind and service to God since the era of pre-colonialism, through the incredible services by Florence Nightingale. This goes back to centuries before as well, where the customs, traditions, and religious belief of India has been emphasizing on service to humanity with thought processes of Sanatana Dharma that states Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Shanto Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashanto Ma Kaschid Bhavet. Esteemed dignitaries, revered speakers, faculties, the most respected office bearers of the conference secretariat, respected organizing committee members, representatives of different academic partners, those who have made this conference worth of attending and successful and have been giving values to us since last 4 years, by which we could be able to carry out the successful series of 4th IC International Conference on Nursing, Sciences and Healthcare. we have been addressing few critical issues that have to be focused in our mind. We live in a country of violent uncertainties. When United Nations organization speaks about capacity building, capabilities building towards development of research, and capability building for adopting SOC. Because at this time of uncertainty, the world has to be ready to adopt forthcoming catastrophes and challenges. The prime concern here is still India, being a country of noble thoughts that has supplied vaccines to more than 70+ countries and stood at time of need to its neighboring countries since the time of non-alignment movement and post-World War times. We have been rendering healthcare services and assistance at time of need to our neighboring countries. But the prime concern is still there is a big slack and shortage in number of nurses, which is about 1.7 out of 1,000 patients, only 1.7 nurse for only 1,000 patients. That varies in a big ratio, where the actual requirement is requirement of 4 nurses, at least 4 nurses for 1,000 patients. We are a growing, larging economy, and we need to focus on certain aspects and crucial factors that has to be symbolically identified, and the community, especially responsible associations and organizations and leading universities like our academic partners, should combine together and work. Though I am not a nursing professional, I believe there are few factors that has to be given a prime focus. The research in healthcare sectors are expanding in a very rapid and exponential way. And research has also adopted to a broader scope. At this point of time, our nursing science, which is the most important leading healthcare, allied healthcare professional, has to cope up in all these dimensions. Thus, we need to cover a broad scope of research by connecting with different healthcare professionals in different fields. And we need to come out of our campuses. We need to come out of our curriculum. We have to think beyond the syllabus and start rendering services with adequate resources and sessions that would avail more informations from scientific databases and repositories for faster, better, and wider learning. Second problem, I believe, is rebuilding and re-strengthening the faculties and teaching community. Our tradition have been saying Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. So it's very important to build the faculties of the nation and of Asia as well. So we are continuously focusing on faculty development programs that would enhance the capabilities of research towards research activities, toward teaching, proctoring, and administrative activities as well. So it's very important to focus on faculty development programs. And I urge our academic partners and other universities watching this conference live to come up with this type of programs in collaboration with Society for Nursing Practices, where we can render the best possible services or enhancement of capabilities that implies the sustainability development goals of United Nations as well as World Health Organization as well. Third big challenges we look into it is the cultural diversity. We address a wide section of patients of different location. My dear friends and colleagues, this is the time of globalization when we are moving towards internationalization, and India has been selected to be the #1 healthcare tourist destination by year 2024 in the recent summit held at Uzbekistan at Shanghai Summit. So it is high time to also build up the capacity of our nurses to adopt a wide section of patients with cultural practices and perception. Society for Nursing Practices have been connecting professionals, researchers, experts, and target audience from different parts of the globe. And we are trying to build capacity towards cultural diversity and adaptability among the nurses of India. That is definitely a very important factor. Alignment of nursing practices with theory is a very important thing. So we from Society for Nursing Practices have been thinking about that since last couple of years to integrate our activities towards faster learning and randomly changing syllabus and curriculum so that we can make our nursing students think, research, act, and plan beyond the curriculum's syllabus and beyond the learning in classrooms. Standards and protocols by regulatory authority is also a big concern. Weak regulatory bodies in India and regulatory functions and lack of amendment has been also a prime concern. It takes years for amendments of our existing and primitive laws. That has to be flexible and dynamic. At this point of time, when technology, research, innovations, and practices, as well as experience is changing rapidly, I believe midwives and nurses in top governing positions and administrative positions will be definitely a solutions and could meet the requirement of healthcare sector of the nation as well. Economic concern is also a big challenge for the community. It has led to the crisis of brain drain, the result for which our nurses are moving to Middle East, Gulf, and other countries with expectations of higher package and salaries. But thing is that globalization is trend. We must be capable of handling it. We must accept it. But I believe we must work together to increase the cyclic economy with a bigger dimensions, bigger radius, so that better scope of income and better scope of raising of economic level of our nurses could be achieved in a very shorter duration. At this point of high time, when we organize International Conference on Nursing Sciences and Healthcare, we have been focusing on futuristic nursing and future of nursing. We're trying our level best through our organizing committee members, through our national and institutional ambassadors, through my colleagues of Society for Nursing Practices, through advisory committee members, and all representative of the associations working rigorously in different part of globe and nook and corner of the country to align the advancement of community towards innovation and to focus towards future of nursing. Adapting to technology is also a very important factor. And I believe the point should not be ignored or should be taken very seriously. So technological advancement in digital health has to be focused. And on basis of that, under the leadership of Dr. Indra, one of the guests of honor of this conference, the principal of Narayana College of Nursing, we are planning to organize another conference on futuristic nursing as well that has been absolutely focusing on the technology. And it's actually very important how digital health community is technology driven. Technology has indulged in our life. I believe we are not using technology, we are living technology. At this point of time when technology has indulged into education, into patient care, research and administrative level, our nursing community should adopt to fast moving and changing technology. To brief and enlighten that, we are accepting research works and we are focusing and diversifying our activities so that our community can learn, accept, and adopt the fast moving technology as well. I express my hearty gratitude to all the organizing committee members, academic partners, my revered speakers, honorable chief guest, guest of honor, for their valuable time. I should not miss my beloved and adorable students. And I express my gratitude and hearty appreciation to everyone for your valuable time to present your thought, ideas, and innovative researches to enrich the platform and enrich this community for better, faster, and aggressive learning. I wish this conference will be a fruitful event, and I expect your absolute suggestions that will be definitely trimming us for better services for tomorrow and day after tomorrow. I wish you everyone a very good day and hope this conference will be a fruitful event. I still believe together we can and could bring a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring message. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. L. Gopichandran, sir, President from TNAI, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, India, to unveiling of the conference and proceeding and give his message. I heartily welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, respected all dignitaries and all delegates from across the world, and my dear students. Very good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Society for Nursing Practice and all organizing committee members for invited me as a chief guest and also for unveiling the theme of this great occasion. All of us know that the theme of this conference is leading innovation and the pathways transforming the future of the nursing. And outside every, today all the speakers and, they have highly highlighted about how we expected to be transformed our nurses in the future. That is our concern today. And also how to lead that through the innovation, especially using the technology to apply into the patient care and promote the patient care outcome. That's a need of the hour. So first, I would like to really to congratulate this, the whole organizing team members for organizing such a wonderful 4th international conference, and especially for excellent scientific section for another 2 days. And also very, happy to be stated that being an advisory person of the member of the Society for Nursing Practice, it is, it's our society is one of the top nursing society in India. It's not only India, international also, as we conducted many international conferences. And since many years, still with the leadership of Mr. Rudra, that you have already heard from his the vision and towards that how we want to collaborate and to further to empower the nurses across the field. And all of us know that that is a, nurses have, same like heart and brain and hand, that we have knowledge and competence, that means skills and attitude, the core for every professional to, especially nursing professional, to prove and do something best for the contribution for our society. So educating the nurses, it's by, educating, only can educate the patients. That's the essential and vital for our professional development. That's why we are organizing conferences, many conferences from the different society, like, Society for Nursing Practice is today the need of the hour, especially in this scenario, to, to produce and, prepare and also sustain the competent nurses in India. That's why we can able to, we understand, the lack of specialized doctors only can replace by specialized nurses. So specialized nurses concern about that, that's overall the outcome is to improve the patient care outcomes. That can be possible only to prevent the diseases. Especially today, we are all celebrating World Heart Day. that heart diseases, it's it's very much prevalence today. It's killing the people across the globe. That cannot be treated. Even it can be promoted, but certainly can be prevented. The prevention always better than cure. That prevention can be always be practiced, or maybe can be done through only the specialized nurses, or once the nurses are empowered and educated, and their education only to make the differences, which can be prevent their mortality and morbidity and quality of life, which many outcomes can be attained with. Again, the skills, even what we learn, what we teach in the classroom or demonstration, or maybe still can be, need to be sustained, need to be, to all the time to be learned by different mode. That's why this organizing conferences and workshop definitely they can able to update, they can able to retain the skills. Again, yeah, I'm able to hear.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. So the compassionate nurses, they can project through their communication skills and their personality. I always say, every conferences, everywhere, I used to say that the doctors doesn't have time to spend with the patients. The nurses have huge time to spend with the patients. So today, the patient-centric care is more important than doctor-centric or any other centric. The patient-centric, we can be implemented or can be done through the accepting, understanding the patient. Understanding the patient as a whole, it is not easy until you spend some time with it. For that, you need very patience, listening ability, and good communication skills to influence the patient to adapt the change of the behavior. Because lifestyle changes and their positive healthcare behavior or health behavior changes, that can be done through your influencing the patient and family members. That everyone understands changes lifestyle, changing of the health habit, that's only landing into the many health problems today. Even though after the landing into health problem, again, not coping up the disease, coping up the management, that is another issue today among the patients. So cope up the drugs, even they are not able to continue the drugs, that's resulting in poor follow-up. And again, they go for the readmission rate. This all overcome by only nurses who do continuous care, continuous follow-up. That's why telecommunication and nursing, this all emerging up today. That's why we talk about today how nurses can lead in the innovations. So nurses to lead the innovation, nurses to do holistic care. That is today the need of the hour. That's why we are in the all today the society is coming forward, especially Society for Nursing Practice is collaborating with many institutions across the India and the globe to bring out these themes and trying to empower the nurses, nurse educators, and all the academicians, clinical nurses and students to understand that how the futuristic nursing to go into the different parts. So being a TNA leader, as my 24 years of journey as a nursing professional, different in the positions, being a nurse, as a researcher or academician, even as administrator in other countries, in different contexts, I would put clearly to state that Indian nurses are so backward today as compared with the developed countries in terms of application of nursing knowledge and practice. We learned everything in the classroom. When you go into the practice, still there is a gap. The gap need to be filled up to implement through how you frame up the policy and protocol checklist, especially in public sector hospitals. Before I had come to the conference, I had opportunity to meet the new director. He invited me to talk. He even stated the same thing, that we want to develop that standards, new standard. That means standardization of care through NABH or JCI, that bring the changes, especially in the public health hospitals, sector hospital like AIIMS and all the government hospitals. So that beyond, even today, all Indian nurses, even what we are producing, same nurses who qualified nurses, they are export to other country and they are well recognized and highly paid. But why Indian nurses have that lacunae or they are backwarded? Because we need to work, for the uniformity and to motivate the nurses and also bring up the better cadre and specialized nursing to be, taken up, established through the ANP. These all are nurse-led clinic. These all definitely to make the nurses to differences and also that provide the quality of care and also especially for evidence-based advanced nursing care in all settings, including private, public sectors, that kind of uniformity to whatever our objective of the same like equity, accessible healthcare and affordable healthcare that can be attained by specialized nurses. That's why we are, societies or like TNAI or, Society for Nursing Practice, all different societies coming forward and, helping and educating the nurses and organizing such a conferences and make the nurses to be empowered more. That is the need of the hour. So really, I would like to again to congratulate this, Society for Nursing Practices to do so many, conferences, workshops very frequently that, bringing the people together. So at last, we are not second personnel in the health medical care. We are the first personnel and primary member of the healthcare team. Patient care is not nursing centered, yes, or even not physician centered, but totally patient centered. For that, you need to understand the patient by the way understand not only the depth of the medical nursing concept, by way that your attitude, your development, your communications, we explore that by the different research and do use the technology also to make yourself to be very holistic and also professional nurse tomorrow. So every nursing professional is responsible for bringing a positive image, being a nurse in the society. So once again, on behalf of TNAI Delhi branch, I congratulate and best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Thank you, sir. I'd like to call upon Dr. Seema Singh, ma'am, Principal and Professor from Srimati Radhika Bhai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, Dimtubi University, Samangi Meghe Varda, Maharashtra, India, to give the inaugural address for the 4th International Conference.
A very good morning to one and all present here.
Very good morning.
It's a great pleasure to have you all here in this 4th International Conference. The topic selected by the Society of Nursing Practices is initially a very good one. And when we talk about this thing, being the Faculty of Nursing and working in this area for 25 years, I feel this is the need of the hour that we have called for. When this topic was given to me to be the part of this for the 4th International Conference, I was thinking where we lie in our profession and how far we have reached, that we need to talk today also on this topic. We have got all the people, those who are talking about many great things and many new innovations in different technologies and in different areas. But why the nursing is still behind and the nurses are not given the proper place in the society in India still? We talk so much about the emerging trends and so many things in India. But when we talk about the future of nursing in India, when we look into ourselves, where are we? The question starts there. And this is the platform where we all stand together to understand why this lacunae is still there. We have fought many of the things together to come to this reach or to reach this level. But still, when we see our background and where we have to reach, and when we talk about the modern era that the world is going on, we still think that, yes, we need to move more and more forward to bring up our nursing profession to higher standard. So this is the platform where we can motivate, upgrade the knowledge, upgrade the understanding, make the people understand why nursing is important in the healthcare field. We say nurses are the backbone of the society. Yes, of course, when we are in the hospital, we are the backbone. But when we come to the other things of the nurses, we still are lagging behind. Why don't we stay here back into our country and serve the country? The problem is same. The thing is that nurses are not getting the better paid salary, respect, dignity that is needed for them also to sustain themselves in this country. We have to stand together for them, and we have to raise our voice so that the nurses in the India also can get the same standard what they are getting in abroad. Being working in the rural sector, and we have got nearly full Vidarbha region. This is our hospital is the biggest one, and we are facing every day some or other challenges because we have got very poor patients, and the clients those who are coming to us are really needy, and we are suffering still with that dignity that the nurses are being told, this is only your work, you have to work and you have to go. But where is the dignity? We are working day and night, but still the things are there only, moving forward. This platform is not only telling that the emerging technologies, newer trends, and researchers, we are talking about the evidence-based nursing and all this thing. The talk doesn't come up with the deeds that we are doing. We have to stand together to upbring the nursing profession for which we are there. We have seen how far we are standing along with the other health professionals when we are working in the COVID-19, and we have given totally equal amount of work strength to them to face this problem globally. So today, this international conference, the topics that have been selected by all the dignitaries and the Society of Nursing Practices and the other people and the speakers, those who are going to speak on it, will be telling you about how we are going to face the challenges along with the newer trends that are coming with us. I thank all the co-organizers and the Society of Nursing Practices for organizing this international conference, and I am thankful to make us also a part of it so we can also move forward. And it's my heartfelt thanks that this will be one of the platforms for the nurses where we can take one more step ahead to make a nursing profession more powerful and more strengthened. Once again, I thank all the organizers, I thank all the speakers, and not the least, all the participants who are present in this international conference. Hope you will have a brighter knowledge, better understanding, and you will gain from this international conference for your future making in future. I once again thank everyone for giving me this time to speak to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now call upon Dr. Mash Dayal Sir, Principal from Universal Institute of Nursing, Universal Group of Institutions, Punjab, the inaugural address for the 4th International Conference.
On behalf of administration of Universal Group of Colleges and Universal College of Nursing, as principal, I welcome you all participants to this 4th International Conference. What is conference? A large official meeting at which members of professional organizations meet to discuss important matters. The 4th International Conference is on nursing science and healthcare. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above. We nurses all have good gifts of knowledge, science, and research. We are gathered here to have discussions and deliberations and to have good result-oriented positive outcome. To accomplish and accommodate to many things. We have a good ears to listen to others, to be sensitive to others. We have good eyes to see future visions all around. Your presence is very much honored. I wish a good success to this conference. All the best. Thanks. All
Thank
the
you
best.
so much, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Indra, Ma'am, Nursing Dean, Narayana College of Nursing, Nellore, India, to give her speech.
मेरी चली गई ना, हो गया आपका। आ गई ना पूरी, हो गया, ये आ गया था, आ गया था, आ गया।
I would like to welcome our keynote speaker of today, Mrs. Veena Sharma Ma'am, Principal from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, Tim to be University, New Delhi, India, Dr. Carol Grit Myers, ma'am, nurse, scientist, and clinical educator, institutional review, board coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. Dr. Seema Singh, ma'am, principal and professor from Srimati Radhika Bai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, Dimtubi University, Savangi Meghe Varta, Maharashtra, India. Professor Vaishali Taksande, ma'am, principal, vice principal from Srimati Radhika Bhai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, Dimtubi University, Savangi Meghe Varda, Maharashtra, India. Mrs. Neetu Kataria, ma'am, College of Nursing, AIIMS, Rishikesh, India, for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take the opportunity to welcome all the presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would like to also welcome all the attendees in joining us today. Welcoming to our keynote speaker, Mrs. Neetu Kataria, ma'am, currently working at AIIMS Rishikesh, India. She has over 10 years of experience in the field of nursing education and clinical nursing practices. She has completed her MSc in neuroscience nursing. She has many national and international publications and paper presentations to her credit. She had attended international conferences at Sydney. She had been trained in various workshops. She also holds the prestigious membership of various nursing associations, including Society for Nursing Practices. I welcome you, ma'am, for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to all.
Very good morning.
Let me start the video. Good morning to all conference organizers. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
To all the conference organizer, faculty member, and the conference participants, thank you for making me a keynote speaker. So today I'm going to give you a brief idea about my topic, that is future of technology in nursing, improving patient care. Let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Okay. So, future of technology in nursing, improving patient care. So, for the introduction, today evolving the standards of practice increases the nursing accountability. The malpractice crisis has strengthened the accountability and increased the emphasis on the complete detailed documentation. So today we are going to discuss about the various technological advancement, including the mobile nursing, space nursing, robotic nursing, telenursing, wearable technologies, documentational technology, that is nurse informatics system, NIS. So firstly, the mobile nursing. As you all know, the mobile nursing is used to provide home teaching at the community level and provide care for the patient who get discharged early from the hospital. So beneficiaries are the patients suffering from the chronic and acute medical problems, surgical patients, patient requiring IV therapy and medication management, the elderly respiratory patients, the hospice concept on ventilator dependent, assistant with the bathing, dressing, meals and transportation. Next is the next technological advancement is the space nursing. The foundation of space nursing is laid on the 1991. Space nursing provides a forum for the discussion and exploration of issues related to the nursing in space and its impact upon the understanding of Earth bound through the conference participation. So as you see, that is the pictures for the 1991, the first space nurse who went in this space and provide the nursing care and learn so many things. And this is another one is the nowadays. What are the main function of space nursing? To evaluate the emergency evacuation plan, use of medications in this space, telemedicine opportunity to contact with the doctors and to physicians, performing surgery in this space, and develop a condition database to evaluate the risk of certain accidents or illness during the flight. Next is the robotic nursing. The reliance on robotic technology in surgical field has been reality for the decades. But recent trends and developments indicate that the emergence of technology and even robotic technology in the delivery of primary healthcare is growing phenomenon. So robotics is based on the ISAC 3 laws of robotics. The first law, the robot may not injure a human being. Second law, a robot must obey the order given by human being except when such orders would conflict the first law. And third law is the robot must protect its own existence. So robotic advantages of robotic nursing is the robots will help in the heavyweight lifting of the patient, serve as a communication tool between the nurse and the patient and the healthcare providers, which provide the reminder to take medication on the time. It will help with the monitoring, the vital sign monitoring and proper documentation. Preserve the dignity if the patient is having some privacy issue, then if the patient is not able to get it served by the nurse, so that patient is served by the robots for in case of like paralysis patients, or in case of urinary detention, or in case of fecal infection cases. So in the promotion of independence, the patient will get independent, decrease the burden on the family and friends, fill the nursing care gaps, offer the endless patients. But there are some disadvantages too. The cost of the robots are too much high to afford in the regional hospitals or community hospitals. Next is the surveillance. All time 24 hours, the camera is watching the patient, so there is broken of privacy of the patient. And last is the comparison with the human nursing care. So as you can see, as you are all aware, well aware about the robotic nursing, robotic surgery, robotic cardiac surgery, where the nurse is helping the surgeon in the robotic surgery. There are some name of robots which you are not aware. So first is the RIBA, that is robot for interactive body assistance. It is the first robot that lifts up the patient from the bed or chair or anything. Second is the Giraffe Plus. It is developed by the Sweden. And next is the KRO bot. Next Cody and hybrid assistive limb. Last is the robotic nursing assistant drone system. So that is the as the picture suggests, the RIBA robot which lifts the patient easily. Next is the Giraffe Plus robot, which is the longitudinal giraffe shape neck shape robot, which helps the patient in daily monitoring and daily triggering the activity which can improve the healthcare of the patient. Next is the KRO robot, which helps in the physical assistance of vital sign monitoring or any healthcare checkups and diagnosis and implementation, as well as the social assistant. The patients who are feeling lonely, this robot provides social assistance also with feelings, with emotions. Next is the hybrid assistant limb robot. As you can see, if the patient is having paraplegia or lower limbs, paralysis of the lower limbs, then there are some limbs of hybrid limb robots which can assist the patient to improve his walking skills or improve his gait and balance. Next is the Rona robot. What are the advantages of robot? The mobility and the maneuverability. The main robots are the mobile, and they move around the hospital and move around in the house. Telepresence support. So on the screen of the robots, they can contact with the physician. Physician and nurses immediately provide the care according to the vital signs and healthcare management. Next is the patient safety, employee injury, worker compensation, and premature retirement reduction. So if the patient, if the nurses will get proper working compensation, and there is no more injury at the employment, at the occupational space, then there is a less number of premature retirement. So what is the telenursing? Next one is the telenursing. The telehealth is the use of electronic information and telecommunication technology to support long distance clinical healthcare, patients, and professional health related education, public health, and health administration. So types of telenursing. So how we can provide the telenursing? As in this picture, you can see the nurse is having a screen, and there is one camera over the screen, and the patient who are remote area, the patient from the hilly area or the community patients, they can contact or video call or online methods to share their problems, or then the nurse will provide the nursing diagnosis and provide the proper implementation of the nursing care. Next, the interactive telenursing, where both nurses and the patient both interact with each other. Third, store and forwarded the telenursing. Specialist and primary care consultation, only the specialized field of the nursing. Imaging services like X-ray reports and MRI reports from the distant area of the patient. The patient will share the pictures or images of the X-ray and reports to the nurses in the hospitals. Benefits, what are the benefits? Patient benefit, it will increase the access to the healthcare, and it save the time, and it save the money. Nurse benefits, save the time of the nurses and more efficiently seeing the distant patient from the rural area, from the distant area. Rural providers can receive continuing education. If nurses are performing duty in the rural area and the community area, CHC, PHC, then there will be some need of continuing education to enhance their education. So they are also getting some education via telenursing, available as a specialty program. And for the hospital administrators, save their travel time, travel cost, and funds by the attending meeting, address the shortage of nurses in the hospital, and service available to the more clients. Next is the wearable technologies. As you all are must aware and must be wearing the Apple watches and these health tonic watches in the wrist. So wearable are the small electronic devices often consisting of one or more sensors and having computational capability. They play an important role in healthcare monitoring, analyzing, and even healing. So there are type of wearable technology that are hand-worn, wristwatch, smartwatch, finger wear. And next is the head-worn, that is smart glasses, and body-worn, smart textile, and wearable patches, foot and arm wear. So there are several companies who made these devices: Apple, Samsung, Jawbone, Google, Optinent, Signal, Intel. So as you can see, these are the devices which you might have seen. These are the Googles and Jawbone. So there are some key challenges to the technologies used. First of all is the interfaces and the interaction. To the technology, we are not able to interact, we are not able to properly use them, limited resources, and there are only few showrooms are in the countries, in developing countries. So there are limited resources to buy these technology and get them. Next is the self-diagnose. If we are having these wristwatch or smart application, smart apps to measure your heart rate, your ECG, your blood pressure, then we can self-diagnose ourselves. And there is shift in the healthcare to a patient-centric paradigm. Then is the validation. If we ourselves make a diagnosis that if our heart rate is increased, our blood pressure is increased, and we are must be having hypertension, so let's take self-medication for the antihypertensive. So there is no one for the validation to precise personalization and calibration. If there is any fault in the technology, fault in the wristwatch, fault in these devices, and then what will be the result of the these machines? And last one is the risk estimation and the assumption. how we can assume the result of these devices are accurate or not, this device is properly caliber or not. Next is the nurse informatics. Nursing informatics defined as the use of computer technologies to support nursing, including clinical practice, administration, education, and research. So as you can see, nursing informatics include nursing science, computer science, and information science. So application, earlier the application of nursing informatics is the nursing clinical practice, that is electronic medical record and computer-based medical record. For the nursing administration, to email the nursing staff, automatic the staff scheduling, cost analysis, quality analysis. For the nursing education, interactive technology, distance learning degree programs, presentation software to make good PPTs, nursing research to use the standardized language for diagnosis such as Nanda, and for the research, we use databases that is Sinhal and Medline. Last one is for the patient education, previous record for the symptom management and patient education. So there are hospital information system had two main types, that is clinical information system and administrative system. So clinical information system, as you all are must be aware that we all are using some of the softwares in our hospitals to order entry for CSSD, for supplies, for equipment, for blood sampling to the laboratory, for radiology to check our X-rays, to MRI reports to be done. Next is the pharmacy to order the medications from the pharmacy department. Next is the nursing information software regarding the Nanda diagnosis, and there are several nursing softwares into it. And last one is the administrative system, is only run by the higher authorities of the hospital. So I am talking about some advanced softwares of nursing which are used in the hospital, e-hospitals, such as North American Nursing Diagnosis Association, that is Nanda software, which is having diagnosis. Next is the International Nursing Diagnosis Software, the Nursing Intervention Classification, that is NIC, and last one, the Nursing Outcomes Classification, that is NOC. So how we can construct this application? So regarding the feasibility and system analysis, feasibility study and system analysis. So we can starting from the patient data collection, then clinical data collection, and organize the expert report. We can ask to expert about the diagnosis and what are the interventions we can take for the welfare of the patient. Then we can check the diagnosis, the Nanda diagnosis, for the defining the characteristic and related and risk factors of the patient's condition. Next, NIC software we can use for the nursing activity. Which activity? Nursing implementation. So which activity we need to improve? What are the interventions we need to take? And last one is the NOC, nursing outcome software. So it will indicate that after using the diagnosis, then implementing them, then what are the outcome? What is the evaluation? What is the outcome of the nursing care services? We can check from the NOC, that is the indicators. Design of nursing information system. There are two types of nursing informatics system. First one is the traditional, and the second is the protocol of critical pathway. So traditional, as you all must are aware, so we are, if the patient is getting admitted or discharged, so what are the discharge teaching, admission and discharge planning given to the patients. So all are the list of the plannings are given in the software, that is nursing information system. Next is the post-operative problems list. So in the ICU or in the post-operative recovery rooms, there are some list of problems occurring. So these lists are computerized in the system, and nurse can easily open these list of problems at the bedside of the patient and implement the nursing care plan and intervention list. All these lists are typed in the computer software, and nurse can open anywhere at the any patient side, at the bedside. Next one is the protocol of critical pathways. Evidence-based clinical protocol. So as you in the earlier slide, the construction, when the one patient will come to the hospital, then what is the diagnosis, then what is the intervention, what is the medication given to the patient, then if there is any effect or this medication or this nursing care services or not. So the evidence-based clinical practice, evidence-based nursing practice, the results are written in the software in the computerized form, or the critical pathway system. If it like it's just like a BLS or ACLS or these type of ATCN, if this then not, if yes then what. Okay, so these are the critical pathway. Yes, then what, then no, if the patient is revived or not, the patient is breathing, or if no, then what we need to do, the BLS or the ACLS, what we need to do. So these type of critical pathway. And last one, the clinical decision support system. So documentation, the firstly is the assessment, and second is the electronic medical record. Assessment, we in the assessment column of the software, we enter the patient detail, patient biographic detail, then patient monitoring, vital sign monitoring, documentation, all the patient history, nutritional history, family history, psychology, past history, present history, family history, psychological history, nutritional history, medical session history, nursing minimum data sheet, and telemedicine. In the electronic medical record, why we made it? To increase the efficiency of the nursing care services, to improve the documentation, the electronic documentation, and the quality of care by reducing its expenses. Improve the security, the whoever the nurse or the nurse in charge or the sister in charge is having the password of the this system, those nurses or those literate people is only able to open the software and open the patient sheet. Purpose of EMR, electronic medical report. So what is the purpose? Of mainly monitor these devices, the monitoring devices that record the vital sign and directly enter the data into the electronic medical record. Computer-generated nursing care plan and critical pathways are used on the basis of these electronic medical records. Automatic billing of the blood samples, supplies, equipment, procedure with the nursing documentation. Last one is the reminder to take medication, reminder to take a red alert or warning sign, to check for warning sign, and prompt action to be taken. So this is our AIIMS Rishikesh e-hospital web page, which we are using here. So if you Google e-hospital, that is e-hospital, then this is the front page that is open. So we need to log in here. So after logging, so you can see the total OPD, total casualty, total census of our hospital, billing, laboratory, pharmacy reports. So if you enter any ward in charge or throw ward in charge user ID and password, then you can add one of the patient's name detail. Then you can see the clinic, in which clinic the patient is coming, treatment history, present illness, physical examination, diagnosis, generate prescription, OPD, other document discharge. So in this patient, the vital signs, all the vital signs are written here. Next one is in the discharge or transfer. At the time of discharge, what are the nurse's notes? So you can enter UHID, the unique identity of the patient in this. So this is the AIIMS Rishikesh e-hospital or hospital information system software. Next is the computer-based patient record. What is the advantage? Save time and more time provided to the client care. Have the patient entire history from present history, past history, family history, medical history, all history. Can flag the drug reaction problem. So all the allergic reactions, drug reactions are red flag. Can eliminate redundancy in the record keeping. Eliminate the need for taking repeated history by doctors and the nurses repeatedly. Can, if utilized properly by the doctors and nurses both, then there is some reduction in the medication error in the patient facilitation of large data record, create a lifetime record of the patient. There are some disadvantages. These softwares are very expensive to set up, are less secure, because if the password is leaked to the illiterate or unauthorized person, then data will be leaked, and require the standardized coding system. So all the nurses, all the doctors should be literate regarding the coding system, what are the codes for these softwares. Next, the trends. What are the trends in nurse informatics? Past trends on the clinical practice, administration, education, and research. Now, presently, we all are using all about this clinical practice administration in the high intensity generation, management, and process of data. Knowledge are integral component of nursing care. In future, the nurse informatics along with the telehealth becomes a growing field for the advancement and offer many potential area for cost containment. All these telenursing are used for the cost containment, for the shortage of nurses, and for shortage of hospitals, shortage of doctor-nurse ratio, improved access to care to the rural area, to the community patients, allowing client to be treated earlier and within the fewer interventions. There are some ethical and legal issues, confidentiality and the law. So involvement of non-clinical person or hackers or cyber theft, vulnerability of transmission lines to be security breaches. For the patient-nurse relationship, it is difficult to establish when a nurse-patient relationship has been established. So to know when a duty of care is owed to a patient, patient consent to disclosure of information, whether the patient give, the patient will give or the consent to disclose this information on the net, on this computer system or not. So consent for the treatment, how you are going to take consent for the treatment electronically. So there are some challenges for accepting technologies nowadays. Older nurses who are not computer literate, feeling of being replaced with the computer. So nurses are feeling that we are replacing by the robots, computers, technologies. Reimbursement issue. If some of the issue came out in the technologies, on the devices, on the robots, those are reimbursement issues are there for the cost. Patient confidentiality and security to private information may be difficult to safeguard, because as soon as the password is get leaked by the non-authorized person, then all the patient detail information from starting day of the admission until the discharge and follow-up, all the information get leaked. Challenges for the telenursing utilization. Last one is the financial issue. As all the technologies are cost, these are not cost effective. Cost of establishment of these computer technology robots, cost of transferring videos, audio, and files. So what future of nursing, in the end, many nursing functions will be automated. Results of nursing shortages, healthcare facilities will be forced to use their nurses judiciously. Changes in the technology will possibly attract the man and the minority in this profession. So the number of outpatient care will increase, as will the need for the home healthcare nurses. Community healthcare nursing services will be increased. Focus will be shift from more on the preventing the illness rather than the treatment. So at the end, the take-home message for today is senior nurses should encourage and support this expanded role of nurses, robotic nursing, space nursing, nursing informatics system. Seminars, workshops, conferences should be put in place so as to increase the level of awareness among older nurses and the newer generation. Government should support the establishment of telenursing nurse informatics system in the country. So these are my references. If you have any query, please inquire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Any queries from the audience? Or any questions from the audience? They can ask. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for making me a keynote speaker. And all the best for the all participants presenting in the conference. Thank you.
I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Indra A. Ma'am, from Nursing College, Narayana College of Nursing, Nalpur, India, to give her welcome speech.
Good day to all of you. I think I am little later. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I am little later. Actually, I have the first person to speak, but due to some reasons, I am unable to speak with you all. I welcome all of you for this conference. And I am Dr. Indra, Principal, Narayana Nursing College, Nellore. I am in this field for past 25 years. A small intro about this conference will be helpful for to understand all of your innovative thinking and future nursing. Innovation means what, and all the things forthcoming speakers are going to speak. I am going to give you a small introduction. Seeing a lot of technological improvement is coming in healthcare, and many of the doctors, they are utilizing different type of technology to treat many type of diseases. If you were thinking in cardiology, once we were students, we used to, once a cardiac arrest has happened, we used to go only with the manual defibrillation. Now, computerized defibrillation has come. We have attached with the patient whenever there is VT or VF, it will identify and it will give a small 100 to 200 joules of DF, and it will revert the ECG pattern. So like that, each and every area, even for nephrology patients also, whenever there is increase of this creatinine level in the blood or NBN level in the blood, it has been observed easily and they are getting treatment. Same way for diabetic patients now, patches are available. They are constantly watching the blood sugar level. And when the blood sugar level is going beyond the fixed level, say 140 milligram per DL, they itself inject insulin into the body as priorly programmed. So as the this type of technologies are coming into the healthcare, we nurses also has to improve ourselves to join with other healthcare committee members. So for example, now if you are taking nurse-led clinics, if we are speaking with many of the AIIMS people, they will tell we have nurse-led clinic, especially in cardiology and in nephrology, in some other areas where we lose the patient within, once they are not reaching into the hospital within the reachable time, golden hour. So that type of area and all, we nurses can fill that area to take care of the patients and save their life. For example, yesterday we had one conference with Dr. Gopichandran. He described very nicely about how a nurse can assess and read the ECG and see that it changes and how she can take care of the cardiology patient. And yesterday we have one conference with one emergency department personnel, how far we can take the patient for ballooning. They are telling in ordinary setup, as we are all know, it will be we have to take admission, then we have to take concern, we have to do blood sugar values and other things. The taking a patient with cardiac arrest or cardiac sorry, cardiac incompetency, they will be taking minimum 3 to 4 days to take them for theatre. But they have made it within 2 hours. The patient reaching to emergency, within 2 hours, they have taken them to theatre cath lab and they have done the ballooning and saved the patient, and their hospital stay is very limited. So it's all happening with the healthcare team members who are being trained for each and every activity what they are doing. And we are practicing in day-to-day life. We are all thinking something, innovation means it is a challenge and other thing like that. No, it is not like that. Like in our day-to-day practice itself, we are practicing many new things like computer-assisted practicing. Now we are wireless technology, where once we are calling for code blue, like that, and evidence-based practices, emergency medicine, especially emergency medicines, we have many protocols. We need not to waste even a single minute. The nurse can do the triage and she can manage the situation and everywhere. And the infection control nurses and forensic nursing, which is coming up in our field. This is the time we have to think about how nurse-led clinics can be established in all over India. As all of we know, the government of India is planning to have improved health care all over India, where the doctors are in shortage. And they want to fill up with a specialty trained nurses to assess, diagnosis, and treat, and whenever necessary to refer to the higher centers. And now, what are the new technologies we are all using? All of you know well, like automated IV pumps. We have to have training on that one, portable monitors and smart beds to prevent bed sores and bed sores and treating in different type of pulmonary problems, and wearable devices, as I said, DFIPs, electronic health records. This electronic health records now, most of the colleges, hospitals, they are using, and centralized command centers. Once we are getting that treatment, one patient is admitted, that patient is monitored by various department HODs, and the advices are given immediately through electronic field, which is helping them to get coming to the diagnosis correctly and get the treatment properly, and telehealth and apps, which includes charting, paper, walks, inventory and ordering, continuing education. Here we need, in these areas, continuous training, education one side, that inclusive of attitude training and technical training. So every nursing leader who are all participating in this program, I feel they will also feel this type of need for training the people continuously in given time period to occupy the nurses and forthcoming nursing parts of nurses to train up themselves to meet these challenges which is arising from innovations and taken care by themselves as an entrepreneurs in forthcoming years. I wish all of you have a nice day on this day of conferences, these 2 days conferences, and you will carry a good you will carry a good knowledge and practice skill to your added up knowledge. And I want to welcome you all for the next 5th International Conference by SFNP that is hosting by Narayana College of Nursing, Nellore. And I want all of the leaders to come in person and interact with all of us and develop a good concepts to take a new path to our nursing profession. The conferences will be on October 29th and 30th of coming month with the same program schedule is innovation in nursing. Nursing that will be having many small subtopics to discuss about electronic medias, like electronic medias and advancing healthcare transformations, advanced nursing practice and leading innovations, emerging technologies in nursing and telesurgery and telemedicine, digitalization of therapeutics, electronic software for nursing documentation, new era of nursing education, research and practice, pathways transforming future. Nursing includes evidence-based practice, pandemic crisis management, and digital health care and patient care, wearable technology in healthcare, and blockchain technology, biodata in healthcare, health information system, and healthcare informatics. Many eminent people are coming and going to share their knowledge and train us in various and prepare us in various new technology in nursing. I once again welcome all of you to this 4th International Conference and the forthcoming 5th International Conference at Nellore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation and speech. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Veena Sharma ma'am. Currently is the principal of Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, Tintubi University, India. She has more than 15 years of experience in a field and has organizing and conducted many national and international conferences. She holds the research coordinator position in a department and involves in teaching and supervising undergraduate and postgraduate programs, besides actively participating in clinical research. Her specialization and research interests include critical care, nursing, and nursing leadership and management. She has several publications in international healthcare journals and a reviewer for international nursing journals. I heartily welcome you, ma'am, for the presentation.
Can you hear me? Can you just confirm that whether you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. And I, on behalf of Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, welcome all the participants who have joined in today in this 4th International Conference of Nursing Science and Healthcare, which is being co-hosted by Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University. One of the sub-themes of this international conference is nurses leading change and advancing health, and that is what I'm going to speak on today. Now, as we are all aware that nursing is an important integral component of the healthcare organization, and nurses are the largest group of employees in any healthcare setting. And the nurse is considered to be the key person at the bedside of the patient and also in healthcare system. Today's healthcare scenario demands nursing professionals who are flexible and creative, and not only are they flexible and creative, but they are also able to empower other nurses who are working under them to be flexible and creative and innovative. However, because of the nursing shortage, higher patient equity, lack of resources, and diverse demographics of the patients and the nursing professionals themselves, and also outside influences, we need to have nurse leaders who are more effective than ever before. Since we have always been talking about nurse leadership, we will be talking about leadership, but less on nurse leadership and more on nurse followership. Because leadership and followership, they are all connected. Because if there is no effective follower, there cannot be any effective leader. So leaders are there because of followers. An effective leader is there because of an effective follower. So in nursing, while we talk about having an effective leadership, we also need to know who is an effective follower. Definitely followers are more in number than leaders. So this is also a time when nurses need to be effective followers. They must know, in order to be effective follower, they must know who they have to follow, when they have to follow, how to follow, and how the follower role, how should they perform the follower role most powerfully. And because most of us are followers than we are leaders, therefore the art of followership is a concept that needs to be explored and investigated. And earlier, while we were concentrating on accomplishing a list of nursing tasks, now the nursing focus is on delivering quality and cost-effective patient care. And therefore, we require not only effective nurse leaders, but we also require effective nurse followers. Now, leaders should follow 5 practices of leadership to realize their vision and the vision of their institution, and also to be self-directed. One of them is challenging the status quo, which means that not only should they be following the traditional nursing practices, but they should be following the evidence-based nursing practice. So challenging what is the traditional practice and attempting to change it. Then inspiring a shared vision. That means the vision and mission and goals of the institution should be shared by all, whether they are nurse leaders or nurse followers. Then enabling others. Others means the subordinates or the followers to act rather than to react. Then nurse leaders have to lead by example, which means they have to be a role model themselves. And they also have to practice the management of risk, effective communication, trust within the organization, credibility, and respect. Now let us discuss some more perspectives on followership. Now you may all agree that while we have a number of theories on leadership, we have hardly any theory on followership, which means that up till now we have been giving a lot of emphasis on leadership in nursing, but not followership in nursing. And we also know that leaders cannot be leaders unless they have followers. So followers make a leader. And effective followers are not those employees who blatantly and blindly follow their leaders or follow the rules or whatever the management decides. Rather, effective followers are those who are seen as equal stakeholders or partners with the leaders, and they work collaboratively to realize the vision they share with the vision of the institution. Now that brings us to another important component in nursing, which is managing quality and patient safety, which is a big thing because nurses are instrumental in quality initiatives and they must lead quality initiatives so that they can improve the nursing care services. Using the same tools and techniques, but with nurse-sensitive indicators, nurses can improve processes directly related to the practice of nursing. Now, what are nurse-sensitive indicators? These are those indicators that, through research, have been associated with nursing care. And some of the nurse-sensitive indicators are patient falls, mortality, failure to rescue, medication errors, DVT, and BAP. Now, some nurse leaders use unit-based report cards to share data regularly with their staff. Many of these report cards are produced monthly and contain data such as data on patient falls, medication errors, again, turnover and vacancy rates, staff satisfaction, patient satisfaction, very important component, both the staff satisfaction as well as patient satisfaction, and then financial indicators such as length of stay in the hospital. Then error data should also be categorized in order to identify the most frequent types of errors. And the most frequent types of errors should also be subjected to root cause analysis in order to investigate what is causing those errors so frequently. And thus, we can address those errors. Now, very important component that we just discussed, which is closely related to nursing quality, is patient satisfaction. So patient satisfaction is dependent on what quality of nursing services are we providing to the patient. So patient satisfaction with nursing care is an important measure of the quality of nursing care that we are imparting in the hospital setting. And because nursing is at the core of the patient care experiences, therefore patient satisfaction measures have always been of interest to both the hospital and the nursing administration. Now, measures of satisfaction may include patient perception of being well cared for, and the caring is the domain of the nurses. So whether the nurses are taking care of their patients in the hospitals, that decides what kind of perceptions the patient will carry once they are discharged from the hospital. Then measure of satisfaction is also measured by satisfaction with timeliness of response to the call bells and the medication, pain medication. And also patients indicate that they feel satisfied or not satisfied as per the explanation and reassurance and psychological reassurance given to the family and friends of the patients and patients as well. And two patient satisfaction indicators which are very important and very common is that how will we see whether the patient is satisfied or not? That the patient will come back to the hospital whenever he has another medical problem in the future. So he would want to come back to the same hospital if he has had a satisfactory experience in his previous stay. So he would come back to the same healthcare agency. And also whether he is referring or recommending the hospital to others also to avail of the services. Because generally when we are satisfied consumers, we recommend that the service may be availed by our own family, friends, and others in the circle. So these are again two indicators which determine the patient satisfaction. And I mean, these are indicators which are related to the patient and very important. Then patients as consumers have indicated that compassion and caring and excellence are what make a hospital the hospital of choice. And nursing is a vital component of all three. As we all know that compassion, caring, and excellence are the three domains for which the nursing and nurses are known. Another patient satisfaction and nursing quality thing which we need to be aware of is like the chief guest of today's conference also mentioned, that patient-centered care, which is what we are talking about. And the patient-centered care consists of 7 preferences. One of them is respect for patient values, preferences, and expressed needs, care coordination and integration, then education, information, and communication, which is given to the patients and their families, physical comfort provided to the patients and their families, emotional support provided to the patients and their families, and how the family and friends of the patients are involved in the patient care, and transition of the patient from hospital to his home, and the continuity of the services. Related to patient satisfaction, you might have all heard about JCI, which is Joint Commission International, which is the primary accreditation organization for healthcare institutions, because besides NABH and NABL, and other models of excellence are also there, like Baldrige model. So through its published standards of care, periodic on-site inspection, and collection of quality data, JCI and other accreditation ranking bodies and accreditation bodies, they help drive providers to a higher standard of care. And achievement of accreditation provides evidence that a healthcare organization is meeting minimum standards of care. Now, it is important for nurse leaders to remain updated with NABH, JCI, NABL standards in order to ensure that their patients are receiving care which is safe as well as evidence-based. So that brings us to what is evidence-based practice. That is something we have been talking for a long time now. And nursing research is the mechanism to provide evidence-based nursing practice. And for desired patient outcomes and to ensure cost-effective and quality patient care and effective best practice, application of nursing research is essential. Now, many studies have shown that patients do not receive care consistent with the latest research evidence, and patients have still been getting the nursing care which is based on the traditional nursing practices. This is not to condemn or dismiss the traditional nursing practices completely, because they have stood the test of time. However, the new evidence which is being brought into the nursing practice through systematic research is also to be incorporated in nursing practice. So among the reasons provided for not accessing research work were lack of time, that most of the nurses report that they do not have time for incorporating evidence-based nursing practice. Another is that they do not have much value for research. Then they do not have knowledge about the databases where the research evidences can be accessed. Then they do not have access to computer, internet, and medical library. And also they lack the skills regarding reading and critiquing research articles. Now, as nurse leaders, we have this responsibility to create an environment where evidence-based best practices are valued, and they have to give careful thought that we are persistent with it. And then continuous staff education is also required in case we were to incorporate best practices in our institution. Now, another important component is nursing in rural settings, because we all have been concentrated on the urban nursing and the urban hospitals, but India, as we are all aware, that it is 60% rural, and nurses are in short supply. One of the earlier speakers talked about the nurse-patient ratio, which is again not a very good picture. And while we have nurse shortages all over the country, but we have nurse shortage more in rural areas. And recruiting and retaining qualified nurses in rural settings can pose real major challenges for nursing. However, nurses are required to float and provide staffing in rural areas wherever they are needed, which means that right from providing quality nursing services to to an 8-year-old child, they're also expected to provide nursing care services to an 80-year-old patient. So they are required to be the jack of all trades, and they have to be good in various specialities and subspecialties of nursing, which is quite a big challenge for the nurses. And this is more so, actually this is there in urban settings also, but more so in rural settings. And the rural nurse must also excel in triage and decision making. So we are expecting that they should be good in every field, like, you know, from pediatric to geriatric, and they have to be good in all settings and all areas. And that way, you know, we are looking at jack of all trades, so that we can fit them in any setting, any setup. But that is one challenge. So another challenge and another issue which we nurse leaders and nurse followers have to see is the nursing in the global health community. Now, as we all know that people these days are global citizens, and that is because we have the World Wide Web and internet, and also people are migrating from one state of a country to another state, and from one country to another country, and the entire earth has become one big family. And nurses are members of global health community, and we all know that from India also very many nurses migrate to many foreign countries. So we are talking about the global health community now, and as nurses we have to be well prepared in order to take up this role of nurses for nursing for the global health community. While we talk about global health community, we also need to talk about the sustainable development goals. And the SDG agenda is composed of 17 goals, and it includes an umbrella health target, which is SDG 3. Now, new health targets in SDG 3 address mental health, substance abuse, traffic accidents, reproductive health, etc. And in moving the agenda forward, the nursing profession will be called upon to build capacity of the nurses and provide nursing research to achieve the SDG goals, especially the SDG 3. Now, we just talked about patient-centered care, so we'll talk some more about the patient-centered care. So nurses should use the patient's needs, preferences, and values, which are the central focus when developing the plan of care for our patients. Now, PCC, patient-centered care, is based on 3 goals: that we have to elicit the patient perspective on illness. That is, what does he think and feel about the illness once he assumes the patient role. Then we have to understand patient's psychosocial context. That means from which psychosocial background he is coming. If we ignore the psychosocial background, then we are ignoring very important points, which may be an important factor in the patient care. And also reaching shared treatment goals based on the patient's values. Another thing that we all nurse leaders and nurse followers face is the cultural diversity. Now, India itself is culturally diverse country. We have 29 states and union territories, and we also have very many languages, and India is considered to be a culturally diverse and rich country. And when we talk of the other countries, they also have their own cultural diversities. So there is an increasingly diverse healthcare system with increased diversity of even health team members. So even health team members come from different diverse cultural backgrounds. So nurses need to increase their knowledge of the healthcare team and of the people, healthcare practices and which are required for people from different socio-cultural groups. And caring for culturally diverse clients presents the nurse with some of the main challenges. Now, while she is caring for people who, she's catering to people who come from the diverse cultural backgrounds, she must be sensitive to differences such as language of the patients, how she interprets the communication, the non-verbal communication, especially eye contact norms, gender-related norms like touching, physical contact, food practices of the patient, and caregiver acceptability issues. That brings us to another important component in nursing, which we need to look at, that is power, politics, and policy. And three of them are very strong and loaded words, and these we need to understand in pertaining to, in relation to nursing. Now, power, politics, and policy influence nursing practice, nursing education, and nursing research, and all three in turn influence healthcare. And people who are powerful are able to exert more political pressure. And this is also true the other way around also. That is, people who are having the political pressure, they are also considered to be more powerful. So power and politics, they go hand in hand. So as nurses, we need to think about these three important terms, that is power, which is given to the nurses, their involvement in policy making, and politics. Now, when we talk about power, politics, and policy, authority and accountability, these are the two terms which come in the mind. So authority has been a problem for nursing since at least I can say the inception of nursing profession. So nurses were kept under the authority of physicians, and this has been the picture even till date. So nurses have always been observing the subservient role, and they have had to limit the scope of their knowledge and effectiveness of their care. And they had the responsibility for patient care without the needed authority. So they were accountable for patient care. They have been held responsible for patient care, but they have not got the corresponding authority or the authority in equal measure. So nurses are ordered to care by a society. So this needs to be looked at more carefully, that nurses are ordered to care by a society that does not value care. And hence we can say that why the nursing profession is not making a mark in the healthcare system is that maybe human beings in general do not value the care. So nurses gained authority. One way by which the nurses can gain authority is through knowledge, by improving their knowledge, improving their skill sets, feminist influences on society, and slow increases in the scope of practice, so that the nurses can reach out to various domains of practice. So as nurses, we need to see that we are constantly renewing, reviewing our knowledge and skill sets, because that is one way by which we can gain more authority and power. Then nursing leaders have in the past fought hard for standardization of nursing education, development of knowledge, and professionalization of nursing profession. Now, some of the ways to achieve power are, one, of course, by keeping your knowledge and skills up to date and current. Because if we are lagging behind in our knowledge and skills, then we cannot make a mark in the healthcare system. Then earn higher degrees, go for specializations in nursing. Then participation in interdisciplinary conferences. Participation, because we need to keep updated with what is going on in other professions also. What are the developments in medical science, medical field, not just nursing science and nursing field. Then participation in nursing research, that is evidence-based nursing practice, not only conducting researches, significant and scientific researches, but also their utilization in nursing practice. Then participation in professional associations. We have a number of professional associations in nursing. Then establishing human networks, which is very, very important in case we were to talk about power, politics, and policy making. And then publishing one's research work. Communication, that is another aspect very important in nursing, both for nurse leaders as well as nurse followers, that within the organization, communication has become more challenging because the healthcare systems have grown bigger and complex. And the pace of healthcare organization is faster than in any other organizations. And effective communication is required for keeping employees updated with the challenges of the unit, organizational goals, vision, mission, expectations, and responsibilities in meeting these goals. Another thing which is very important, that is legal and ethical knowledge for nurses. Because in the INC curriculum, which has been introduced in 2021, there is one mandatory module on forensic nursing. That means we are giving emphasis on the importance of legal knowledge for nurses. So understanding about legal and ethical issues is required for all nurses, whether they are nurse leaders or nurse followers, more so for nurse managers and leaders. And the current societal values are changing, and there is an increased abundance of litigation in healthcare arena, as we are all aware that more and more people are becoming more and more vigilant about their healthcare rights. The nurse leaders must apprise their employees about the pitfalls which may arise due to not meeting the standards of care in the units, and the legal consequences they may have to follow in case they are not providing the standards of care or not following the care protocols. We have to also talk about nursing education, because as I talked in my address earlier in the morning, that the future of nursing is shaping up in the classrooms. So we have to use various important methods in nursing education now, which can include problem-based learning, team-based learning, outcome-based learning, simulation-based and reflective practice learning. And we also have to keep updated with the directions of the new education policy 2020. And we have to inculcate critical thinking in nursing students so that they are enabled to make sound clinical decisions and judgments and use clinical reasoning to provide high quality and safe patient care. That also brings me to the teacher practitioner model, that students learn best from individuals who have dual roles, both as nurses, both as teachers, and also they are practicing clinicians, because then they can have the best of both worlds. That means they are getting the benefit from the nurse practitioners as well as the nurse teachers. And clinic provides an atmosphere for the integration of academic knowledge and research-based practice in a clinical environment. Finally, I would talk about the career development for the nurses. We are talking about the nurse entrepreneur or nurse entrepreneur. And for career development, nurse has to be educationally and experientially ready to meet healthcare needs. And whether to become a valued member within the organization, that means entrepreneur, or to branch out as entrepreneur, the nurse must have the people skills. That means she must be having good communication skills and establishing interpersonal relationship with people, whether they are the patients, family members, other health team members, or other stakeholders in the healthcare system. Then they need to be mentors, and they need to have a good network. Then only can they be, then only can they branch out as entrepreneurs in nursing, and they can think of the innovations in nursing, and they can think of the startups as startups in nursing. So thank you, and I thank you all for your patient listening, and thank you SFNP and BioLeagues and other academic partners for having this platform to connect with you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Seema Singh, ma'am, Principal and Professor from Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institutes of Medical Science, Dimtubi University, Maharashtra, India. She had over 15 years of experience in the expertise of nursing. She has many national and international publications and a paper presentation to her credit. She has conducted and organizing many international webinars and conferences. She holds prestigious position in strategic planning, policy analysis and development in DIMS and in the curriculum development and enhancement of nursing educational. I heartily welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
For the presentation. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah. Very good morning to one and all present here. A hearty welcome once again for this full conference. So today's my keynote address for this session is Emerging Trends in Nursing. So as we know that nursing is a dynamic profession that must continually adapt to newly medical research, new technology, and new healthcare challenges. Till now, we have been listening from all the great speakers about the healthcare challenges, technologies, medical research, nursing research, and the people, those who were newly joined. Once again, I welcome you all. And when we are talking about the emerging trends in nursing, there are many things to talk about. It is important for a practicing nurse and those who aspire to become nurse to stay on the top of latest trends in nursing. Because as the nursing, if we see in the olden day and the recent current trends, there are vast changes and we have to stay as the trends are changing. Because this allows us to better serve our patients and lead the fellow nurses to strive for the clinical excellence. So if we are going on with the latest trends, we'll be meeting the new challenges of our clients and we'll be doing the better things for them. The nursing field is continually evolving in response to healthcare development, patient needs, new research-based findings, and emerging technologies. As Madam Veena has already talked about these things. There are many current trends in nursing. In 2022, that is the current scenario we are going on, to affect the profession from years past, as well as some new trends that are emerging. We'll be seeing them one by one. So, what is the meaning of the trends in nursing? Trends in nursing are the pattern that have shaped the profession, guided legislation, and given reason to the way that the healthcare facility operate today. That means how we are shaping our profession to the legal way, and we are giving the reason why the healthcare facilities that are present, how to operate it, and which way we have to do it. What is an emerging trends in nursing? A growth in telehealth, an increase in online nursing education, expanding nurse practitioner ranks, the movement of nurses into non-clinical careers, growing practice authority, and technological advances are all challenging nursing. That means when we are talking about the health, now it is telehealth. People are trying to reach their physicians on through the telemedicine or telenursing. The nursing educations, if you see, there are many nursing educations which can be done online, and people prefer to do that. Then expanding the nurse practitioner ranks. There are many nurse practitioners that we are going to do, or we are having the ranks that we are going to see one by one. Then many nurses, once they enter into the nursing career, they are not interested and they move into the non-clinical careers, that they become the administrators or they go for the management and so on, they move on. And they are trying to be in the authority positions. And as we know, we are in the technological world, so advances that are there are all the challenges that we are facing in the nursing. Now, what are the new trends in nursing? The current trends in nursing and care are multifactorial, including the increase in aging population, that is a geriatric population, a transition to informatics. Now, information and technology is one of the recent current scenario in which we are moving. Everything is in the informatics way. Now, computer-based nursing, everything is in computer. If computer is not there, work is stopped. So that's why we are facing that problem also. A nursing shortage, that is a manpower shortage. Madam, even Veena ma'am have even talked about this thing, that there are nursing shortage. Now, why nursing shortages? Why manpower shortages? Because every year we are graduating so many nurses, but by still we are facing the shortage in nursing because the nurses are trying to move abroad, or they are not getting the proper salary, or they are moving to the non-clinical career into the management or clinical area where they are working and they want the administrative post. They don't want to be into the clinical area. And an overarching emphasis on specific frameworks for guiding the nursing practice, including integration of evidence-based practice. Now, when we are practicing in the clinical area, we are just doing the work like whatever is being told. We never think what is there, how we are doing, what we are doing, what is the evidence generated of the work we have done. So when we are integrating all these things together, we get the evidence-based practice proof, which tells us where actually the nursing stands. And then we can make out what are the challenges that we are facing and what new trends in the nursing we can make, or what development we can make into our nursing profession. What are the factors influencing the trends in nursing? As you know, nursing is moving towards a specific nursing function as other members of health team, like social workers, physiotherapists are more available and are highly specialized. You know that if you go to the older scenario, nurse means she was a complete package. About the type, nurse will tell about the type. If she has to tell something about the social or things, now for that social workers are there. Even for the exercises, nurse used to be present, now physiotherapists are there. So they are taken over from these and they are being taken by the other people. But if the nurses want to be specialized in this area, they can do the further studies and these problems. Still, the nurses are focused only on the clinical area, and these are the factors that are influencing the trends in nursing for the nurses. Next thing which I told was the leadership. So, in leadership within the profession also influences the trends in nursing. If leadership is proper, then the followers of this profession will be also influenced by their leaders. If the followers are influenced by the leader, the outcome also will be better, and the trends that is influenced by the nurses will be also giving the good outcome, and the goal which we are planning is being achieved. Now, what are the things that connect the nursing profession? Okay, so things are looming nursing shortage. Already we have seen there are shortage of nurses. Wherever we go, we ask the nurses that why this work is not done. They say we have shortage of nurses. So first thing we have to overcome is that is affecting is nursing shortage. Second thing is telehealth and technology in healthcare. So this is where we are there. So that feeling, empathy, sympathy is now taken over by telehealth technology. Only we can talk, we can assist them, but the real fact of empathy and sympathy cannot be done. Essential needs for self-care in nursing. So when we tell the patient, if we are going through the telehealth and technologies, we are talking through the phones and through the technology, there we cannot explain all these self-care needs that the patient should do for oneself in the home, because the face-to-face interaction gives different impact than on the online or on the telehealth. Nursing advocacy and action. Now, nurse used to act as an advocate also and used to take certain action. So here, this portion is also being taken by the advocates from the different profession. Workplace. The solution of workplace means how your workplace is there. Now, this also again includes the shortage, because the workplace, if the shortage of nurses is there, the nurses has to do the work more to overcome the shortage of nurses. And the nurses are facing the burnout syndrome. So we have to focus on if the nurses, they are having no anxiety, they are capable of working properly. If they are having the peaceful mind, they can do the better work than it is required. Expanding distance education. Expanding distance education means like continuing education, which Madam has already told in the session. So distance education, yes, it can be, because we need time to time different education, like it can be in different areas, like we have got medical surgical nursing, we have got geriatric, we have community, we have OBG, we have got child health. So different areas are there. We can do the distance education where we can update our knowledge. Interprofessional partnership. So when we are talking about interprofessional partnership, then we understand what it is, where it is. That means if we are relating with interprofessional partnership, that when we are working along with the doctors and other healthcare members, we have to understand what is going on. We have to work as a team, because if there is a miscommunication, this partnership will not work out. Next is the entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship opportunities, where the nurses should be given chances to be as an entrepreneur also, where they can take the opportunity to deal with it. Like they can open their own clinics with the specialties. Then there's a need for nurse navigators, where nurse can be as a leader. Then increase specialization. More and more nurses should be specialized in the specific area, so they can have a specific area where they can deal with. Like when we are talking in the Indian scenario, like operation theater, critical care area, geriatric nursing, then neonatal ICUs. So these are the specialized areas, some of the specialized area where nurses can work and increase their specialization, and they can be masters of that. Why are the nursing trends important? Now we are talking about emerging trends, so we should know why it is important. Changes in the nursing role affect the efficacy of healthcare and quality of patient care, and profession's culture, environment, training, responsibility will continue to evolve in response to issues and threats. That means if the changes are taking, that will affect overall the healthcare system, and the better we take care, the quality of patient care will be better. Profession culture. If you remember the olden days and if you compare with the recent current scenario of the nursing, you'll find there are a lot of professional cultural changes. If you see the environment, if you see the olden days environment and today's environment. So these are just because of the nursing trends that have been changed. Then training. So we know recently the Indian Nursing Council has even changed the syllabus and made it into competency-based nursing curriculum, in which the things have been changed. Some things have changed, but maximum things remain same, because the training also has to go along with the changes. Then comes the responsibility. We cannot forget the responsibilities which we have to delegate when we are taking the care of patient. And all these things evolve in the response to the issues and trends that are coming into the newer scenario, or we can say emerging trends. Remaining aware of what's the current in nursing can help you to grow in the field. So if we know what things are coming new, because we are the professionals of nursing. So if we know what new things are going on in our field or in our profession, not only in India, but also abroad, and which areas, what things are going on, we know the things, how we can make the changes, what things we can implement into our clinical area when we are functioning, or what things we can change into our curriculum that we can give proper training, or what things need to be changed in the professional, cultural, and the environment that brings a better outcome in the quality of patient care. And that will totally affect the efficacy of healthcare, which the nurses are providing to the society. Now, while preparing for this session, I was looking into the things, and UK has given us 22 nursing trends which we expect to see in 2022. So first one was online education program will continue to increase in popularity. So if you see, there are many courses that are given to the nurses or the continuing nursing education. There are a lot of conferences, there are a lot of continuing education, nurses educations like CNE, and then small sessions that are conducted, then about the research, then evidence-based nursing. So there are different sessions that are conducted online education program, which is having its own popularity and people are doing it. Second is the shortage of primary care physician will create even a greater demand for family care practitioners. So if you see, if the physician or the nurses, they don't want to work into the primary care centers, if it is a nice salary is there, or if you see AIIMS, they only work there. If you tell a BSc nurse to work there, they don't want to do that. But because of shortage, now this demand of family nurse practitioner is also increasing. A greater number of states will grant nurse practitioner full practice authority. Now we have seen there are the nurse practitioner, like we have got midwifery now, which the Indian Nursing Council has also given the authority. They can start their own clinic and they have got the full authority to do the practice. So same thing can happen in many of the other areas also. Then we will see a significant job growth of our nurses in 2022. Now we are seeing we have got a lot of opportunities. The nurses are getting this area jobs are there, that area jobs are there. Jobs are available in UK, jobs are available in Canada, jobs are available in Saudi countries. So job growth for nurses has been increased in 2022. Then salary for registered nurse will stay steady or increase. This is again the dilemma whether it is really increasing or it is steady. Because in some area, when I was preparing for this, when I asked, it is still steady. It is not increased. But some areas, they told yes, because of specialization and due to the higher education, they are receiving increase in their salary. Next is the higher education degree will become the norm. Now, if you see the UGC, University Grant Commission in India, they have told that PhD is compulsory and other education is also compulsory. So higher education degree will become the norm. More countries will join the enhanced nurse license compact, making it easier for nurses to move across the country lines. So this is one of the important things that we should remember, and that has come in 2022. Telehealth and chatbot services are making it easier for the patient to access care. Now, there are things, if we talk about the telemedicine and telehealth and telenursing, yes, of course, patient can assess the care, what they have to do, being in their home, they can take the advice, they can do the things. But again, when it comes to the feeling of touch, empathy, and sympathy, again, it lacks. But yes, they get the services to telehealth and chatbot services, and it is easier for the patient to assess the care because they don't need to stand or they don't need to come to the hospital and to do all over the routine that has to be done in a hospital queue. Then bilingual nurses will be more valued. Bilingual nurses means the nurses, those who know more languages, like English internationally. If you talk about the India, every state is having their own language. If the nurses are having, they will be given preference. So if you see that, if you have to go to abroad, you have to give CGFNS and IELTS, OTE. So these things are there where you become more professional, and like this, nurses will be more valued. More nurses will choose to specialize. Previous slides also we have seen that nurses will like to be a specialized nurse in their different area of their choice. The proportion of male nurses will continue to rise. Now, male community also are interested in nursing. So if we see that male ratio in the nursing is increasing day by day. A time was there in the proportion when the admission used to be taken into the nursing colleges or school of nursing, the male proportion used to be lesser than compared to the female. So male proportion will continue to rise. More focus will be placed on holistic care. Holistic care, that is next to the comprehensive care overall. That is physical, mental, social, economical, all the things has to be placed overall, and the care has to be given to the patient with the quality care. Nurses with technological skill will be in high demand. So if we are technologically skilled in our areas, with the specialized areas, as we are telling when we are choosing our specialization, not only with the topic or not only the area, we should be technologically updated with all the skills that is needed. Okay, like if you're in ICU, all the technologies or all the technological skill that is needed in the ICUs or critical care area or operation theater area, neonatal area. So there you have to be a well skilled, and if we are well skilled, then the nurses with these skills will be in high in demand. The field of health informatics will become more mainstream because everything is becoming online. Okay, so anything we want to know about the health informatics is just on our fingertip. If you open and see, you will get all the records that are present in your data. So that's why health informatics is becoming more mainstream. Patients are becoming more educated. That means patients are knowing about their facilities that are being given, that has to be given to them. They know what are their rights. So as a nurses, we should know what are the rights of patient, because the consumer forum is there. Simple example is there. We have to think about the consumer forum also, because patients are our customers. So when the clients, if you see in the books, it is written as clients, not patients. If clients are coming to us, they know about it. So we have to go along with that. They ask many questions about their disease condition, and each and every doubt of theirs should be cleared. We cannot say that you don't understand, this is a disease condition, this is medical things, you won't understand. No, it's their right, and they are educated to know it. So we have to educate, we have to tell the patients about their disease condition, and because they are more informative and they can do better if they know about it. 16, we will see an increased cost-effective urgent care clinics. So if you can see, there are clinics where we can say that if you go for that, like if a clinic is there, they're doing only lab testing, or they are taking only the x-rays, or they are specialized at like dental, orthopedic, pediatric. So these are the small care clinic where the cost effectiveness is also increased, and they are having more in demand, because they are going there, they are spending less time, and that is less time consuming for them. But if they are there, they get some of the other benefit also in cost also. So that is where it is increasing. Nursing faculty position will become more attractive. If you nowadays, if you see to the student and you ask why you want to take nursing as a profession, they say it is a job oriented, or we'll get the job once we finish our BSc nursing, or we'll get the job as soon as we complete our education. So it has become more attractive because of the job oriented. Demand for geriatric specialty will rise because the age limit is increasing and geriatric people are more. So the specialization or demand for geriatric specialization will also increase. Like we have got when we are sending to the UK, we are placing our students there. There is a special area where they are asking whether your students are interested in geriatric, mental health, or other. If when we go for the interview with them, they tell geriatric we want to take. They are very happy because this is the one of the area where the people are neglected. And this is one of the specialty which is increasing tremendously, and nurses are great demand in this. More awareness will be given to the common issues being faced by nurses. As we are talking today, we are standing here, we are talking about so many things. Each speakers are telling you about the many things that are happening. And this is one of the way of creating awareness among the people with the common issues that we are facing today. The nurses are retiring later. So the age limit of the nurses are also increased. The retirement period is increased. 21st, nurse practitioner will play an important role in ongoing management of COVID-19. Yes, we say COVID-19 is under control, but if you see, there are many complications that are arising. So the nurse practitioner or being a nurse, we are playing still an important role on ongoing management of COVID-19, especially the stress management that people have faced during this COVID-19. Many of the people are under stress, anxiety, depression, and this is the area where the nurses are helping them to manage these problems. 22nd is automation frees nurses to tackle more complex challenges. Now, these things, the areas, or we can say the platforms that are prepared for the nurses. Like today we are talking together, many people are listening to us. And when we are talking about this overall, about the nursing, the different areas, technologies, emerging trends, and different things. Okay, so this is making the nurses more knowledgeable, understanding how to tackle more complex challenges that are coming before them. How to deal with the need of their patients or their clients when they are coming to them. There are many things that are happening. If you see, we say that when we are in ICUs, there are many things together we have to tackle. So it becomes a complex challenges, and how we are facing it. So we are there, the stage are open for the nurses, and they are learning how to tackle these complex changes when it is coming to them. The role of nurse in improving the healthcare of individuals, families, and communities by addressing social determinants of health and providing effective, efficient, equitable, and accessible care for all across the care continuum, as well as identifying the system facilitators and barrier to achieving this goal. So this is the thing that we are focusing. This is the main important role of nurse at today's scenario, which is the goal where we have to achieve. The current and future deployment of all the levels of nurses across the care continuum, including the collaborative practice model to address the changing challenges of building a culture of health. So whatever the challenges are coming or trends are coming, the problems we are facing, or the things that are getting affected, there are many factors that affect us. It may be family, it may be society, it may be personal. So it depends. So whatever it is coming, at whatever level it is coming across the nurses when we are doing the care or we are at the care continuum, everything we need to address as the challenge which will create or build the culture of health on which the goal is being set. System facilitators and the barrier to achieving a workforce that is diverse, including gender, race, and ethnicity, or across all level of nursing education. Now, we cannot say that you're of this gender, your gender means male and female. You remember, because still the boys and girls are not equal. Still in the nursing, the intake of female are more than male. So again, it includes the gender, but we cannot say them, no, you cannot take admission. Yes, they are free to take admission. Then race can be of any caste, creed, religion, ethnicity. Okay, so wherever they are, of whichever place they are, whichever level they are, whichever situation they are facing, so only they should be able to meet the required continuum or whatever is the demand that is needed to take the admission. They should fulfill that criteria and they can take the admission in nursing education, even if it is the ANM, JNM, BAc, post basic nursing, masters, then fellowships, different fellowships, then MPhil in nursing, then PhD. So these are the different levels of nursing education where we are the facilitator, being a teachers, and the barriers which are coming into our area, we have to change them and we have to face them. We have to break that barriers. The role of nursing profession in assuring that the voice of individual families and communities are incorporated into design and operations of the clinical and community health system. So what we have to do, how we have to make it, how to design it, how to operate it, and all this thing, how we have to do it in our nursing profession, that is the most important thing in the emerging trends when we are caring for our patient to give the quality nursing care. The training and competency development needed to prepare nurses, like the change in the nursing curriculum given by Indian Nursing Council, that is the competency-based nursing, including the advanced practice nurses to work out the acute care setting and to lead efforts to build the future health, the health equity, and the extent to which the current curriculum meets these needs. So that's why there was a need to change in the curriculum, which the Indian Nursing Council has done and which we are teaching to our students to meet all the needs that the recent society, community, or the global needs. The ability of the nurses to serve as change agent in creating systems that bridge the delivery of healthcare and social need in the community. So we are like a bridge between the healthcare and the societal needs in the community when we are serving them. So the changes that are happening, we need to understand it, learn it, have the knowledge about it, because if we have the knowledge, we can make that bridge and we can deliver the care that is needed in the community. Of course, we cannot leave behind the research. The research needed to identify or develop effective nursing practices for eliminating gaps and disparities in healthcare. This is the big thing, because when we are talking about education and clinical practice, this has to bridge the gap that is in between. So there will be no disparity between the education and the clinical practice in the healthcare system. The importance of nurse well-being resilience in ensuring the delivery of health, high quality care and improving community health. So again, it is saying how we have to ensure that we have to deliver the high quality care and improve the health of the community people which are before us. The role of nurses in response to emergencies that arise due to natural man-made disaster and the impact on the health equity. So we also have to act to the emergency that are arising due to natural or man-made disaster and has so much impact on health equity in our society or in our community. So we have to look in that scenario also, because we too are the part of that community or society in which we are helping our clients to come out of all these emergencies. So in the conclusion, I would like to say, as the new trends are emerging according to the new era and the need of the societies in the healthcare field, nursing too is moving along with it to meet the demand of their clients with the help of evidence-based nursing practice. Hence, the nurses in their respective areas have to be updated accordingly. So that is what the need of the new scenario and the emerging trends that are coming into our nursing profession. Thank you so much. If any queries or questions are there.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Any questions from the audience? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to welcome Dr. Carol Grutmaya, ma'am, for PhD, RN, MPDBC, CNOR. She is a nurse scientist and clinical educator, institutional regional board coordinator at Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. She is a nurse by profession with various and diverse work experience in the healthcare arena, in the government and private sectors in the USA and abroad. Her passion to education lead her assignations of several postgraduate degrees. With her longing to lifelong learning and continuous development, she joined several training and seminars in the country and abroad. She is equipped with clinical, managerial, and administrative knowledge, skills, and attitude. She was the institutional review board coordinator at Rutland Regional Medical Center, USA. Welcome you, ma'am, for the presentation.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Just to check, is my screen displaying?
Yes, yes, ma'am, it is visible.
And can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. So again, thank you for that kind introduction. I am honored to be in the presence of such a great audience and a group of presenters. So thank you very much for inviting me to share my thoughts on transforming nursing education. And just to be specific, this is from a clinical perspective. I am not an academic, so I work in a hospital over here in the United States. So let's begin. Let's see if this is going to advance. Here we go. All right, so just first off, I have no conflicts of interest. And by the end of my presentation, what I hope that you'll be able to do is walk away with the ability to discuss an action that you can take to help transform nursing education. What I'm going to be doing is discussing the nursing profession's evolution, look at nursing education and technology and how it all combines together to influence our profession and affect education, and then provide a case study regarding transforming nursing education. To begin, see if this. A long time ago, in a world far, far away, on the planet of Hygeia, nurses faced events requiring a new nursing education paradigm. And in this paradigm, or this world was named after the Greek god of health. And this world has a large population of nurses. And as with any world or paradigm, the rising and setting of the sun influences the day-to-day activities and the development of the individuals and the culture on this world. However, in this new paradigm, there are three suns that influence the effects and the activities of the world. And these suns directly influence the nursing profession's development, education, and technology. And in order for us to move forward and transform any part of our society, such as nursing education, we need to look to our past so that we can understand how we got to where we are today, and then use that knowledge to help guide us with planning our future so that we can change the education and improve it. We're going to start off with looking at the nursing profession itself. And with being here in the United States, a lot of what I'm talking about has links directly back to this country. However, I think it resounds with everybody. So nursing's evolution overall, as the name of this quote, new paradigm indicates, nursing actually began back in ancient times with the ancient Greeks and the Romans, where individuals under the direction of religious organizations or cultures, and back then it was the time where the Greek gods and the Roman gods, those individuals would direct the activities of other people to provide care to their counterparts. And the individuals providing the care or performing what we would call to this day nursing tasks, they were told what to do and how to do it. And so go out and do this to take care of our group of people, the leaders of the community. And then also, if there was time, they could go out and take care of the rest of the help perform these tasks with the rest of the population. This continued on for many, many years, as you can see through this timeline, up and through the 1600s, where the religious organizations, again, help support and guide the care of their leaders, and then also the general population of the ill and the infirmed. But over time, those individuals performing these nursing tasks went beyond the boundaries of their local institutions and went out to the population on their own and started taking care of them. And as nursing evolved, it became known as a group of individuals. We were called nurses. And as nurses, we all know that we are very independent, we are forward thinking, we're intelligent. These individuals over time started seeing opportunities where they could help influence the health and well-being of the community globally, not just the people that were right there in front of them, sick and ill, but the community as a whole. So they would go forward and start advocating for better treatment of, say, the mentally ill. In the 1800s, Dorothea Dix did that. Clara Barton, actually from the US, went over to Europe and learned about the Red Cross over there where it originated and brought it back to the US and founded and became president of the American Red Cross. So as the profession grew and as the nurses started getting out there among the population, still within hospitals and acute care medical settings, and in homes, they started seeing other paths that need to be taken. And as the population started seeing the value of nurses, their knowledge, their skills, our abilities, they started viewing them with respect and seeing it more as, you know, this is a profession, this is a calling. We can use them, we want them here, we need them here. So they recognized the nurses' values and then brought them into the Spanish-American War, where the nurses were there to take care of the wounded military and then anybody else who was wounded. But also over time with the military in the United States, again, the recognition of the value of nurses was identified, and they developed the Army Nurse Corps because they knew the nurses there could help take care of the wounded military members. But as such, what happened is that the nurses then that were in the community were brought into the military, and that left a big gap in the general population. Who's going to take care of the rest of the community? Well, okay, so we need to get more nurses. So there was a nursing shortage then, but still nurses being independent, okay, still at the same time recognize different avenues that they could take. And some of our previous presenters mentioned these different avenues, the different specialties. nurses started developing these specialties. They started developing school nursing, having nurses in schools trying to decrease student absences, developing frontier nursing, where to this day nurses go out into rural Kentucky, an area in the US, to minister to the really impoverished individuals. At that point, then also development of nurse practitioner programs, recognizing the value that they could help supplement physician practices because of the limited number of physicians, developing hospice. And also over time, nurses identified the fact that, hey, we can do research. We want to be able to help give back to the community and link outcomes with different processes. Nurses also evolved into leadership positions, and this continues to today because of the recognition of the value of our knowledge, skills, and abilities. Nurses are entering the political arena. They are becoming the chief executive officers of hospitals, so they're directing the healthcare of populations, and also becoming consultants to very high-profile individuals in the military. And the specialization and the new pathways that are developing from the immediate bedside out beyond that continues to develop. And you can see here, this is just a graphic representation of the past few years, the primary practice setting of nurses in the United States. You can see on the far left-hand side where nurses over the past few years have gone. They worked in hospitals, but you can see there is a trend towards increasing outpatient care, not in the acute care setting. And over towards the far right, they are involved in policy and regulatory issues and in other settings. So beyond, as some of our previous presenters mentioned, in industry. Specialization of nurses, because of their value, our value, and the desire to really dig deeper into the different avenues of promoting the health and well-being of individuals and not just treating the disease, has really expanded over the years. And again, going from the acute care setting to really outpatient, and again, getting into industry. Look on the far right, again, the other clinical specialties. Specialties has just exploded. There's so many avenues for nurses to explore and to work in. It's incredible. Not listed here is working in infusion therapy, working in the operating room or perioperative nurses, but also those non-clinical specialties, again, working in industries and also developing their own positions, becoming independent contractors. They are nurses, we are becoming healthcare consultants, coaches for individuals. So we're creating our own jobs. We're contributing to the global health of the world. So with that being said, okay, there is an education that goes along with becoming a nurse. So again, looking at the evolution of the education of nurses, going back to the times of the ancient Romans and the Greeks, it was more of an apprenticeship where you're instructed what to do, okay, you do it. But over time there, with that recognition of the value of the nurse and our abilities and our knowledge, intelligence, was the recognition that, okay, let's educate nurses further on good practices so that they can go out there and give the best care possible. So nursing schools were starting to be developed. And in fact, I think most everybody is aware of Florence Nightingale. She went to Germany and attended one of those first training programs. And she brought it back to London, developed her own training program, and then more training programs across the world developed based on her models. And over that time, there was the inclusion of different minority groups into the nursing education, which is great. We need to be able to take care of everybody. We need representation, but also different training programs were identified as possibly being needed. So again, developing a training program for home health in the Lower East Side of New York City, that was developed. And with the expansion of nursing and the recognition of our value started becoming the regulation. So with regulation and licensing comes the need for standardization of an education system. So with that being said, nurses needed to be taught the same content so that everybody knew they were getting the same level of care, high quality care. At the same time, the type of training programs where they were based out of were changing. A lot of the original programs were hospital-based, and at the beginning, during the nursing education, these nurses were seen as free labor. So the goal was take care of the patients in the hospital, not necessarily giving them the theoretical education knowledge that they needed. The goal, take care of the patient first, and then if we have time, we'll give you the theoretical foundation. But nurses, being very proactive and independent, recognize we need to separate that out. We need the theoretical foundation. So nursing schools eventually broke off from the hospitals for the most part and went into the academic settings, and combine that with the regulation so that you know that you have everybody with the same baseline knowledge. The need for creating a standardized curriculum was developed. Now also think back to the events of the world at the time, different wars, and with socioeconomic changes, that influences the type of education that is being provided. So there were different levels of nursing programs created. We started off with the apprenticeship model and go into the diploma programs, hospital-based, but then with wars, with, again, the nurses being brought into the military to take care of the wounded military members and those affected by it, left a big gap in the country for taking care of the rest of the population. So there was the identification that we need more nurses, we need them quickly, so let's develop a program, give them that centralized education, but quicker. So there was the development of the licensed practical nurse, the licensed vocational nurse, but then also continued development of registered nurse programs, such as the associate degree program. All of these had different lengths of training. Any program, though, that led to a registered nurse license, though, had to have that core content. And this created the model of creating the generalist nurse within these registered nurse programs. But also registered nurse programs weren't just based on the diploma program and the associate degree program. As you can see, there was development of the baccalaureate programs, which came out of the need to provide additional education with the leadership component. But then you have the master's degree because, again, advancing the career path and recognition that nurses have the skill set to help supplement the medical professionals, the ability to implement evidence-based practices, and also for research. So any one of these registered nurses coming out of these programs had to have that core foundation. But then they have little bits and pieces that link to these other avenues. But again, there was all these other specialties for which once you get out of nursing school, you most likely don't have a lot of experience with, or much of, if any, training on. So how do we get beyond that? We need to think about that. Enrollment changes in the BSN programs or the baccalaureate programs continues to increase, not necessarily on a continuing upward rate, but it increases. So nurses are looking to become more well-educated. The types of degrees that the first degree that nurses are coming out of school with has changed over time. And in 2020, you can see based on age, there is a preference for the type of degree. The younger individuals prefer to get the baccalaureate degree, while the older nurses getting their first nursing license have been selecting those programs that take less time. Again, it's based on the needs of the individual at the time. They still all have the same core curriculum, but with all these paths, how are we getting them educated on those paths so that they can come out of school and work immediately? Students from minorities, again, it was mentioned, we need to have diversity. It's great to see that we are getting more and more diversity in all of the different levels of the registered nurse programs. That's great. We need to have that representation so that we can best take care of all of our different diverse populations, because as one of our other presenters said, the world has shrunk. It's a global population. It's not just a singular country anymore. It's a global population. But gender has been, in the US specifically, has been slower to change, but we still need to increase the number of males in nursing so that we have that good representation. But again, we have an increased need for nurses. And again, one of our other presenters mentioned that there's that increased need. Back in 2010, with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, they mentioned that we need increased numbers of nurses. Nurses need to be educated to the highest level possible. We need to be able to practice to the highest level possible. But how can we increase our numbers of nurses if we're having to turn away prospective students from these baccalaureate programs? And it's just increasing. Look at this. And this is in thousands. And the latest data that I saw this past week was that there is a need for there's going to be a need for 13 million more nurses by the year 2030. And if we keep turning them away, how are we going to meet that need of the world? One of the big reasons why the students are being turned away is because of the lack of faculty. And you can see this is based on US information, and you can see the lack of faculty as based on where they live. It's high. We've got to fix that problem. And the reasons behind the lack of faculty that's been documented is, again, pay, retirements. Again, nursing is an older population. It's getting younger, which is great. But also think about the different paths that can be taken to get into that nurses can take. As soon as they graduate, get their license, they have all these paths opened. And academia is just a small sector compared to all these other avenues that new nurses can get into. Now let's look at technology, and we're going to combine this with everything that we've just talked about. Technology has definitely evolved over time. Going back again to ancient times, the apprenticeship model, it was one-on-one teaching, small groups, talking, maybe using an individual slate. Then you go to bigger chalkboards. Okay, we can teach bigger groups, not huge groups, but bigger groups. But then with technology, with the ability to show more detail about what you're explaining in the classroom, becomes the ability to project images. And then the ability to share information over time evolved with the printing press, with the typewriters being able to type and putting out textbooks. But in the 50s was the development of computers. Wasn't integrated into education yet, but it was evolving in the business sector. But even back in the 50s, it was mentioned by the developers that textbooks could be dying off. With the involvement of getting information out there to a wider group, even by textbooks, you can educate more and more people at the same time. But with the advent of computers in the 90s and into our current day, we can educate people, as already has been mentioned, across the globe simultaneously. So you can educate large groups. Other technology that has been used and has been evolving again since the 50s, starting with business and with NASA and the airlines, is simulation, starting with low fidelity mannequins, practicing skills and incorporating that into the classroom. Now we have high fidelity mannequins, which can respond to you based on what you do so that you can learn from that. Let's go back again and think about socioeconomic times. We need to educate more individuals at the same time. And in the past couple of years with the pandemic, a lot of nursing students lost the opportunity to get clinical practice setting time. The clinical sites weren't accepting students. How do we try to address that? With a lot of simulation. It doesn't replace the hands-on, but again, it gives them that avenue. And if we want to introduce the different avenues or pathways that you can take as a new nurse after you graduate, simulation is a great way to introduce that component and start training them on that. And remember, with computers, that's immediate access to information. Textbooks, a lot of times, they're great for some different reference material, but immediate access to the most current information is computers. And remember, our phones are miniature computers. So it's a great way to incorporate that technology. And as I talk to new nurses coming out of school, and even nurses who have gone on and have been working for a while, a lot more of them are saying, I'm not buying the textbooks, I'm finding all my information online. So we need to leverage all this technology so that we can continue the education that is needed if we don't have these clinical sites, because the number of clinical sites is shrinking. So what has one organization done? We're going to get into that. But overall, what we need to do is we have to look at the past, we have to learn from it and try things. We have to do it. And if something doesn't work, that's okay. We've done it, we learn from it, we move on, but we've got to move forward and figure out how to improve our ability to educate more nurses so that when they get out of school, they have the ability and the knowledge to step up and start working in these different pathways. Or do we change our expectation of what it means to graduate? So let's talk about a case study at the facility at which I work. I work in the operating room. I've worked in the operating room for over 30 years. And during that time, even that time, and I've heard about from people that I've worked with, operating room nursing or perioperative nursing has typically in history begun as an apprenticeship model. You come out of nursing school, you're a generalist, like we all are, but we don't get a lot of exposure to the operating room in school. If a student is lucky, they might get to observe one procedure. But if they're really lucky, they might get to observe for a whole day. But during that day, they're focused on the procedure, not on what it actually takes to be an operating room nurse. All right, so they may get exposure, they may not. So then you have to recruit and you hopefully get somebody that you hire them, you put them through the apprenticeship model, which has been done in the past, and you hope that this is what they planned on. Many times, if students haven't been exposed to it before, they get into it, they start learning, no, this is not what I thought it was, I want to move on. So it's not a good use of their time, and it's not a good use of the operating room team's time. So over time, with the advent of technology and opportunity, has been development in being able to further educate these new graduates. We've brought on technology in terms of online theoretical training, and then use simulation labs to train them, but there's still the gap where they don't understand it, or what it is to be an operating room nurse until they get in and start doing it. What we did at our organization in order to bridge that gap, to transform the education process at a local college, was at our organization, we outlined a program where we would like to give the students in their adult med surg class in their junior senior year, in their clinical practicum, theoretical content that they needed to complete, give them some time in the simulation, our operating room simulation lab, and then bring them into the operating room where they could actually work with a scrub nurse, where they could work with the circulator nurse. So we developed it. We presented it to the local college. They said, yes, let's do this. We will embed this into their adult med surg clinical rotation. They identified 2 students for this pilot project. We gave them the theoretical content that came from the Association of Perioperative Registered Nurses. They completed that, so they had the theoretical content and they got credit for that. We brought them into our operating room simulation lab and had them apply the theory in the simulation lab and practice their skills for 2 days. Then we brought them in to the operating room and paired them up with a scrub nurse for 1 to 2 days at the same. And they got to actually help scrub a procedure. They passed instruments, they helped drape, they helped prep. Then we also got them into the operating room and they worked directly hand in hand with the circulator nurse. So they got to actually interview the patient. They helped position the patient. They gave report. They did all that. They learned what it was to be an operating room nurse. And then they took that back to their classroom. They debriefed and shared it with their classmates. And they were able to incorporate that into their class time. After that, the great result is that they actually, both of them applied for a position at our organization. And then remember, once a student graduates from nursing school, they get their license, they're still a generalist, the education continues because there is still that learning that has to occur even on the medical surgical floor as a generalist. The education doesn't stop. So we incorporated, again, the final theoretical content, the simulation lab, and we pair them up with the nurses in the operating room where they work as a scrub and a circulator side by side, but we continue to pull them out so that they can learn from the surgeons and other providers about their procedures. And they learn and continue learning. And at the end, they take a final exam. They have to pass off on competencies, and then they become a valued member of the team. Nursing education, transforming nursing education doesn't stop with nursing school upon graduation, at least at this point, the way the nursing education has been developed. Nursing education, even after you pass off on your orientation or your specialty training, has to continue, as one of our other presenters mentioned. There's continuing education that is required to keep up with the skills, the new knowledge, and we have to leverage all the information, all the technology that we have and give that to the nurses so that they can learn and give the best patient care possible. And this picture here is an example of a student that went through our program and now is 2 years in and is a successful operating room nurse. So remember, as Yoda says, try not, do or do not. There is no try. There's only do. We have to do it. We have to risk failure. We have to do it if we're going to transform nursing education and increase the number of nurses that are out there. So remember, to meet the needs of our world, we must transform nursing education by being brave, take the chance. We have to be fearless. If we're going to transform nursing education, we have to look at it and just go for it. We have to be bold. And we have to be innovative. And with that, I hope we can start developing similar pathways for other specialties and see how we can evolve nursing education in the future. So, thank you for your time, and I am open for questions.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Okay, ma'am, any questions from the respected audience? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Professor Vaishali Taksande, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Currently working as a vice principal at Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Science, Dim to be University, Maharashtra, India. She had over 10 years of experience in the field of nursing. She had done many national and international publications and paper presentations. She has attended many international webinars and conferences too. I heartily welcome you, ma'am, for the presentation.
Madam, please host me so I can share my slide.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure. If it is your presentation, stop, begin sharing.
Madam, you can host me. I am joined as a Professor Vaishali Taksande. It is not host.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
And the presentation is visible to you?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome all the participants for the 4th International Conference of Nursing Services and Healthcare. And today I am talking regarding the high-tech to high-touch in nursing. Myself, Professor Vaishali Taksande, Vice Principal of SRMM CON, College of Nursing. Today we will discuss regarding the high-touch and high-tech. Transforming patient engagement throughout the continuum of care by engaging the patient with the portal technology at the bedside. Whenever we are talking now, there are so many speakers, they talk about the high-tech, high technology, how the nursing people, they are using the high technology in nursing care. So we will discuss the high-tech, high-touch to high-tech technology. As we know that population age is increased and the life expectation increased because of the living standard is good. Nursing shortage is there, as everybody dotted out that globally the nursing shortage is there. So new medical technology can make life easier for medical professional as well as the patient. New medical technology are the key for the continuum care. When we see find many of these new medical technology help them with routine process as well as decrease human mistakes. As daily basis, we are in so many nursing technology like automatic IV pump, portable monitors, smart beds, beds, electronic health record, centralized command center, telehealth, and so many apps are using day-to-day basis. Robot already there in a Canada, across the Canada, robot is using, and the nurse of the future could be a next app developer and data analyzer and code and artificial experts also. Nowadays, modern technology has introduced healthcare technology that can be worn and attached to the human body, and we can able to identify the parameters of the person. There are so many smart watches is available nowadays, so we can able to identify the pulse rate, heartbeat, everything we can able to identify. Advantages of this technology, if you see, according to the American Institute of Medicine, medical error is third leading cause of the death of the US, and which is nearly 98,000 annually record death record due to this reason. So we must focus on the role of IT in preventing the error in this thing, medical error, by giving the food and medication to the patient. If you see the remote monitoring tool, there are so many monitoring tools which is available nowadays. For example, Bluetooth enabling blood pressure cuff that measure blood pressure and send real time to clinician to review. Same as a glucometer is there to measure the blood sugar level of the patient. A non-invasive pulse oximeter that transmits the information about the blood oxygen level is there. And there are the ECGs are there, which is we can able to find out the lungs of the and the heart sound of the patient. Next, it is a 3D printing. Because of the technology, now the days are gone that broken bone, inevitable and painful amputation. Now today we are in the 3D world, and the healthcare professional to reproduce the almost realistic looking model of bone and other organs also. Now this model greatly help the surgeon when it is replacing the bone and other disease area. Surgeon often take the help of 3D printing to get a better understanding what is happened with the patient in the body. First, surgeon can have almost a real life look at the key problematic area. Not only that, but they can try to different treatment surgeries of this model before performing the actual surgery of the patient. So these are some advantages, and if you see the disadvantages of the technology in healthcare system, the cyber security risk is there because data is corrupted, and because of that we are not able to recover that data. Then empathy lacking in doctor and nurse patient interaction if you are using the technology. Because of that, frustration revolution around the poor technological implementation. Because of that, if there is a poor implementation of the technology, there is a frustration is there. And technology is a great, but only if it is work well. According to the study conducted by the AIIMS, 80% American encounter the frustration experience with the poor technique implementation of everyday in healthcare sectors. Healthcare sector in India. India has a great, tremendous growth in the past year in terms of technology advancement. and improvement of the quality of services. With advancement in the technology and improvement in medical process, the experience of the patient right from the registration to discharge formality has changed completely. Means each and every aspect we are using the technology when the patient is admitted to the hospital till the discharge. With rise in middle class population with high usage of internet, nowadays everybody is having the smartphone and they are using the internet. Our nation needs a solid and affordable healthcare support to improve the quality of life. The coming together technology and healthcare is a revolution in it, and this will result a major breakthrough of our country. The latest technology innovation that are helping the healthcare sectors are nanotechnology. Nowadays, the nanotechnology is available. Nanotechnology is slowly but steadily making its way toward the contributing to the medical sector of our country. And the scientists have developed the nanobot that can capable to unblock the arteries and preventing the case of the heart attack. And the researcher are in the process of developing the nanopractical that will help for the neurological disorder in the better way. So nanotechnology, then second is the artificial intelligence. Now there is no secret that human are the species are the most intelligent in the planet. And the only limitation we face it is in terms to amount the information we can process over a given amount of time. So that is where the importance of artificial intelligence can be seen. Artificial intelligence, it is a wide-ranging branch of computer sciences concerning with the building smart machines capable to perform tasks and typical require human intelligence. So nowadays virtual nurses are there, app are available, so that can be the artificial intelligence are there. Real-time data, we are living in a world where every news and information come to us live. Now today, the day and the age where everything is real time, many startup has come into the healthcare sector, and they means nowadays we can appoint our appointment in the hospital with the help of phone. We have to see the queue management in the hospital. We can urgent online booking in case of emergency, and door to door delivery medicine extra. It is happened because of the technology. This has made a lot of people life easier, and it used to before this thing. Okay. In addition to this, it also saves a lot of time if you are using the technology in a healthcare sector. Now the robotic, already madam has explained the robotic, this thing previous speaker has explained how the robot is used in the healthcare sector. Already I have told that the robot is used for the Canada across the world, and they are doing the surgery. Now there are the robotic surgery this day that perform without the presence of physicians also. Robotic assistant is also that there are some places where the robot help in medical equipment and the telehealth. So they also help in the monitoring the procedures also. The robotic technologies also help in the healthcare sector. Virtual reality, many labs are virtual reality to teach the chronic patient chronic pain. Virtual reality is also used for the speedy recovery for the fatal brain injuries also. It is also help in medical education, as a lot of institution use the virtual reality. Now, last 2 years, we are very this thing, virtual reality is there. All the colleges, institute, they are doing the virtual presentation or online classes, and because of that, the college is going on. So this is also helpful. Technology is also helpful for the education purpose also. Technology in India, when it comes to healthcare sector, growing its steady speed, and we can sure that experience some technology marvelous in futures. Definitely day-to-day practice, there are so many technologies are there, and it will our future will be because of the technology, it is more easy. But when as you know that everybody, the human is a social animal, and he cannot live without the society. So high touch in nursing is a very much important. It has been suggested that certain patient may have great need for contact due to the being isolated and separated from their family due to the chronic and terminally ill patient. Patients have a stronger need for touch during the disease and the psychological stress. So there are so many studies are there. The patient need a strong psychological distress when the patient is not having the disease condition. Touching is a powerful non-verbal communication method that may calm the touch person if used correctly and interpret positively. Touch is an important part of caring and use indicate the sympathy, consideration, intimacy, comfort, and the presence. A physical touch gives patient a sense of wealth. It will improve the patient-nurse interaction, decrease the severity of the psychological issue if you are talking with the patient, if you are touching the patient, positively impact physical recovery by lowering the blood pressure and the pulse also. So there are some studies which is there that if you positively impact of physical recover by the lowering the blood pressure and the pulse also. Touch is essential part of the nursing care. There are the 3 different forms of contact used by the nurses whenever she is giving to the patient patient to the patient. Touch is used as a task-oriented interaction. When she is doing any procedure, so she can touch the patient and do the procedure to facilitate physical comfort as well as to provide the emotional support also. So touch is very essential in all the aspects. Now in the labor process also, high-touch nursing care during labor is designed to provide the nurse in the labor and birth setting with the theoretical knowledge about the implementation physical comfort measure, emotional support, patient teaching from women admission to the unit till the birth of the baby. So during the labor process also, high touch is very required whenever the patient is admitted, whenever the mother is admitted for the delivery. It is starting from the admission of the patient. Now we know that COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly impacted how the healthcare provider use touch to express their concern and care. Everybody knows that because of the COVID-19, so many changes which is taken place in our life. The face is most effective tool to social communication. Because it expresses one's emotions such as joy, fear, anger, and all these things. Nurses are not allowed to hug because of the COVID-19 patient. She are not able to conceal the patient. Pat on patient shoulder who has just been diagnosed with the terminally it is not possible. Personal protective equipment, especially the face mask, gloves, it will barrier to do the communication. So this type of communication is impaired when a great distance separate two people or their face are hidden. So it is very difficult during the COVID-19 that high touch. It is very essential during that period, but because of the PPT kit, because of the need, we are not able to communicate properly. Because of the face are hidden, we are not communicate properly with the patient. International Year of Nurse Midwifery World Health Day emphasized the current status of nurse and midwifery internationally. When I saw there are 27.9 million nurses in the world, but 19.3 million of them are licensed. Okay, unfortunately, the world lack of global nursing workforce capable of meeting universal health coverage and sustainable goal development. So there are the shortage of nurses which is there. And according to the WHO survey, technology is constantly being used in both nursing education as well as the practice. So we can use the technology in clinician decision, training and consultation of the healthcare professional, performance, telemedicine. Because of the COVID-19, we are having the telemedicine, telenursing are there, allowing remote care, improving healthcare services and empowering the patients also. According to the study, the nurses are required to follow the course about the digital determinants of the health, which impose their level of digital literacy, technical facility, and internet infrastructure. It is possible that reason for using the technology in nursing are not ethically. How it cannot ethically? everyone who work with the electronic patient data must be aware the rule to protect the patient privacy. Technology can lead to the inequality in treatment. Various jurisdictions provide different services to residents. So certain patients may be unable to use the same technology due to the lack of expertise or appointment, appropriate equipment. A decrease in nurse workload was a common result. The introduction of electronic medical record increased the access to their patient health information, resulting in shorter take over time. So workload also decreased because of the technology. And another research discovered that technical device speed up the completion of nursing tasks, reducing the nursing fatigue and the workload. Because of the technology, the nurses task is reduced, reducing the nursing fatigue as well as the workload is reduced. Nurses believe computer technology make their job easier. There are so many studies which is there, and they believe that their job is easier because of the computer technology. It affects the time management. It helpful in documentation and making fewer paperwork and easy editing the patient health record. Only 25.8% of the participants believe that using technology in critical care unit causes stress and burnout among the nurses. Furthermore, most nurses have the good attitude toward the technology. Nurses can experience negative feeling as a result of their use of technology in nursing profession. Nurses are feeling incompetent and insecure due to the lack of experience how to use the technology. Because of that, they feel the negative feelings also there. According to the survey, many nurses believe that there are issues and dangers associated with the use of technology. If the technology system are handled improperly, if the staff does not know correctly interpret the data in the machine, the use of technology will risk of the patient. So the staff nurses should know how to use the technology and how to interpret the data also. If you see the World Health Organization, it describes the quality care, the degree of which health care services given to individual and the patient population, enhancing the desired health outcome. Interpersonal touch may provoke neuroendocrine effects that relieve the stress. And therefore, the interpersonal touch is a part of quality care. If you want to give the quality care to the patient, interpersonal touch is very much important. So this is definition which is given by the WHO. Interpersonal contact in the nurse-patient relationship is used to express desire, provide warmth, reduce tension, and slow intimacy, which benefit both patient as well as the nurses. For all patients ranging from the neonate in the neonatal NICU to dying elder people in the medical and surgical ICU, the need human contact is a universal. It is everyone, they need the human contact. Several studies that provide high touch and high technology in nursing care. Okay, several studies that provide the high touch and high technology nursing care to ICU patients and their families significant affect them in 3 areas. They are providing the physical and psychological comfort for the patient distress. They are providing enhancing the physical and psychological well-being for the patient and their relatives also. They are improving the family satisfaction with the care provider and decision making in ICU also. During COVID pandemic, the nurses are used wearing the PPT kit. It can challenge to communicate with the patient, particularly while they wearing the N95 mask. When delivering the education and direction, special care should be taken as a nurse, because whatever we are explaining, our face is not able to see, and patient can engage and understand what is being said. Limiting the frequency of individual visit to the patient room because of the COVID-19, the patient may feel isolated, but the technology like cell phone, tablets are recently used to help the patient in communication during the COVID-19. Patient and their relative want to expect nurse to be knowledgeable about technology in healthcare environment. Still, they are also wish nurse to be a compassionate channel between the technology and the patient. Definitely, the patient want that the nurse is expert who is care given to him or her, but she should be a compassionate channel between the technology and the patient. So we cannot leave the touch also, and we cannot leave the technology also. When we see that a hospital hallway will show nurse staring at computer screen. When we see the ICU nurses, they are staring to the computer screen, noting the relevant lab values, reviewing the physician order, and entering the vital signs and other clinical details. Some nurses, they are argued that it is a either or dilemma in which nurse must prioritize new technology over the humanistic aspect of the nursing. However, in this pandemic era, technology is the most useful techniques to contact the patient and family, and somehow the humanism is stored. There is no doubt ICU nurse services in pandemic era are highly dependent on technology. In daily life, ICU nurses are familiar with the use of technology in form of high-tech and life support devices. However, the COVID pandemic has forced nurses to further interact with the technology to address and the barrier created in patient and the family relationship. Now there are the American Association College of Nursing has established the guideline for incorporating technology into the professional nursing education. So there are the guidelines which is given by the American Association that if you are giving the nursing education, professional nursing education, they are incorporate the technology with the professional nursing education to address the value of nurse learning and expertise and skill required to use of device safely and appropriate. So because of that, the nursing students, they can expertise in technology also, but they are not leaving the human touch also. Combinedly, they have to give the care because there is a need of today. We have to use the technology as well as we have to use the touch therapy also. As a conclusion, if I say nurse must be able to provide appropriate care through high technology without forgetting the value of nursing itself, which is manifested in the form of therapeutic touch. Technology is highly useful and can improve the patient outcome, business process, and clinical decision making, but nurse must pay careful attention to how the best augment and integrated technology into practice without risking the interpersonal relationship at the heart of work. Take-home message from this today's presentation. The bottom line is that technology must be tempered or controlled by the humanism. High-tech and high-touch care is possible, but required nurses or clinicians' dedication to it is used. So as a nurse, she used the high-tech technology also, but she never forgot the high-touch also because both are equally important in healthcare sectors. So this is my take-home message. These are some references from, I refer the researchers and content. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected audience? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll be moving to the scientific session of day 1, which involves 2 sessions, nursing research 1 and evidence-based practice. Regulation for the presentations. Oral presentation will be of 8 minutes and 2 minutes of discussions. Poster presentation will be of 4 minutes of presentation and 1 minute of discussion. Please keep up with your timing. Kindly do not mistake if I stop you when the time is up. Nursing research, it will be happening in the main hall, and the evidence-based practice will be happening side by side in the parallel session room. The participants of that sessions are requested to move on to the rooms. Scientific session, nursing session 1. I heartily welcome the session chair, Dr. Hemant Sangeeta Devi ma'am, principal from C College of Nursing, Bangalore, India, and Professor Jacqueline Jabagani ma'am for Vice Principal, C College of Nursing, Bangalore, India. Welcome, ma'am. Can we start the presentation, ma'am, with your permission? I'd like to invite our first presenter, Prachi Yadav, ma'am, from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, India. Prachi, ma'am, your presentation is of 8 minutes and 2 minutes of discussion questions. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
जी.
उस दिन जैसे ट्रेसिंग होगी.
हाँ, ड्रेसिंग.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Prachi Yadav. I from Rufida College of Nursing. My specialty is pediatric nursing. So today I'm going to present oral presentation. My guide was Mrs. Jahanara Rahman, Assistant Professor, Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. My co-guide was Mr. Rama Tamang, Assistant Professor of Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. So title of my study was a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of a structured training program on knowledge and practice regarding basic neonatal resuscitation program among student nurses in a selected College of Nursing, Delhi. Objective was my study to compare the knowledge score of the student nurses regarding basic neonatal resuscitation program before and after the administration of the basic neonatal resuscitation program. Second objective was my study to compare the skill score of the student nurses regarding basic neonatal resuscitation program before and after the administration of the training program on basic neonatal resuscitation program. Introduction was my study. Neonatal resuscitation, also known as newborn resuscitation, is life-saving procedure focused on supporting the approximately 10% of newborn children who do not readily begin breathing, putting them at risk of the irreversible organ injury and death. Through positive airway pressure and in severe cases, chest compression, medical personnel can often stimulate neonate to begin breathing on their own with attained normalization of the heart rate. Background of the study was newborn are considered to be the teeny and powerless being completely dependent on other for their adoption in the external environment. Every infant present uniquely and less certain individual need, while the vast majority of infant transition without problems, some present with anatomical, physiological, infectious and developmental issue that must be addressed. Need of the study was basic neonatal resuscitation program skills are essential for a healthy healthcare provider who are involved in the delivery of the newborn. Every birth, the nurse should be prepared to resuscitate a newborn because the need for the resuscitation will be necessary for each newborn. Every birth should be attended by at least one person skilled in a neonatal resuscitation. Hypothesis was my study. Hypothesis 1, there will be significant difference in a pre-test and post-test level of the knowledge among student nurses after basic neonatal resuscitation program at 0.05 level of the significance as measured by the structured knowledge questionnaire. Hypothesis 2, there will be a significant improvement in the skill score after basic neonatal resuscitation program among student nurses at a 0.05 level of this significance as measured by the performance checklist. Delimitation was my study, pre-test and post-test to assess the knowledge and score, skill and knowledge and skill of the student will be conducted only once. Assumptions of my study was student nurses studying in BSc Honors Nursing third year possess some knowledge on basic neonatal resuscitation. This is an operational definition. Conceptual framework was my study. There one researcher and one student from point of view. So researcher point of view from side. First one is the inadequate knowledge existing among student nurses. Second one is the from the judgment decision made to the provide training on the basic neonatal resuscitation program. Researcher action was prepare student nurses for training program on basic neonatal resuscitation program. From the student side, perception was perceived need for training on a basic neonatal resuscitation program. Judgment from the student side, student nurses decide to participate in training program on basic neonatal resuscitation program. Action was from the student side, readiness to receive training program on basic neonatal resuscitation program. Reaction, both student and researcher involved in the mutual goal setting to improve the knowledge and skill. So day first, pre-test knowledge and skill will be assessed by the performance checklist on basic neonatal resuscitation program among student nurses of the Rifada College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. Interaction training program of the basic neonatal resuscitation program. So it was conducted 8-day post-test knowledge and skill regarding basic neonatal resuscitation program by using performance checklist and structured knowledge questionnaire. So goal was adequate knowledge score and moderately adequate knowledge score and skill score and unskilled score. Here, review of literature. Pawaz M conducted a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of a training program on knowledge and skill regarding newborn resuscitation among third-year nursing student at Sri Dharmastha Manjunatheswaram Institute of the Nursing Science, Sator, Dharwad. The sample size was 30 samples, which were chosen using a purposive sampling strategies. Result shows that majority of the subject, 80%, had good knowledge, and least subject, 16.66%, had average knowledge, and only one subject, 3.33%, had excellent knowledge before the test. And the majority of the subject, 93.33%, had the excellent knowledge after the test. The t-value estimate between the pre-test and post-test skill score, t-value was 31.30, table value was 2.05, and p-value was 0.05, was statistically significant. The researcher concluded that the training approach was successful in improving nursing student ability to resuscitate newborn. Here the methodology was my study, research approach and design. Approach was quantitative approach, one group pre-test and post-test design. Study population and setting was my study, student nurses and Rifada College of Nursing. Sample and sampling technique was my study, sample was 40, BSc Honors Nursing third year student nurser, and purposive sampling was sample technique. And data collection tool was participant information sheet, structured knowledge questionnaire, and performance checklist. Variables, there are the two variables, independent variable and dependent variable. Independent variable was my study training program on basic neonatal resuscitation program. Dependent variable was my study knowledge of the student nurses related to the basic neonatal resuscitation program and practice of the student nurses related to the basic neonatal resuscitation program. Data analysis was description and inferential statistics. Validity was my study. 9 experts in the field of the pediatric and education did the consent validity of the research tool used in this study. Reliability was my study. Knowledge questionnaire based on the structured knowledge questionnaire was administered to 4 student nurses. Nursing student, the reliability coefficient was calculated using Kudder-Richardson 20 formula and found to be R is equal to 0.82, which is highly reliable. Reliability of the practice checklist, reliability of the performance checklist was assessed. It was administered to the 4 student nurses. The reliability was obtained by the Cronbach alpha. The value was computed and the reliability score was found to be the R is equal to 0.9. The checklist was found to be reliable. Ethical consideration was my study. Ethical permission was obtained from the Jamia Hamdard Institutional Ethical Committee, New Delhi, to conduct the research study. Written informed consent was taken from each study subject. They were assured of the confidentiality of the information providing during the study. Try out of the tool was my study.
Actually, time is up for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Any questions from the respected judges? Any questions from the respected judges? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to call upon Rehana Ramzan from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, for oral presentation.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
My screen is visible.
Yes.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself is Rehana Ramzan, MSc Nursing from Rufida College of Nursing. First of all, I'm highly thankful for this platform for giving this opportunity, and I'm here to present my oral presentation. I have completed this project under the guidance of Professor Dr. Manju Chugani, Dean, School of Nursing Sciences and Allied Health, Jamia Hamdard, and Jahanara Rahman, Assistant Professor, Rufida College of Nursing. Starting with the title of my study, a comparative study to assess the level of satisfaction regarding objective-structured clinical examination versus traditional clinical examination related to vital signs monitoring among the nursing students related to vital signs monitoring among nursing students in a selected nursing college of Kashmir. Objectives of my study were to assess the level of satisfaction among nursing students regarding structured clinical examination. Second was to assess the level of satisfaction among nursing students regarding traditional clinical evaluation. Third was to compare the level of satisfaction among nursing students related to objective structured clinical examination and traditional clinical evaluation. Fourth was to associate the level of satisfaction regarding objective structured clinical examination with the selected demographic variables that were previous exposure to the OSCE and previous academic grades. And the last was to associate the level of satisfaction regarding traditional clinical examination with the selected demographic variables that were the previous academic grades and the previous exposure to the OSCE. The introduction of my study was the realization of the educational goals and objectives in the educative process is based on the accuracy of the judgment and inferences made by the decision makers at every stage. To arrive at a good decision, the test, measurement, and the evaluation are being used in all educational situations. Thus, evaluation has become a part and parcel of every system of education to determine the achievements of goals by the students in a given period. To evaluate means to ascertain the value or amount of, or to appraise carefully. So this is the background of my study. Need of the study, as the teaching and learning of the nursing students is always demanding, best teachers at time must strive in delivering the nursing knowledge and assess the results of the operations. OSCE is an unbiased and a uniform method of evaluating the students' clinical skills and the competencies. Despite OSCE being a more reliable method, still there are very few nursing institutions adopting OSCE as a method of evaluation among the students. So this was the hypothesis and the assumption. There were some operational definitions that I have used in my study. The conceptual framework used for this study was based on context, input, process, and product. That is the SIP model that was given by Daniel Steffelbeam in 1960s. So the conceptual framework is, in the context, there were the BSc Nursing second year students and student satisfaction, demographic variables, such as previous exposure to the OSCE and previous academic grades, and BSc Nursing second year classroom, that was the place where this was conducted. In the input, it was the satisfaction of the BSc Nursing second year students regarding OSCE and the traditional clinical evaluation related to vital signs monitoring. In the process, it was construction of the observational checklist for OSCE, construction of the observational checklist for traditional clinical evaluation, development of the structured satisfaction scale both for OSCE and traditional clinical evaluation, establishment of the validity and reliability of administration of the structured satisfaction scale. In the product, it was the satisfaction of the student that would categorize it as satisfied, neutral, and dissatisfied, and effectiveness was not part of the study. There was the review of the literature. Coming to the research methodology, approach. Research design was descriptive comparative design. Setting was the SCM College of Nursing, Kashmir. Population was BSc Nursing students. Sample was BSc Nursing second year students of the SCM College of Nursing, Kashmir. Sampling technique used was total enumerative sampling technique. Sample size was 50. The variables were in the research variable, that was the level of satisfaction, while the attributed variables were the demographic variables, that were the age, gender, previous academic grades, and previous exposure to the OSCE. Then the tool I had divided into three parts. First was the demographic information sheet. Second was the observation checklist for OSCE and observation checklist for traditional evaluation. And third structured satisfaction scale that we use it for assessing the level of satisfaction both for the OSCE and traditional clinical evaluation. Content validity was measured for the tool. Reliability of the both checklist and the satisfaction scale was computed by using the empirical formula for the checklist and Cronbach alpha formula for the satisfaction scale, and it was found to be 0.92 for both and hence was highly reliable. Ethical consideration was taken both from the Institutional Ethical Committee of Jamia Hamdard and Administrative Authority of the concerned College of the Kashmir. Tryout of the tool was done on the 4 nursing students. Then pilot study was done. This was the data collection process in which I obtained the administrative authority permission, then selection of the BSc nursing students by the total enumerative sampling technique. Then the sample were recruited randomly into the 2 groups, and one was evaluated by OSCE and the next was evaluated by traditional clinical evaluation. In the analysis and interpretation of the data has been, findings of the study has been organized in the 3 sections. These sections are like, first was the findings that were related to the demographic characteristics of the sample, and with respect to the age, in the OSCE, majority of the students, that is 76%, that were in the age group of 21 to 23 years, while as in the traditional group, it was 15 number of the nursing students who were in the age group of 21 to 23. With respect to the gender, in OSCE group, majority of the students, that is 60% were females, while only 40% were the males. In relation to the traditional clinical evaluation, 52% of the students were females, while as only 48% were males. With respect to the previous academic scores, in OSCE group, 60% of the students were having the previous academic scores of 61 to 70%, while as in the traditional clinical evaluation group, majority of the students, that 52%, were having the percentage of 61 to 70%. In the previous exposure to the OSCE, in the both groups, that is the OSCE and the traditional group, all the students were previously exposed to the OSCE. This is the column diagram that is showing the percentage distribution of the nursing students according to their demographic variables. The next finding is related to the comparison of level of satisfaction of nursing students regarding OSCE and traditional clinical evaluation method. If in case of the frequency and percentage distribution of the level of satisfaction of nursing students related to OSCE and traditional clinical evaluation, in the OSCE group, 96% of the students, that is the 24 in the frequency, were satisfied, and 4% were neutral, and none of the students were dissatisfied by the OSCE. While as in case of the traditional clinical group, it was only 60% who were satisfied with the OSCE, 36% were neutral, and 4%, that's only one candidate, was not satisfied with the OSCE. This is the column diagram that's showing the percentage distribution of level of satisfaction of such students regarding OSCE and traditional clinical evaluation methods. Next is the comparison of level of satisfaction of nursing students regarding OSCE and traditional clinical evaluation method. The table 5 shows the mean satisfaction score of the OSCE group, that's found to be 100.88, while as in the traditional group, it was found to be 90.18, with a median of 100 in the OSCE group and 93 in the traditional clinical evaluation group. The mean score was found to be 10.76. It was 10.76, and standard deviation in the students in OSCE group was 8.7, and in the traditional clinical evaluation group, it was 11.3. Hence, the students in the OSCE group, while having the more mean, that was the 100.88. Then the next section is the findings related to this.
Diana, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions from the respected judges? Any questions from the respected judges? Sangeeta ma'am, can we move to the next presenter? Jacqueline ma'am.
Yes, yeah, you can go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'd like to invite Chaitali Shankar ma'am for presentation on from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Oral presentation.
Good afternoon, a very good afternoon to one and all presented here. Today, myself, Chaitali Shankar, I am going to present my research, which is on association between eating pattern and perceived stress. My guide is Ms. Seema Rani, and Anjali Kaushik was my co-guide. Introduction of the study is stress is one of the most common health problem among university students, and so are few symptoms of depression. Having depression and stress can negatively affect ability to work, study, and sleep. Psychological stress is widely accepted as a cause of eating disorder, but research findings are inconsistent. Stress can relate in either reduction or an increase in the food intake in individuals. Background of the study says that mental health has turned into significant general public health issue around the world. Studies recommend eating pattern followed by an individual fundamentally influence the emotional well-being of an individual. Be that as it may, further exploration is expected to clarify the relationship between perceived stress and depressive symptoms with eating pattern. Lead of the study is a person's eating habit can affect both stress as well as mental health well-being. The present study aims to examine the association between eating pattern with perceived stress and depressive symptoms. It has been suggested that psychological stress changes dietary patterns toward less healthy options. During COVID-19, as we all see that people, especially college students, have undergone a lot of stress due to various reasons, and this may be linked to their eating pattern as well. That's why the researcher wants to conduct this study. This was my conceptual framework. It is based on agent-host environment, which was given by Levin and Clarks in 1965. My problem statement was a cross-sectional study to assess the association between perceived stress and depressive symptoms of college students with their eating pattern in selected University of New Delhi. These are the objectives of my study. Here are the assumption and delimitations of my study. My review of literature was divided into 4 types: the literature based on perceived stress, literature related to depressive symptoms, literature related to eating pattern, and literature related to association between eating pattern with perceived stress and depressive symptoms. Methodology of my study is I have used a quantitative approach, cross-sectional research study design. Research variable were perceived stress, depressive symptoms, and eating pattern. And I have conducted my study in Jamia Hamdard, which was the setting of the study. Population was students studying in selected University of New Delhi, which was Jamia Hamdard students. My sample size was 183. I have used purposive sampling technique, and I have used standardized and structured rating scale to assess perceived stress, depressive symptom, and eating pattern respectively. Section A If we talk about tools and techniques, section A consists of demographic profile. Section B is perceived stress scale to assess perceived stress. Section B assess the depression, and I have used Beck depression inventory. And for section D, to assess eating pattern, I have made one rating scale to assess the eating pattern. Section 1 will be finding related to sample characteristics. As we all can see that age group of 19 to 21 hold the majority of the percentage, and female were 67.80 while male were 32.20. Non-veg, the sample was mostly a non-vegetarian, preferred non-vegetarian diet, and they more or less walked or involved themselves in exercise. The percentage was 49%. Screen timings and meals they have taken, weight of the sample and height are shown in the slide. Normal BMI was in 98 students out of 183. This is a multiple bar diagram showing the distribution of college students by their demographic profile. Now the section includes the findings related to perceived stress among college students. We have found that moderately perceived stress were found among 121 students, while only 9 students has high perceived stress. Now section 4 consists of depressive symptoms among college students. As we can see that 56% student has minimal depressive symptoms, while only 12% student has moderate depressive symptoms. Section 4, findings related to eating pattern of college students. We can see here that 95% of college students out of 183, 95% students were following unhealthy eating pattern, and only 5% was following healthy eating pattern. Findings related to association between eating pattern and perceived stress. We have found that the data found that there was statistically significant association between eating pattern and perceived stress. While in association with depressive symptoms, the data indicates that there was no significant association between eating pattern and depressive symptoms. I have used Fisher exact to find the association among the variables. Conclusion: predominantly 66% of the students had moderate perceived stress, and little more than half of the student subjects were found to have minimal depressive symptoms. Only 5% of the students were having healthy eating pattern, and rest were found to have unhealthy eating pattern. As we have already discussed that there was a significant association between eating pattern and perceived stress, while there was no significant association between eating pattern and depressive symptoms. Now, if we talk about the discussion of the study, the present study revealed that 66% of college students were having moderate level of perceived stress, while if we compare this study to the study conducted by A. Sumaya et al., which focused on the perceived stress level among students, the researchers concluded that more than half of the participants showed moderate level of stress. This is a consistent finding with my study. And if we talk about contrary findings, the current study, which is my study, has exhibited no significant association between eating pattern and depressive symptoms. While a study conducted by Sulaska J. et al., it was a cross-sectional study that conducted among undergraduate midwifery and physiotherapy students. The result demonstrated in a study where depressive symptoms were significantly associated with composite score of daily maladaptive health behavior, which include unhealthy eating pattern. Here are the nursing implication. In nursing administration, we can encourage college and university students to indulge themselves in healthy eating pattern. We can ask student welfare activities and good hostel facilities. If we talk about nursing education, we can organize health camps regarding healthy lifestyle and healthy eating pattern. We can conduct counseling on nutritional. We can conduct nutritional counseling and healthy diets. We can promote serving of healthy diet in hostels, seminars on healthy eating pattern. In nursing research, We can found association between eating pattern with perceived stress and depressive symptom, health developments of the student. We can conduct study to in a relation to perceived stress and depressive symptom to monitor. Where are the limitation of the study? As my study, initially sample size was 350, but due to the sudden outbreak of COVID-19 and the non-availability of subject sample size had to reduce to 183. Researchers had to contact dean of different schools several times due to unavailability of students. Despite of several reminders to the subject, cooperation was not found as anticipated by the researcher. Recommendations are: similar study can be conducted in school and hospitals. A comparative study can be done to understand gender difference in level of perceived stress and depressive symptoms among students. A similar study can be replicated on college students studying in different years other than first years. Here are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected judges?
Can proceed. We'll
Okay, ma'am.
noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Reshma ma'am for oral presentation from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Reshma ma'am, am I audible to you? Are you present there?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah. Please share your slides.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Your slides are not visible.
Slide isn't visible?
No, it is not visible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, actually there is a network issue.
Oh, ma'am, you can present later because we can't judge you until and unless your slides are not there. It is difficult
Okay,
for the
ma'am. Thank you so much,
to see your
ma'am.
presentation.
Yes, ma'am. There is network issue, ma'am.
Just jot it down, ma'am. Just sort it down. We'll be back towards you at the last one.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. I'd like to call upon Prabhojit Kochar sir from SGRD University of Health Science, Valashri, Amritsar, India.
Yes,
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes.
Ma'am, is my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am, your slides are visible.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. Myself, Prabhjot Kochar, PhD nursing student from SGRD University of Health Sciences, Amritsar. And my topic for today's presentation is a pilot study to assess the effectiveness of assertiveness training program on assertiveness and self-esteem among nursing students of selected nursing colleges of District Amritsar, Punjab. Introduction to the topic. Assertiveness is not what you do, it's who you are. Lazarus defined assertive behavior as it is ability to say no, ability to ask favors or make requests, ability to express positive and negative feelings, ability to initiate, continue, and finish a journal conversation. Need for the study. Professional nurses frequently do not express their opinions or provide constructive criticism and suggestions in nursing practice. Timmins and McCabe reported that the nurses behave in a passive, nice way and were—
Ma'am, your slides are not moving. It's still on the first slide.
Now, ma'am, is it moving?
No. Please put it on the slideshow. It would be better.
I have put on the slideshow. Is it moving now or not?
Yeah, it's moving.
Okay. Timmins and McCabe reported that the nurses behaved in a passive, nice way and were less adept at disagreeing with others' opinions and providing constructive criticism. Nursing research literatures call the nurses to become more assertive. Assertiveness has great importance in nursing practice, but that it is complex and requires time and practice to make it effective. Although studies have found assertive behavior in nurses to be an invaluable component of successful communication practice, nursing has been described as an oppressed discipline that remains the underdog in the medicine profession. Nurses who are unable to discuss important issues with others develop self-destructive beliefs which are emotionally damaging for them. It results in unsatisfactory communication. Nurses may also develop maladaptive behaviors in order to cope with these emotions. Non-assertive behavior among nurses results in high stress, low self-esteem, frustration, anxiety, and mental fatigue. Nurses have burden of other people's work due to inability in saying no. The existence of the above problem raised the awareness of the researcher that most of the professional nurses in hospitals were lacking assertive behavior and only few were situationally assertive. In paucity of evidence over the subject in India, the present studies aim to assess the effectiveness of assertiveness training program on assertive behavior, self-esteem among nursing students of selected nursing institutes of Punjab. Moreover, the findings of this study will have significance in the field of assertiveness training. Findings will help the future nurse practitioner and researcher to develop effective guidelines concerning the scheduling and formatting of assertiveness training from the results of the study. Objectives of the study were: first, to assess the level of assertiveness and self-esteem among nursing students before assertiveness training. Second, to develop assertiveness training program for nursing students. Third, to assess the level of assertiveness and self-esteem among nursing students after assertiveness training. And fourth, to find correlation between level of assertiveness and self-esteem among nursing students. Operational definition: effectiveness refers to the extent to which assertiveness training program will promote assertive behavior and increase self-esteem among nursing students as measured by the scores on the Rathis Assertiveness Schedule and Rosenberg Self-Esteem Scale. Assertiveness training, it refers to organized 8 sessions program developed by the researcher in lecture-cum discussion using systematically developed material designed to improve assertiveness skills. Assertive behavior refers to evaluation of assertiveness level as measured by Rathis Assertiveness Schedule. Self-esteem refers to overall evaluation of self-esteem which is measured by using Rosenberg Self-Esteem Scale. Nursing student refers to first-year nursing, BSc nursing students of selected nursing institutes of Amritsar, Punjab. Nursing institutes refers to nursing institutes running BSc nursing program at Amritsar, Punjab. Ma'am, are the slides moving or not?
No.
Methodology for the present study, a quasi-experimental research approach was used with 2-group pre-test, post-test design. Study setting, selected nursing institutes of Amritsar, Punjab. Study population, BSc nursing first-year students, sampling procedure, pervasive sampling technique. Variables under study, independent variable assertiveness training program and dependent variable level of assertiveness and self-esteem. Criteria for sample collection, All the BSc nursing first year students available at the time of data collection and willing to participate in the study were included in the study. Exclusion criteria: first year BSc nursing students previously exposed to any assertiveness training were excluded from the study. Description of the tool used in the study: a socio-demographic data sheet, which was self-developed, was used to collect the demographic data. A standardized 6-point rating scale +3 to -3 Rather's assertiveness schedule was used to assess the assertiveness level, and a standardized 4-point Likert scale Rosenberg self-esteem scale was used to assess the self-esteem level. This is the scheme of data collection. From the target population, study sample fulfilling the inclusion criteria were selected, and they were given pre-test to assess the level of assertiveness and self-esteem before the training program. Then the training program was implemented, and post-test to assess the level of effectiveness of training program on assertiveness and self-esteem was taken immediately after completion of the training program. Now the pilot study was conducted at Amandeep College of Nursing, which acted as a control group, and Anand College of Nursing, which was the experimental group. And only subjects of the experimental group were given training for 2 days in a week. Now, findings of the study. First, the socio-demographic characteristics of subjects. Majority of the subjects in the control group were in the age group of 18 to 20 years, and also majority of the subjects in the experimental group were in 18 to 20 years. All the study subjects were females, and majority of the subjects in the control and experimental group were unmarried. And majority in the control and experimental group belonged to nuclear family. And in the control group, majority of the subjects had family income between 20,000 to 30,000. And experimental group also, majority of the subjects had family income of 20,000 to 30,000. In the control group, majority of the
your time is up for the presentation.
Okay.
Any questions from the respected judges?
Can proceed, ma'am. We have noted.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll be calling Dr. Smita Arti from Rajkumari Amrit for College of Nursing for oral presentation.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Smita Arti. I am here for the oral research presentation. I have completed my. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I have conducted research under the guidance of Dr. Rajendra Gopal Mathur sir and Mrs. Mitali Biswas. As an introduction, foundation of learning is laid down as soon as the child comes in contact with the environment. So therefore, through the education, students should be prepared to face the challenges and to emulate with the advance of science and technology. Decision-making skills is assumed to be key features of nurses' role in today's healthcare organization. So educators should use different teaching strategies to develop competence in students' critical thinking. So my problem statement was an experimental study to evaluate the effectiveness of concept mapping as a teaching strategy to improve the critical thinking skills of nursing students in selected nursing.
Ma'am, we are unable to hear you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Nursing students in nursing institutes of College of Delhi. My objectives are to assess and evaluate the critical thinking skills of undergraduate nurses before and after administration of concept mapping as a teaching strategy. Second objective was to develop teaching plan using concept mapping on the topic mental status examination, and to assess this. The third objective to assess the satisfaction towards concept mapping as a teaching strategy. I was used the conceptual framework was a modified Ludwig von Bertalanffy general system model. I have divided the review of literature under 3 headings, that is review of literature related to concept mapping in nursing education, review of literature related to utilization of concept mapping in other discipline, review of literature related to critical thinking. The research methodology I was used, the approach was quantitative experimental study. The research design is through experimental design. Sampling technique, random sampling technique is used for the allocation of experimental and control group, and enumeration sampling technique is used for the sample. Research setting, I have conducted my study in St. Stephen Hospital College of Nursing as an experimental group and Sant Paramanand School of Nursing as a control group. The independent variables is the concept mapping as a teaching strategy, and the dependent variables is a critical thinking. The schematic presentations for both the group, I have on the first day I have conducted the pre-test, and for the experimental group, the same day I have given the concept mapping teaching strategy on the topic mental status examination, and after the 7th day, we have conducted the post-test. The data collection tool and technique I have used for the structured questionnaire related to demographic data. I have used sample questionnaire. It's a questioning method I have used. Structured questionnaire for assessment of critical thinking. It's contained 10 questions. And for the opinion, structured opinion to assess the satisfaction. Reliability was measured by using KR20, and it was found at 0.88 and 0.9. Now I come to the data analysis. The data was categorized in 4 sessions. And the first one is description of sample characteristics of control. According to this, most of the group between 18 to 20 in experimental and the control group. The duration of study, self-study, most in experimental and control group, most of them are using through 2 to 3 hours for self-study, and most of 80% are not having the previous knowledge about concept mapping in both the group. My section 2. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, it's audible. Proceed. Yeah,
Section
Ms.
2.
Smita, please you proceed.
Section 2 is comparison of pretest score of critical thinking skills among undergraduate nurses between experimental and control group. So here it is a bar diagram showing mean, median, and standard deviation of pretest score of critical thinking in experimental and control group. That is pretest score we can see here is the 3.87 in the experimental group, and the post-test in the control group it is 4.27, and with the mean different standard deviation of 1.522 and 1.59. From this we can identify there is no such difference in the critical thinking skills of students prior to the teaching method. So this is the pre-test post-test mean was 3.87, and in the control group it is 4.27 with the mean difference of 0.4, and the t-test was 0.995. So this is indicating that there is non-significant. That means the both the group, experimental and control group, the critical thinking skill was almost same before I have introduced the concept mapping as a teaching strategy. The section 2B is comparison of post-test score of critical thinking skills among undergraduate nurses between experimental and control group. So here the bar diagram showing the mean and standard deviation of experimental group is 7.266, and for the control group mean is 5.066 with the standard deviation of 1.123 and 1.1617. So from this we can identify there is the difference in the critical thinking after I have administered the concept mapping as a teaching strategy. With the mean with the standard deviation we can identify. Here the experimental group with the t-value 6.2654, that is showing the significant value. So from this, we can tell the concept mapping is an effective teaching method to increase the critical thinking skills. So my section 3A is the comparison of pre-test and the post-test score of critical thinking skills among undergraduate nurses in the experimental group. So here the hypothesis is, first hypothesis, there will be significant difference between pre-test and post-test score of critical thinking skills among undergraduate nurses in the experimental group at 0.05 level of significance. And null hypothesis, there is not be a significant difference between pre-test and post-test score of critical thinking skills among undergraduate nurses in the experimental group at 0.05 level of significance. So here the main difference, bar diagram showing the mean median standard deviation of the pre-test and post-test of score of critical thinking skills in experimental group, that is 3.866 is a pre-test, and the post-test mean is 7.266 with the mean differences 1.522 and 1.123. So here we can see the pre-test score of mean is 3.866 and post-test is 7.266 with the t-value 9.474. That's showing it's a significant. So we can say the value is true, and there is the effectiveness. The concept mapping as a teaching strategy is an effective method to increase the critical thinking of students. My section 3B is a comparison of pre-test and the post-test score of critical thinking skills among undergraduate nurses in the control group. So here the bar diagram showing mean, median, standard deviation of pre-test and post-test score of critical thinking skills in the control groups. Here we can see the mean is 4.27 and the post-test mean is 5.07 with the standard deviation 1.59 and the post-test is 1.61. And here we can say here also t-value is 6.721, that is showing significance. So here we can say the traditional method also is improving, but when we are comparing and the section, the both concept mapping as a teaching strategy and the traditional method, the concept mapping is more significantly improving the critical thinking than the other method. My section 4 is correlation between post-test score and satisfaction score. Here the hypothesis, there will be a significant association between post-test score and the satisfaction score at 0.05 level of significance. And null hypothesis, there will not be a significant association between post-test score and satisfaction score at 0.05 level of significance. So here the mean score between the post-test and the satisfaction score of experimental group is 7.266 and the satisfaction score is 3.8 with the standard deviation 1.123 and 0.6. With the here for the association I have used Carl Pearson product moment, so it is 0.7. It's showing moderately high correlation is there, so we can accept our alternate hypothesis and we can reject the null hypothesis. The summary of the findings: the highest frequency of sample in both the groups were in the age group of 18 to 20 years of age. In the experimental group it is 83.33% and in the control group 86.66% were in this age group. All the participants are females undergoing diploma course, got their mental health psychiatric nursing experience from private hospital. According to the data, majority of the student, that is 76.67% in experimental group and 80% in control group, were spending 2 to 3 hours for self-study on regular basis. In experimental group, majority of the students, 80% were not having prior knowledge regarding the concept mapping. And this study shows that concept mapping as a teaching strategy is effective to improve critical thinking skills of undergraduate nurses, with the mean post-test score on improvement in critical thinking skill as effect of concept mapping as a teaching strategy in experimental group is 7.266, was higher than control group, that is 5.066 with the mean difference of 2.2. It's also showing there is a moderately high correlation excess between gaining critical thinking score and satisfaction, and conclude that concept mapping is an effective teaching strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected judges?
Yeah, Dr. Dia, already we are noting all the points. Okay, so I don't think it's required to be questions to the participant, so they can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
ma'am.
We noted the point.
Okay, ma'am. I'd like to invite next presenter, Dr. Binayak Das, sir, from Vinayak Missions Medical College, India. Dr. Binayak, sir, are you present there?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen one.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing some work. I'm talking. Wait.
Where are your other letters? Then you will give your letters separately down. Now, where are your other letters?
Other letters I will give separately.
You will still give.
Yeah.
We need not give.
No, because you all were not coming, so I thought I'll give. Yeah. Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm presenting a report on nocardiosis, ocular nocardiosis, and is entitled as Diwali Wreath on Class Window. Myself, Dr. Binayak Vivek Das. I'm the presenting author as well as the co-author. So introduction, it's a case report of 49 years old woman who is a known case of rheumatoid arthritis on immunosuppressants for past 3 years. Gives a history of insect fall over left eye while driving two-wheeler 2 days back. Now presented with complaints of defective vision, left eye, redness, lid swelling, and pain in left eye. She reported due to worsening of symptoms and diminution of vision. On ocular examination, left eye had the findings mostly. So vision was 6/36, not improving with pinhole. Lids and adnexa were normal. Congestion was present. 4 into 4 millimeter anterior patch stromal infiltrate. Classical wreath-like pattern at the center of cornea was found. And in anterior chamber, we had hypotone measuring 1 millimeter. Flares 2+, cells 2+. Pupils were sluggishly reacting to light. 3 millimeters round regular. Normal color and pattern. Lens was clear. A fundus was hazy view. Right eye mostly it was normal. Vision was improving to 6/6 with pinhole, and both eyes duct were nasolacrimal duct were patent. Investigations: corneal scrapings were collected under topical anesthesia 0.5% proparacaine. And direct microscopy with gram-positive stain showed gram-positive bacilli, rod-shaped bacilli, which are rod-shaped bacilli with branching filaments and beaded appearance. Random blood sugar was done, which was 126 milligram per deciliter. This is the gram stain finding. Treatment based upon the clinical and microbiological features. Diagnosis of nocardia keratitis was made. She was initiated on topical amikacin 2.5% 4 times a day for 2 weeks. Topical 1% atropine eye ointment at bedtime. Oral NSAIDs for symptomatic relief. On review after 2 weeks, anterior chamber inflammation and size of ulcer infiltrate decreased. Discussion: nocardia aerobic nocardia is aerobic gram positive non-motile rod-shaped bacteria. Showing branching filaments less than 1.5 microbes. It belongs to bacterial order Actinomycetes. It is an indigenous microflora of soil, dust, decaying vegetation. Nocardia is a rare cause of ocular infections. Ocular infections caused by nocardia include keratitis, scleritis, conjunctivitis, dacryocystitis, orbital cellulitis, and endophthalmitis. Ocular nocardia needs to be differentiated from Moraxella, non-tuberculous by mycobacterium, and fungal keratitis. Gram stain, gram-positive branching beaded filaments were seen. Also culture like blood agar, chocolate agar, severodextrose agar, SDA. We found tiny white dry colonies. It takes mostly 5 to 7 days to grow. Confocal microscopy, biochemical methods like PCR, gene sequencing are the latest methods. Conclusion, oculonocardia is a very rare condition and is usually misdiagnosed. Nocardia organisms show good susceptibility to amikacin and sulfonamides. Early diagnosis and treatment shows good prognosis. These are my differences. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Vinaya, you have not given details about the research design. I think you have done only presentations for this topic, right?
Yeah, actually,
Doctor?
this was just an OPD case, ma'am. So it was like research on only just one patient, ma'am. Yeah, we followed the
Okay, so
patient.
what
Yeah.
kind of design you can apply for this? Because
Ma'am?
it is not clear in this content. So in case if we conduct research, so what kind of methodology will apply?
Ma'am, prospective study, hospital-based prospective study.
Okay, you focus on OPT department, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Vinay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Jaspreet Kaur, oral presentation from SGRD University of Health Science, Sri Amritsar, India. Ma'am, you are not audible. Ma'am, you are not audible. We can't hear you. Ma'am, just join the Zoom with your computer audio file. It would be better, then you will be audible. Ma'am, just take your time. We'll be calling you later. I would like to invite Ishrat Amin sir for the oral presentation from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, India. Amin sir, are you present there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, ma'am. Just share your screen, please. Just please, ma'am, just end your slide sharing, please. We'll be calling you later once you will sort it with your presentation problems. We'll be calling you later. Just
Actually, the other participant is sharing the screen, so I am not able to share it.
yeah. I told ma'am. Just a minute. Yeah. Please share your screen. I mean, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Is the screen visible from my side?
Yeah, it is visible.
First of all, a very good afternoon to one or all present here. I am Ishrat Amin, MSc Nursing student from Rufada College of Nursing. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
I have completed this project under the guidance of Mr. A.K. Lamatamang, Assistant Professor at Rufada College of Nursing, and Ms. Meki Khan, Assistant Professor at Rufada College of Nursing. So the title of my study is a comparative study to assess the effectiveness of problem-based learning versus traditional lecture method in terms of knowledge among nursing students in a selected nursing college of Kashmir. The objectives: to assess the knowledge of nursing students after implementing the problem-based method of learning, to assess the knowledge of nursing students after implementing the traditional lecture method, to compare the post-test knowledge score of nursing students in problem-based learning method and traditional lecture method group. Introduction. Rapidly advancing medical technology and science requires nursing education to become hybrid, combine old teaching methods with the innovative methodologies. The goal of nursing education is to prepare the nurses who are knowledgeable, competent, and caring. The use of active learning strategies significantly improves the correlation between the educational and clinical performance of students. One of the proposed ways to eliminate the gap between the academic and clinical performance is changing the traditional education system to problem-based learning. Need of the study. Being an active learner and keeping abreast with current knowledge is a necessary trait for being a nurse. Problem-based learning has the potential to develop skills in problem-solving, critical thinking, and self-directed learning, and hence it contributes to better learning outcomes. This is the hypothesis for my study, assumptions. These are the delimitations of my study. These are the operational definitions in my study. So the conceptual framework of my study was based on PICO model proposed by Richardson et al. In 1995. So population of interest was BSc Nursing second year students of the selected Nursing College of Kashmir. Intervention: administering problem-based learning to the experimental group and administering traditional lecture method to the control group. Comparison of the effectiveness of problem-based learning versus traditional lecture method on knowledge regarding myocardial infarction between the experimental group and the control group. Outcome: gain in the knowledge or no gain in the knowledge. This is the review of literature from my study. So the research methodology. The research approach was a quantitative approach. The research design, quasi-experimental post-test only design. Setting was ICNSH College of Nursing Kashmir. Population: BSc Nursing students. Sample: BSc Nursing second year students of the ICNSH College of Nursing Kashmir. Sampling technique was total enumerative sampling technique. Sample size was 50. The independent variable were problem-based learning in traditional lecture method. The dependent variable was knowledge related to myocardial infarction. Description of the tool. My tool comprised of two sections. The section first, participant information sheet, and the second section was structured knowledge questionnaire, which comprised of multiple choice questions related to myocardial infarction. Content validity of the tool was established, and the reliability of the tool was computed by using the KI20 formula, and it was found to be 0.91. Ethical permission was taken from the Institutional Committee of Jamia Hamdard to conduct the study. Trial of the tool was conducted on 4 nursing students, and the pilot study was conducted on 6 TGNM students. So this is the data collection procedure. Coming to the analysis and interpretation of the study, the findings of the study have been organized and presented on the following sections. The section first, findings related to demographic characteristics of the sample, and the section second, findings related to comparison of the knowledge score of nursing students in the problem-based learning method and in the traditional lecture method. So we had the section first, which comprised of frequency and percentage distribution of study subjects by the demographic characteristics, that's age, gender, previous academic score, type of family, and place of residence. With respect to the age, it was found that in the problem-based learning group, majority, that 64% of the students were in the age group of 21 to 23 years. And whereas in the traditional lecture group, 72% of the students were in the age group of 21 to 23 years. With respect to gender, it was found that in the problem-based learning group, 52% of the students were males and 48% students were females. In the traditional lecture group, 36% were males and 64% students were females. As regard to previous academic score, it was found in problem-based learning group, 52% of the students had a previous academic score of 61 to 70%, whereas in the traditional lecture group, 60% of the students had a previous academic score of 61 to 70%. With respect to type of family, it was found that majority of the students in the problem-based learning group, that 64% of students belong to nuclear family, whereas we had a similar finding in the traditional lecture group. With respect to place of residence, it was found that in problem-based learning group, 48% of the students belong to urban area and 52% of students belong to rural area, whereas in the traditional lecture group, 40% of the students belong to urban area and 60% of the students belong to rural area. This is a column diagram showing the percentage distribution of nursing students according to age, gender, and previous academic score, type of family, and place of residence. So section second, the first one is frequency and percentage distribution of level of knowledge of nursing students in the problem-based learning method and in the traditional lecture method. It was found that in the problem-based learning group, 16% of the students had poor knowledge, 68% of the students had average knowledge, and 16% of the students had good knowledge. Whereas in the traditional lecture group, 40% of the students had poor knowledge, 52% of the students had average knowledge, and 8% of the students had good knowledge. So this is the column diagram that shows the percentage distribution of the level of knowledge of nursing students in the two groups. So this is the table that represents the mean, median, standard deviation, mean difference, and unpaired t-test to compare the knowledge score of nursing students in the two groups. It's clear from this table that the mean knowledge score of the nursing students in the PBL group was 24.28, whereas in the traditional lecture group, it was 19.36 with a mean difference of 4.92. It means that the mean knowledge score of the nursing students in the PBL group was higher than that of the traditional lecture group. So the obtained mean difference between the problem-based learning group and the traditional lecture group was found to be statistically significant, as evident from the t-value of 2.71 at 0.05 level. Therefore, it's concluded that here we can reject the null hypothesis and the research hypothesis is accepted, which indicates that problem-based learning method was more effective than the traditional lecture method. So the conclusion of my study is that two groups, that's the group taught by problem-based learning and the traditional lecture method, they were found to be homogeneous and comparable in terms of age, gender, previous academic score, type of family, and place of residence, as revealed by the respective p-values, which were greater than 0.05. There was a significant difference between the mean post-test knowledge scores of the nursing students in the two groups. Therefore, it's inferred that problem-based learning was more effective than the traditional lecture method. The mean post-test knowledge score of PBL group was higher than that of the traditional lecture group. Hence, it's concluded that problem-based learning was an effective method of instruction for the acquisition of knowledge. Coming to the discussion, the findings of the present study revealed that the mean knowledge score of PBL group was higher than that of the mean knowledge score of traditional lecture group. The findings of this study are in line with the previous study conducted by Muhammad M. et al. To compare the effectiveness of problem-based learning versus traditional lecture method among the nursing students. In the study, the findings revealed that the mean knowledge score in the PBL group, that's 9.83, was higher than the mean knowledge score in the traditional lecture group, that's 7.57. The findings of the study also reveal that in the problem-based learning group, 16% of the students had acquired poor knowledge, 68% of the students had acquired average knowledge, and 16% of the students had acquired good knowledge, whereas in the traditional lecture group, 40% of the participants had acquired poor knowledge, 52% of the participants had acquired average knowledge, and 8% of the participants.
Ma'am, time is up for the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to invite Navina JH ma'am for oral presentation from Amity College of Nursing, Amity University, Haryana.
કરે છે આ બી એમાં એવું जानकी पटेल बोला पर मेरे पास तो अभी पीपीटी नहीं है मेरे पास तो अभी पीपीटी नहीं है
Very good afternoon, the respected dignitaries and the organizers of this conference.
मेरा फोटो था
Can you able to hear me and see the? Can you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you when you can.
Ask the participants to mute themselves.
Yes, sir. Sure. Please proceed, sir.
Yeah. Yes. So good afternoon. Just right away moving to the presentation. So developing reminiscence therapy to improve the quality of life among older adults in Delhi NCR is my topic of presentation today. And it's great to reminiscence about memories of my past. It was enjoyable when it was today. So learning to enjoy today has two benefits. It gives me happiness right now and it becomes a good memory later. By George Foreman. Introduction. The aging population has looming public health challenges. As currently 580 million people aged 60 years and older live in developing countries. In 2025, the number of old age people is projected to reach more than 1,000 million, with 70% living in developing countries, especially in India, China, Brazil, Indonesia, and Pakistan. India is the second largest population of elderly in the world. The proportion has increased by 1.5 times over the last 50 years. It is seen that physical aging is predominant and easily identifiable. Hence, quality of life is ignored, including Alzheimer's disease, and dementia, and insomnia. Background of the study: quality of life after 60 years is vital since it influences how individuals adjust to their age and how they cope with the many loss and stresses of life associated with aging. In countries like India, where physical and human resources are not available to manage such a huge burden, relatively low-cost alternative management options are more required. Reminiscence. It is one of the solutions for this problem. It has been implemented over the year on a variety of conditions to determine its impact, self-esteem, undermined socialization, physical well-being, and cognitive competencies. This research specifically focused on developing a structured reminiscence therapy, which would target older adult population living at senior age homes with a less accessibility to a better quality of life. Reminiscence therapy, the need of my study is as people grow old, the likelihood of experiencing age-related health issues increases. Other than systemic diseases, many people experience mental health problems also, like loneliness, depression, anxiety in old age. Increase in the number of proportion of older adults in the country, changing family structure are compelling the elderly to live alone in the old age homes, resulting in a feeling of isolation, loneliness, anxiety, and depression. To reduce depression among older people with dementia, various non-pharmacological approaches have been introduced, such as memory training, music therapy, art therapy, validation therapy, and behavioral therapy. Literatures indicated that reminiscence therapy significantly improves self-esteem, quality of life, and health status of older people, although effect on reducing depression and improving life satisfaction. India is lacking in these literatures and facilities. So the investigator felt to conduct reminiscence therapy on enhancing the quality of life of older adults in senior living facilities in selected areas of Delhi NCR. My statement of problem is developing reminiscence therapy to improve the quality of life among older adults in Delhi NCR. Aims and objectives: to evaluate the effect of group reminiscence therapy as an intervention on quality of life among older adults. So my methodology is cross-sectional. The design is cross-sectional single point in-time design was used for testing the prepared intervention on selected population on a small-scale preliminary study. Study setting is, this study was conducted in senior living homes of Ashiana, Utsav, Phase 2 senior living homes, and Bhiwadi, Ashiana Nirmai senior living homes, Bhiwadi. So population of the study was older adults living in senior living homes. Sampling technique, non-probability purposive sampling technique was used to select sample. My sample size was 30 samples were selected using purposive sampling technique. Ethical consideration has been obtained from the Amity University, Amity College of Nursing Ethical Committee. that is Institutional Ethical Committee. Then authorities of Ashiana Utsav and Ashiana Nirmay Senior Living Homes have been taken, and also informed consent, written information was given, but also we have obtained all the maintained the anonymity of the participants. So next we will go to the assumption. Older adults dwelling in senior living homes may have decreased level of quality of life. This is my assumption. Reminiscence therapy may show positive outcomes in a quality of life. Delimitation. The study is delimited to older adults dwelling in senior living homes of Delhi NCR. The study is delimited to assessment of quality of life among older adults. Operational definition of quality of life in this study. Quality of life is a measure of an individual ability to function physically, emotionally, and socially within his or her environment at a level consistent with his or her own expectation as assessed by World Health Organization Quality of Life Gold Questionnaire. Data collection. Demographic proforma comprised of 10 items. They are age, gender, religion, education status, marital status, occupation, past, number of children, family income per annum, duration of the stay in senior living facility, are you suffering from any chronic illness, experience of this, and WHO quality of life scale comprising 26 items under 4 domains was used. The method of scoring was interpretation of quality of life score lesser than 45 or equal to would be low. Quality of life score 46 to 65 will be moderate, and above 65 will be relatively high quality of life. So I have developed a structure reminiscence therapy consists of 8 weeks therapy. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I have divided in 3 phases, and first phase introductory phase. In that session 1 introductory session, session 2 games and role play activities, reminiscence. Phase 2 developmental phase, session 3 imagery based reminiscence. Session 4 place or location based reminiscence. Session 5 multisensory approach to reminiscence. Session 6 recollecting pleasurable moment of life. Session 7 guessing game for reminiscence. Session 8 reenactment of part social performance. This was my assessment and termination phase. The results. Comparison of experimental event rate and control event rate. The absolute risk outcome was 0.15, that is 15%, and the relative risk ratio was found to be 0.25, that is 25%, and absolute risk outcome at 95% confidence interval showed it to be 0.7, which was statistically significant. It indicates a protective effect. The statistical significance states the reduced risk with exposure to the intervention. So I dotted a result in a graph. Assessment of pre and post test quality of life among older adults in both experimental and control group. You can see in experimental group, you can see from 58.3% of the moderate quality of life has been changed to 28.3, and in the pre-test in the experimental group only 5% high quality of life was there. It has increased to 18.3%, and moderate 36.7 was there. It is increased to 53.3. When it is compared to control group, there is no much changes. From 66.7 it has changed to 63.3. From 32 it has increased to 31.7, and 33.3 to 5 between pre-test and post-test. Results. In pre-test, in experimental group, overall mean plus or minus standard deviation was 45.47 plus or minus 15.61 with a mean percentage of 34%, and in control group, overall mean, this already I explained, and just I'm going to comparison of pre-test and post-test quality of life for between experimental and control group shows. In experimental group, the square t-test value was 5.583, which was statistically significant, but in control group it was 2.790. It was not statistically significant, at p is less than 0.05 level of significance. So it indicates that reminiscence therapy was effective in improving the quality of life among older adults in experimental group, which was statistical at p is less than 0.01. Discussion. The researcher found that there was a very less intervention available in the world for older adults to improve their quality of life. An experimental study was planned to improve the quality of life of older adults using structural medicine therapy. In this regard, the researcher conducted a small-scale preliminary study using cross-sectional single-point design, under which the structured reminiscence therapy was proposed to a group of older adults living in senior living homes with the various sessions for a period. The researcher, after evaluating the result, has concluded that variables like self-esteem and selected physiological parameters like other parameters have added in the main study. The conceptual framework found fitting for the study was modified dynamic framework of well-being. The researcher progressed with an assumption that structured reminiscence therapy may show positive outcome in the self-esteem, quality of life, and selected level of physiological vitals. What we know about from this study: older adults living in senior living facilities are vulnerable population identified by the researcher. For the current study, quality of life for the subject of assessment, structured medicine therapy was documented to cause an impact in improving quality of life. A researcher found that there was greater need of the reminiscence therapy among the older adults. Level of perception of older adults in relation to quality of life changed significantly after implementation of structured reminiscence therapy. The researcher found that confounding variables during general health checkup and deep social interaction with the older adults understanding their need on day-to-day basis. Recommendation: similar studies can be done in the larger samples. Similar research can be done to mental health rehabilitation facility. Comparative study can be done. Extended longitudinal study can be done. Qualitative studies can be done. Conclusion: the focus of this study was to assess the impact of structured reminiscence therapy. Structured reminiscence was found to be effective strategy in improving the quality of life. Furthermore, confounding variables like self-esteem, older adults, and few selected physiological precursors came to light, like heart rate, respiratory rate, and blood pressure can be taken. These are my references. Happiness can be found even in the darkest of times when one only remembers to turn on the light. These are the glimpses of the study where I conducted the study, and these are the activities, therapies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, Professor Navina, I have one query here. You have conducted among older adults. Am I right?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So I would like to know about the inclusive and exclusive criteria, because you have mentioned here older elder.
Madam, inclusion criteria is the age group between 60 to 80 and who are depression.
Okay.
I'm aware. Exclusion criteria is they are suffering from severe depression, and inclusion criteria is people who can able to cooperate and available for the data collection, and they can able to follow all our comments or our therapy. Exclusion criteria: people who do not understand Hindi, English, and they do not cooperate or available or sick. They are exclusion criteria.
Okay, so you are conducting both male and female patients.
Yes, madam, both male and female patients. Not patient.
Okay,
they are
thank
my
you.
examples.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving to the next presenter, I would like to invite Uzma Anjum ma'am for present from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, India.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. My topic for the presentation, paper presentation, is knowledge and practice assessment on protective equipment. Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Hello? Yes, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Any query?
Am I audible?
Yeah,
No,
audible,
it's
ma'am.
audible. It's audible.
Okay. So my topic.
Yeah, Miss Osman, it is it is audible.
Okay. My topic for the presentation is knowledge and practice assessment on personal protective equipment among student nurses in a selected College of Nursing, New Delhi. So PPE helps to prevent high-risk patients from contracting infections after being exposed to substances or potentially infectious material brought in by visitors and healthcare workers. When used correctly together with other infection control practices such as hand washing, use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers, covering of face while coughing and sneezing, it minimizes the spread of infection from one person to another. Effective use of PPE also includes the proper removal and disposal of contaminated PPE to prevent exposure to infections for both the PPE wearer and the other people. So the need of the study was the proper use of PPE can protect people and healthcare workers from infections, and nurses have very close and regular contact with the patients, caring for patients and assisting various procedures involving contact with body fluids. All these leave nurses at a high risk of catching infections. And student nurses are the future nurses who will take care of patients in hospital as well as in the community. They should have adequate knowledge and follow the proper practice guidelines on the use of PPE. So the objectives of the present study was to assess the knowledge on PPE among student nurses and to assess the practice on PPE among student nurses. Research methodology applied for this present study. The research approach was quantitative research approach used along with the descriptive research design. The study was conducted, the setting was Rufeda College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. Population was student nurses who are studying in the DGNM third year, BSc second year, and BSc fourth year. The sampling technique have used for this study, convenient sampling technique. The sample size was 110 and tool for the present study was structured knowledge and practice questionnaire. Analysis was done through the descriptive statistics. So the section includes the results, includes the three sections. The section A was the demographic details, and the section B is the knowledge assessment, and the section C was the practice assessment. So here in this table shows the frequency and percentage distribution of knowledge on PPE. So the knowledge score was categorized into three categories: poor, average, and good. So in the knowledge questionnaire, there were total score was 20. And in this, the less than 6 marks, if they score, then it comes under the category of poor, and average will for the average category there was 7 to 13, and for the good category there was 14 to 20. So here in it, the table represent that the majority of the participants, that is 60% of the participants, were having good knowledge on the PPE, followed by 40% of the participants were having average knowledge on PPE. So the same thing had this bar graph showing the percentage distribution of knowledge on PPE among the student nurses. The next part shows the next section shows the frequency and percentage distribution of practice of students on PPE. Here also the maximum score was 14, and this also categorized into three parts, that is poor, average, and good. And those who were having less than 4, it comes under the poor category, and average was 5 to 9 and good for 10 to 14. So this table shows that the majority of the participant, that is the 60.9% was participant were having average practice, while only 37.3% participants were having good practices. So when we see the knowledge, it has the good score while the practice has the average score. So here the same thing you can see here, the bar diagram showing the practice of PPE among the students. So the majority of the participants were in average category. And so this result shows that the majority of the students have the good knowledge, while the majority of the when we see the practice aspect of the PPE, then they are having average knowledge, average practice, sorry. So discussion includes a similar cross-sectional study was conducted from November 2014 to October 2015 in 2 tertiary healthcare institutions in Tamil Nadu by Archana Lakshmi PA in 2018 to evaluate the appropriate use of PPE among healthcare providers. So total participants were 1,060 healthcare providers, that is doctors, nurses, and technicians who had more than 1 year of experience participating in the study. The results showed that among 62 healthcare workers, participants who work outside the operation theater and ICU, appropriate uses of PPE were only 156%, that is 18.1%. And the reason for inappropriate use of PPE were non-available, that is 78%, followed by not aware of the importance of wearing the PPE, that was 11%. So the findings of the study concluded that inappropriate use and lack of adequate knowledge on infection control practices, emphasizing that periodic retraining is needed. So conclusion drawn from the present study was that The 60% had good knowledge regarding the personal protective equipments, while 37.3% had good practice regarding the personal protective equipment. So and then next is majority of the samples had good knowledge, but maximum number of samples are following average practice. So this implies on the need for improving and strictly following the standard practices. And it is recommended that better strategies to be used to provide education to student nurses in classroom and implications of this study. Nursing practice, the result drawn from this study can be implied in the clinical areas to focus more on the practice-based knowledge assessment and learning of student nurses on personal protective equipments. And in nursing administration, nurse administrators should organize program for management of personal protective equipment for student nurses. In service and continuing education program can be organized in the hospital regarding PPE management for staff nurses of each area. Then recommendations for this study, the similar study can be conducted on the large sample size, can be conducted on the staff nurses, and in this more observational studies can be conducted on staff nurses and healthcare workers and on student nurses. Thank you.
Ms. Usma.
Yes.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
The sample size was?
The sample size was 110.
Okay. Were you able to draw conclusions? Or descriptive, no? Your study was descriptive.
Hello? Descriptive. It was descriptive study, ma'am.
Yeah. Was it, were you able to draw conclusions out of that sample?
Yes.
Okay.
Although the sample size was less, we can, there was, because of the COVID scenario at that time when we have conducted this study, so there was some limitations also. That's why we have conducted on the student nurses, because this study was conducted on online platform. We have.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving to the next one, I would like to invite Vandana Dadar, ma'am, for present from Rufita College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Vandana, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all. We'll just take a moment. A very good afternoon to one and all present. A descriptive study to assess the level of job satisfaction among nursing faculty working in selected colleges of nursing, New Delhi. Nursing education is considered as vital discipline as it produces workforce that contributes to the better health of the society. And future of our profession is in the hands of nursing faculty who mold and trains the new generation of nurses. So a well-adjusted and satisfied teacher can contribute a lot to the well-being of his or her pupils. And on the other hand, a dissatisfied teacher can become irritable and may create tensions which can have negative influence on the students' learning process, and it consequently can affect their academic growth. Coming to the need of the study, job satisfaction among nurses is of concern throughout the world, but the satisfaction of nursing faculty has received less attention and no review of global research on the topic has been published. Educational institutions need to be concerned about the satisfaction of their employees as it directly affects their teaching and the quality of institution, especially the nursing colleges. There is a need to clarify the variables that affect job satisfaction of nursing teachers so that the administrators get an insight into the motivation of their task. Thus, the researcher felt the need to assess the level of job satisfaction among nursing faculty working in selected colleges of nursing, New Delhi. Problem statement: a descriptive study assess the level of job satisfaction among nursing faculty working in selected colleges of nursing, New Delhi, with objectives to assess the level of job satisfaction among nursing faculty and to find the association among level of job satisfaction with selected demographic variables. Job satisfaction is the cognitive judgment about personal needs and expectations that are met through work, and it represents the output of the person-work interaction. And by nursing faculty, it is meant that the nurses who have obtained advanced nursing degree that allows them to teach nursing curriculum at colleges and universities, teaching and helping to train future nurses. Now, the methodology used for the present study was research approach was quantitative, non-experimental approach, and research design was descriptive survey design. Research setting was 3 nursing colleges in New Delhi, namely Rufeda College of Nursing, Holy Family Hospital College of Nursing, and Lakshmi Bai Batra College of Nursing. And the population was nursing faculty. Sample was 50 nursing faculty, and sampling technique used was convenient sampling technique. Now, data collection and analysis. The data collection tool developed for the present study was divided into 2 sections. Excuse me. Into 2 sections, section A and B. Section A was used to collect the demographic data of the samples, and section B comprised of a 5-point rating scale to assess the level of job satisfaction among nursing faculty. And analysis was done using both descriptive and inferential statistics. Now, coming to the result of the analysis, this is the table which is showing analysis of the demographic profile of the sample. Then coming to the findings related to the level of job satisfaction. This is the table which is representing the frequency and percentage distribution of level of job satisfaction among the samples. There was no sample who was not satisfied. 28 of 50 samples were moderately satisfied, and there were 22 samples who were highly satisfied. This is the bar graph depicting the percentage distribution of the level of job satisfaction. It is again showing 0% in the non-satisfied category. Moderately satisfied were 56% and highly satisfied were 44%. This is the table depicting the mean, median, mode, and standard deviation of the level of job satisfaction. Then findings related to the association between level of job satisfaction among nursing faculty and selected demographic variables. So this is the table which is showing the association between level of job satisfaction and age in years. Since the chi-square value obtained was less than the table value at 0.05 level of significance, there was no association found between the level of job satisfaction and age. This is the table depicting the association between level of job satisfaction and highest educational degree obtained by the sample. Again, in this table, it is seen that the chi-square value obtained was less than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. So there was no association found between level of job satisfaction and highest educational degree obtained by the sample. This table is showing the association between level of job satisfaction and work experience of the sample. Same is with this variable. Chi-square value that was obtained was less than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. So there was no association found. Then association between level of job satisfaction and nature of employment, whether the sample are permanent or on ad hoc basis or on contractual basis. The chi-square value obtained through the analysis was less than the table value at 0.05 level of significance, indicating that there is no association between job satisfaction and nature of employment. Then coming to the association between level of job satisfaction and position at job, the job title. This table is showing that the chi-square value is less than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. So there was no association found between level of job satisfaction and position, the job title or the position at job. So the findings of our study, this study confirms with the study done by Sudhir M, where he found that majority of nursing faculty were satisfied with their job. Also a study done by Chin CC et al, it was found that majority of faculty had only moderate level of satisfaction. In contrary to this study, Gui et al found that faculty members were dissatisfied with their pay and with their opportunities for promotions. The present study showed that there was no significant association of the level of job satisfaction with any of the demographic variables which were selected, like age, years, total years of teaching experience, educational degree, type of institution, employment status, and current position. So this, in conclusion, the study contributes to understanding job satisfaction level in relation to selected demographic. Healthier working environment with certain aspects for social and professional growth is vital to contribute towards the satisfaction among nursing faculty. Thank you, and these are some of the references.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected judges?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Shilpi Sarkar, ma'am, from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, for oral presentation.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. The title of the study is an exploratory study to assess the prison environmental factors for young children who are co-detained with their mothers in a selected prison of Delhi. Background: the environment a child experiences from their childhood period through early childhood has a profound influence on later life possibilities and outcomes. Neural systems do not develop in optimal ways if necessary experiences are not provided at the optimal times. Children living under unusual circumstances are vulnerable children who are deprived of the essential services to foster their growth and development, and they are found to have poor physical health, problems in physical growth, mental, social, emotional, and behavioral problems. Parental imprisonment, it increases the risk of insecure relationship, developmental vulnerabilities, behavioral problems, antisocial problems, poor school performance. End of the study, about 4.3% of the total prison inmate population were comprised by the women. This is a data from national, that is 61% are mothers of minor children. Mother imprisonment involves to live in prison. Country specific varies from 6 months and to 6. There is dearth of studies about prison environmental factors which might affect co-detained children in prison. The information thus generated in the present study can be used for early intervention strategies aimed at promoting health and prevent health problems among those children. Objectives: to assess prison standards for the care of co-detained children as per the norms given by Supreme Court of India. Second is to assess physical facilities available for the children. Third is to assess prison policies to co-detained child's bonding with their family members. Fourth is to find out imprisoned mother's opinion related to care and development of co-detained child in prison. Fifth is to assess the behavior of cohabitants impacting children co-detained with imprisoned mothers. And to the conceptual framework was whenever a child is vulnerable, the family members or the extended family members or the local community members or the society or the state at large should come in force and should support the child. Child is in the center, and if the positive optimal services are provided, the child will have the optimal health. Otherwise, the child will go into the negative state of health. Research methodology: research approach is quantitative, research design is exploratory research design. Population: imprisoned mothers and staff members were included. The study was conducted in a selected prison which is located in the South Delhi of India. There were a total 33 women prisoners who were having children with them. There is no specific details on sanction space for these children. Inclusion criteria: all mothers who were willing to give informed consent and who could understand Hindi or English language were included, and the staff members who were directly or indirectly involved with the child care were involved in the study. Total mothers involved were the total 31 mothers via total enumeration technique were included, and the staff members by purposive sampling only those who were affecting the child directly or indirectly. That is 6 prison staff members, 1 warder, 1 prison guard, and 4 press staff members were included. These are the tools and techniques, and it just shows the content validity index score and the reliability index score also. So the participant demographic data sheet which was developed, then the checklist, observational checklists were developed, and to assess the prison environmental policies and to also the prison facilities. And
on the way they then 8 months. This
any policies which can be will try out permission or was obtained from the mothers and the members. Confidentiality and anonymity of the data was maintained. Data collection was done in February 2017. On the first day of data collection, the details of the study was explained to the prison superintendent, warder, prison guard, and the staff members working in prison. And after initial screening, all imprisoned mothers were included. Informed written consent was obtained and data was generated consequently for 9 days and recorded then and there in the interview scheduled and observational checklist. Data was analyzed using SPSS version 2020, and the data analysis was then re-verified by a biostatistician who was working in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. The data was summarized using descriptive statistics, and this table shows the demographic characteristics of the imprisoned mother, which shows already all the mothers were married, but there were 25% mothers who were widowed. And most of the mothers did not have either formal education or just had the primary education, that is 2/3 of the mothers, and only 1/3 mothers had 10th education or higher. Most of the mothers were housewife before imprisonment, and their income in the family was less than 10,000 in 40% of the mothers. And there were 38% fathers were also imprisoned in the same prison. And interestingly, all mothers were charged under section 302 for life sentence. However, 93% mothers were under trial and only 6% mothers were convicted. The results according to objectives, this table shows the standards, prison standards according to Supreme Court of India, and it shows that the prison was not following the certain standards, like there was no adequate space, for child to rest and sleep. Also, the child freedom was not there to visit outside the family, family members, and also there was no separate child clothing, separate utensils, adequate sleeping facilities was not there. But however, there were facility for medical care, vaccination facility, educational facility, and recreational facility. It shows that the prison standard was just bare minimum for the children. And the physical facilities for the co-detained children, apart from those standards, were like light, privacy, the facility in the toilet and bathroom, child appealing posters, availability of toys. These all were found to be inadequate. Insect rodents were also inadequate. There were rodents were observed, however, vaccination, cleanliness of the living area, and the structural safeguard of the prison barrack was present. The dietary facility was adequate due to the presence of the crèche, where they were getting good nutritious diet. There was a good finding, that is, none of the child was had any harm in the prison during their stay with their mother. And this is a table which shows the type of the prison policy which is affecting their bonding with the family members, and it shows that the prison facility did not promote the bonding with the family members. Unlike the prison mothers, they were having restriction to meet their family members outside. They were not allowed to meet their to go outside like the prison mothers, and also the father who is living inside the prison could meet only for half an hour twice a week. And this is the figure table shows the frequency distribution of the imprisoned mothers related to their opinion score for care and development of co-detained child in prison. And it shows that most of the mother, that is 75%, had negative opinion. So they did not want that the child should stay in the prison along with them. So neutral opinion was there for 25%, which might be because there is no option for the child to stay in the family. Then this is a table which shows the behavior of cohabitants negatively impacting. So we can see the cohabitants included biological mother of the child, imprisoned women, and the prison staff member, which shows that the children were having the exposure of the physical, they were physically abusing the children, verbal abusing, and fighting with each other. So these were the factors which could negatively influence the children. However, there was no abusive language from the prison staff members, or physical hurting was not there from the prison staff members, but it showed that the children were under the influence, negative influence. So these are the observed deprivations in the prison for co-detained children, that is deprivation of the parental bonding for the co-detained children, restricted physical environment, high criminogenic influence, deprivation of co-detained child from love and affection of the family, deprivation of co-detained child's learning about traditional and spiritual activities, cultural rituals and festival celebration, and the mothers were not allowed for that. Poor personal grooming of the co-detained children, and deprivation of the co-detained child from various external developmental exposure and stimulation present outside prison. Discussion: physical facilities were found to be inadequate in the domain of the physical factors, and consistent to the present study, the previous study has revealed that child-friendly dormitory for co-detained children was inadequate to accommodate all children, and chronic and acute noise exposure was present. Inadequate cleanliness, overcrowding, and poor neighborhood was present in the prison. Then another finding was prison has a well-functional crèche. Yes, consistent to the present study. In the previous study has reported that crèche and primary preschool education was available for co-detained children. Then co-detained children with imprisoned mothers were deprived of attending family functions. And in the previous study, it was shown that learning of the religious ritual and culture, it helps to have optimism in life and to control human behavior, which was not there in the prison. In the present study, co-detained children were not permitted to visit world outside the prison. Apart from crèche timing and in weekend, children are inevitably forced to spend their entire time inside the prison barracks. Consistent to the present study, in a study in US also reported that co-detained children were seldom given the opportunity to explore the world outside the prison walls, and also consistent to the present study that there was a concern that co-detained children need acclimatizing to the world outside, not only to promote their development but also to prepare them for living in the community once they leave the prison. Mothers were concerned about child's future and believed that young children who spend even of life in the prison would be prone to develop criminal behavior in future. In support there was a study which says that children who were born in prison had never experienced a normal family life. Their socialization pattern got severely affected. Conclusion, the prison environment for the care of children had met just bare minimum standard as per the criteria. The co-detained children had to follow various restrictions and live in the same prison barrack condition meant for adult prisoners and were isolated from outside world and inevitably exposed to the environmental influences of the negative nature. Co-detained children were found to be deprived of the love, affection, bonding with family, and were inevitably exposed to the aggression and violent behavior of other imprisoned women who were cohabitating with them. Limitation, inability to have a pictorial or narrative description of the prison situation, as there was a legal restriction to take any recording device inside that. Then we could not access the prison record for participants' personal information. 10, total enumeration technique was used for enrolling the study subjects. All observed data was revalidated by imprisoned mothers and prison staff members. Factors which could impact the children were studied. Implication, fact is that children of prisoners should never be treated as prisoners themselves. And the nurses who are working inside the prison, who are there in the hospital only, they should perform monthly assessment and maintain health record of the co-detained children, develop a professional alliance with the care staff to promote the health of the children, assess child's behavior and make appropriate referral for early management of aggression or abnormal behavior, plan need-based consultation with the early childhood health professionals and mental health specialists for suspected health-related problems, arrange routine health education and exhibition to spread awareness on various topics of interest of health and hygiene for children, assess antenatal imprisoned women, provide need-based care and support to promote health postnatal outcomes, counsel and support imprisoned mothers who is lactating to start and maintain breastfeeding of infant. These are few references. Thank you very much. And I extend my gratitude for nursing practice for accepting this paper and giving the opportunity in this platform, and also for organizing this conference. Thank you very much.
Was it Dr. Shilpi?
Yes.
Was it easy for you to get the permission to conduct the study?
Yes, ma'am, because not that easy. I had to visit the prison several times. We had a visit during our master's time when I was studying the AIIMS. That time we had visited the Tihar. Then I followed there. Then I got the permission. After presenting the proposal and what will be the findings, it will not be leaked out anywhere. The findings will be shared. I had to present the entire proposal, and after that only they had given the permission. I had to give 3 presentations over there.
Yeah. Just because it's a sensitive issue, that's why I asked you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Sheluka Sheher, ma'am, from Rufita College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Ma'am, please share your screen.
A very good afternoon. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to present my topic, that is knowledge assessment of nursing students regarding lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer community. LGBTQ is an initialism that stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. It is being used since the 1990s instead of the term gay community. The term gay community did not completely represent all those to whom it is referred. LGBTQ community includes all those who do not identify themselves by the gender assigned at their birth and who are homosexual or bisexual, or it may include all those who are still questioning their identity or exploring their identity. So these peoples are often discriminated and refused of their civil and human rights. Recently, countries around the globe have taken steps to protect the rights of LGBTQ community. They too have an equal rights to live free from mistreatment and discrimination. LGBTQ community peoples are at increased risk of psychiatric disorder, suicide, eating disorders, drug abuse, STDs, breast cancer, and anal cancer. So personal, family, and social acknowledgement of sexual orientation and gender identity influences the mental well-being and personal safety of LGBTQ people. According to a study, these people face healthcare risks that are often not looked at because of the lack of knowledge of patients' sexual orientation, not knowing anything about specific healthcare issues faced by them, or because patients feel that the healthcare professionals are extremely homophobic or afraid of homosexuality. So healthcare providers' knowledge and awareness regarding LGBTQ community can reduce or eliminate prejudices and discrimination against them. So this study was conducted because being a healthcare worker, the student nurses must be aware of the LGBTQ people, their rights, their health needs, how to address them, their privacy needs, abuse and violence against them. So this study was conducted with the objective of assessment of the knowledge of students regarding lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer community in a selected College of Nursing of New Delhi. Quantitative approach and descriptive research design was used for this study. A total number of 68 students of DGNM first year and second year were included in the study. This study was conducted during COVID-19 pandemic and that is why we have included only this much of students, and the purposive sampling technique was used. And we have created a structured questionnaire for assessment of the knowledge. And this tool was divided into two sections. Section 1 consists of demographic details such as age, sex, religion, and attitude-based questions. Section 2 consists of 30 MCQs for knowledge assessment regarding LGBTQ community. Ethical permissions and ethical clearance were obtained from Jamia Hamdard. Pilot study was done in the Federal College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, and final data was collected after obtaining formal permissions and after obtaining consent from the participants. And the obtained data was analyzed using descriptive statistics. Coming to the result of this study, present slide shows the bar graph having percentage distribution of students by their demographic variables. The result of this study showed that the majority of the participants, 33.82% of them, were having age of 20 years. And the majority of the participants were female, that is 77.94%, and 77.94% of the participants were having preference of using pronoun she for them, and 72% of the participants were following religion Islam, and the majority of the participants said that they do not know anyone belonging to the LGBTQ community closely, and majority of the participants felt comfortable while talking to the LGBTQ community peoples, and majority of the participants said that they do not intentionally excluded someone in their clinical areas from healthcare services because they are having a particular gender. And a little like 57.35% of the participants said that they have a little knowledge about the topic. This slide shows the findings regarding knowledge of sample about LGBTQ community. The result shows that the majority of the participants are having average knowledge that LGBTQ community, while 32.35% of the participants were having poor knowledge regarding LGBTQ community, and no participant had good knowledge regarding LGBTQ community. So the study concluded that the majority of the students have average knowledge and rest have poor knowledge, and none of the students have good knowledge regarding LGBTQ community. The study recommends that a study can be done on a larger sample so that the results can be generalized, and a study can be conducted to assess the perception and evaluate the attitude towards LGBTQ community in some other setting. So the study recommends that the more awareness should be created for an open, non-hostile environment to provide the best healthcare for this population. So with this, I conclude. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any questions from the respected judges?
Can proceed, ma'am. No question.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite A. Malar Salvi, ma'am, from Amity College of Nursing, Amity University, Haryana, India.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Greetings of the day. Myself, Mala Selvi, PhD scholar, Amity College of Nursing. Welcome. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such a wonderful program and given an opportunity to participate. The study of mine is that the randomized control trial to assess the effectiveness of 25% extra solution versus direct breastfeed milk in the management of neonatal pain in a selected hospital, New Delhi. It is a pilot study. So I have done a pilot study of 30 samples. Vaccination pain at an early age causes a discomfort to neonates mothers because breastfeeding is found to be effective and it reduces pain. And the act of breastfeeding has a multifactorial mechanism, such as the skin-to-skin contact, sucking, rocking, warmth, the smell of the mother, the presence of the endogenous opioid presence in the mother's milk. The need for the study is that oral sucrose and the glucose solutions can be effective in neonates who are undergoing painful procedures, either alone or in combination with the other pain-relieving strategies can be used. When sucrose or glucose is used as a pain management strategy, it should be prescribed and tracked as a medication. Evidence-based protocols should be developed and implemented in nurseries, and more research should be conducted to better understand the effect of sucrose use for the analgesia. The aim of the study is that to determine the effectiveness of 25% extra solution, direct breastfeed milk for the neonates undergoing BCG vaccination in relieving pain as assessed by the neonatal pain scale, changes in the heart rate and oxygen saturation and duration of fibers found. The problem statement I already said that a randomized control trial versus the effectiveness of 25% extra solution versus direct breastfeed milk in the management of neonatal pain in a selected hospital in New Delhi. I have taken the two objectives. The first one is that to compare the mean pain score of the neonates with a NIPS or administer 25% extra oral solution and direct breastfeed milk during 2 minutes and 5 minutes after BCG vaccination. The second objective is to compare the duration of try of a neonates were administered 25% extra oral solution and direct breastfeed milk within 5 minutes after the BCG vaccination. The hypothesis is that there will be a significant difference in the mean pain score of neonates who are administered 25% dextrose oral solution as those who are administered direct breastfeed milk evidence by neonatal infant pain scale at P0.05 level of significance. And the second hypothesis is that there will be a significant difference in the duration of life of neonates within 5 minutes after vaccination between the group at 0.05 level of significance. So I have taken the review of literature under the 5 categories, that is the review related to the 25% dextrose solution, review related to the breast milk, review related to the BCG vaccination, and review related to the other painful pain relieving measures of a neonate, and review related to the neonate's pain. The methods and the materials are the research approach and the research designs are quantitative through experimental approach, a randomized controlled pre-test post-test design. Research setting and participants are South Delhi Municipal Corporation of Badarpur maternity home on 30 samples. Inclusion criteria are neonates between 37 to 40 weeks of gestation and those who are receiving the BCG vaccination, mothers feed and mothers who are able to give the feed and those not having any problem in feeding. A non-probability convenience sampling technique is used, and the study was registered in the Clinical Trial Registry of India, that is CTRI number in ICMR, CTRI 202112038491 is done. Then ethical approval, administrative ethical approval from the Civic Center, head office, STMC maternity home, IPPR, Badarpur was taken. The chief medical officer permission was obtained in the Badarpur, and ethical clearance from the Ethical Committee of Institutional Ethical Board, Amity University, Haryana. The reference number is given. Information sheet to explain the procedure and informed concern in Hindi was given to neonate's mother to participate in the study. The inclusion criteria are neonates born in STMC, IPPH, Badarpur, maternity home, New Delhi. A term neonate, gestational age of 37 to 40 weeks. Neonates undergoing BCG vaccination. Mothers were willing to participate in the study and the healthy taking the mother's feed. The neonates who are taking the mother's feed, mothers do not have any feeding problem. Exclusion criteria are mothers do not have producing enough milk, and neonates having any of the problem like a sepsis, birth asphyxia, and the neurological deficit of the babies and the congenital anomalies of the babies. Term neonates receiving analgesia, sedatives, muscle relaxants, and term neonates whose mothers are not willing to participate in the study. These are the exclusion criteria. The data collection process, the data collection was started after the tryout from 15th to 25th of the December 2021 with a written concern from the mothers who are willing to participate in the study, and the information sheet was obtained. Mothers' information regarding the study was explained to the mothers. A total of 30 mothers for neonates were randomized with a randomized table number generated. The 30 numbers were generated, which was put it in the opaque sealed envelope and asked the mother to pick up, and accordingly the intervention was given. Those who were in the control group were given the direct breastfeeding, and those who were in the experimental group was given the 25% dextrose oral solution just 2 minutes before the BCG vaccination. The plan for the data analysis, the interpretation of the data analysis was done by using the STATA version 14. Data collection was checked for the normality by using the Kolmogorov, and the kurtosis, QNS was checked. The data obtained were analyzed, tabulated, and interpreted, and checked the percentage and descriptive statistics and the inferential statistics was checked. These are the frequency percentage distribution of the mothers in the experimental group and the control group according to the selected demographic variable. So the mothers demographic variables such as the age of the mothers those who belong to the 21 to 25 years of age, where in the experimental group they were 8, and in the control group they were 9, and at 25 to 30 in the experimental group they were 5, and in the control group they were 6, and 31 to 35 years of age mothers were 2 in the experimental and none were in the control group. And the gravida 1 was 2 were in experimental and no were in the control group. And in the Gravida 2, they were 5 in experimental and 10 were in the control. And Gravida 3 were 6 and in the experimental group, and in a control group they were 5. And the Gravida 4, they were 2 in the experimental and none were in the control group. And the Variety, the Variety 1 was 5 in experimental and 12 in the control group. And 2 Variety was 6 in the experimental and 3 in the control group. And Variety 3, they were 2 in the experimental and none were in the control group. And the literacy level of the mothers, those who are illiterate were only 1 were there. And the secondary education mothers in the experimental were 10 and in the control they were 5. And the graduated mothers were 1 in the experimental and 4 were in the control group. And post-graduation, none were in the experimental and 1 mother was in the control group. In regard to the demographic variable of the neonates, those are born within the 1 to 10 hours of age. First, the frequency in experimental was 7 and 4 were in the control group. And the duration of 11 to 20 years of age of a neonate, those are born within 11 hours to 20 hours, 5 in the experimental and 10 in the control group. And those who are in the 21 to 30 hours of age, 3 in the experimental and 1 in the control group. And most of the babies were males in the experimental group, and in the control group they were 6, and female were 3 in the experimental and 9 in the control group. The weight of the babies, the weight between 2.5 to 3 kgs, they were 13 in the experimental and 14 in the control. 3.1 to 3.6 kg, 2 in the experimental and 1 in the control. And gestation age of the babies, those were 38 years of weeks were 8 in the experimental and 8 in the control. And 39 weeks of gestation, 3 in the experimental and 2 in the control group. And 40 weeks of gestation, 4 in the experimental and 5 in the control group. And all the babies were term babies. And comparison of the neonate mean pain score before, during, and 2 minutes, 5 minutes between the experimental and control group, there were significant difference was found. That was the experimental group had a p-value 0.0433, and in the control group it was 0.39. And this is the box plot shows that there was significant difference in the between the control group and the experimental group in regard to the mean pain score when it was assessed in the neonatal infant pain scale. And comparison to the duration of cry also there was significant difference between the experimental and the control. In the experimental group it was about 0.0433 p-value, and in the control group it was 0.039. So there was significant difference was found in the between the control and the experimental group in regard to the duration of cry. In regard to the result, the mean pain score in experimental group was p-value less than 0.43 in control and p-value 0.039 in a control. And in regard to the duration of cry in the experimental group, p-value was less than 0.0433 and in the control less than 0.039, which shows a significant difference between the group. The direct breastfeeding was considered effective in reducing the neonate's pain and in the duration of cry. So I would like to conclude this study by saying that the present study result shows that neonates who received direct breastfeeding from mothers had a decreased pain severity during a BCG vaccination. This is evident that neonates need to be given breastfeeding during painful procedure. Based on this finding, mothers are encouraged and facilitated to breastfeed. These are the reference. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
जी. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Mamta Devi and Ma'am and Deepak Shah from Faculty of Nursing, SGT University, Gurugram, India.
Hello, good afternoon to all. I could not able to share my slides. Hello, is I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
But I could not able to share my slide.
Ma'am, please stop sharing your slide. Malan ma'am, am I audible to you? Malar ma'am. Malar ma'am, am I audible to you?
Hello. Hello. Hello, is my audible?
Yes ma'am, please proceed ma'am.
Yeah, my slide is visible now.
Yeah, slides are visible ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon to all. My paper presentation's topic is effect of COVID-19 on physical and behavioral activities among the youth during pandemic, a cross-sectional research design. In the background of the study, the COVID-19 has far-reaching and dramatic consequences affecting much more people than those who become ill and changing the behavior and physical activities among the adults. Youth participate in healthy or unhealthy behaviors may be disrupted by the epidemic and limitation of the public gathering. Physical activities may reduce the peer interactions, increase parental proximity, decrease engagement in school-sponsored extracurricular activities, reduce the availability of gathering areas, amplify the stresses, worry and potential monotony. Need of the study, apart from the physiological effect of COVID-19 worldwide, lockdown during the COVID-19 has affected almost all the age group in different ways. COVID-19 had a significant impact on social life in various parts of the world. Closures of the schools and university along with other social behavioral changes such social isolation and quarantine are having an effect on young people's behaviors and physical activities. More than two-thirds of US teenagers and young adults who have ever used e-cigarette claim their use has reduced since the outbreak started in an online survey. Two strategies can be used to develop a strong physical activity lifestyle, training teenagers to foresee and work for disruption in their physical activity can lessen the risk that they will become inactive due to disturbance. And the method of our study is, the study was conducted from June to November 2021 in the selected states of India during the second wave of COVID-19 with the objective to assess the physical and behavioral changes among the youth during COVID-19 pandemic. And studies selected was adolescent and young adults between the age group of 15 to 25, and we have taken the ethical clearance from LGT University. And study samples, that is the companion sampling technique was used, and data was collected in both online and offline mode, and each participant gave their consent after being explained of the study objectives. And data collection tool consisted having three sections. First one is selected demographic variables, and second, we are using two questionnaires. That questionnaires to measure the change in physical activity, which consists a list of 12 items with 3-point Likert scale and details of change in body weight and total hours spent on physical activity, screen and sleep before and during lockdown. And third questionnaire is to assess the change in behavior and eating habit, which consists 9 items with increase, same and decrease response option. Total 500 subjects were enrolled in the study, out of which 434 subjects completed the survey. And our findings shows that most of the age group belongs to 15 to 20, that is out of 434 in that participant, 285 participants belongs to 15 to 20, and gender for most of the participants belongs to male, and education, most of the participants belongs to undergraduations, and mother education also belongs to senior secondary, and further education also belongs to secondary, senior secondary, and parents employments, all of the parents are employed, that is 346. And also the having the sibling, yes, they are having, all of the participants are having the sibling. And next diagram shows that distribution of subject according to change in physical activities. Here in different codings we are showing that colors. Orange color shows the increase and the yellow color shows the same, and the decrease is the green color. So browsing the information about the coronavirus disease almost is the same, that is same, and increase in 49.7%. Body weight is the same, that is 41.2, and hours spent on face-to-face communication per day also same, that is 37.1%. Time spent on pursuing hobbies also same, that is 48.2%. Sleep durations and the frequency was increased, that is 47.7%. Watching TV, use of computer also increased, that is a 42.2%. Other non-screen based secondary activities like reading books is same, that is 49.3%. And use of social media was increased, that is 60.4%. Household chores is also same, that is 44.9%. Playing indoor game, that is increased 45.4%, and playing outdoor game is the decrease, that 50.5%. And physical activities was the same, that is 38.9% according to the physical activities. And next, diagram shows the distribution of subject according to change in behavior and eating habits. Here also same color coding, increase, same and decrease. Eating junk food is most of the item, that is decreased 41.2%, and eating nutritious food is increased 49.5%. Difficulty in concentrating while studying or working also increased. Anger issues also is increased. Dependency on family member is same, that is 52.07, and mood swing is increased, and argument with family members is same, And feeling worried about the family members also increased at 49.5% according to changes in behaviors and eating habits. And next, table shows that comparisons of activity before and during lockdown. Here, before lockdown and during lockdown, total hours spent on physical activities in the less than 2 hours in the most of the participants are in less than 2 hours, but in the during lockdown also is also 2235. That's why it's not significant at the level of 0.005. And total hours spent on the screens in the most of the participants are less than 2 hours, but in the during lockdown is more than 6 hours is the 169. Total hours spent on the sleep in the during before lockdown is 6 to 8 hours, but in the during lockdown is 8 to 10 hours. This shows that significance. And comparison of weight before and after lockdown also is significant at the level of 0.05 level. And also the associated of selected variables age and gender with physical and behavioral changes. Variables, as I've already told you, that is the 15 to 20 and 20 to 25 categories, and physical activity shows the increase. And browsing the information about the coronavirus also is the same categories in the age of 15 to 20, but in the 20 to 25 age group also is increased. And also the variable and the playing outdoor game also belongs to all of the is decreased. And associations of selected variables age and gender with physical and behavioral body weight also is same as all the participants before and during lockdown. And mood swing also is increased both the before and after lockdown. Anger also is, I think anger means same, it comes under the before lockdown, but in the after the lockdown, it's increasing, that is 144, and difficulty in concentration while doing the work and studying, that is the same in the before and, but after the lockdown is, during the lockdown is increasing 159. And association of selected variables, education with physical and behavioral changes. Yes, according to level of the education, most of the others non-screen sedentary activities, it comes most of the it belongs to the undergraduate, and playing video games and using the other game applications also most of the belongs to the undergraduate, is decreasing as well as the increasing. And difficulty in concentration while doing the work studies also is increasing. And also in the playing outdoor game also is most of the participants are decreased. And playing outdoor games also it comes under almost is same, but is in the senior secondary schools it's 91% is decreased, and also for the graduation also is decreased. And feeling worried about one of the family member will leave a house during COVID-19, there is an increase. And also dependency on the family members is increased, is also significant, and dependency on the family members also increased, that's why it is significant at the level of 0.05. In the discussion point, the studies reported that decreased physical activity during the lockdown, mainly playing indoor game, it reveals that public recommendations for physical activity have been ineffective thus far. So our research shows that most of the age group is 15 to 20 years old. The present study observes changes in physical activities primarily increase the use of social media, playing indoor game, watching TV and use of computer, sleep duration, but decrease in playing outdoor game, face-to-face communication and household chores. So according to the Smith et al., the fact that the children and adolescents in Germany spend more active time after lockdown than before could be explained because they have more leisure time. The present study shows that the mean standard deviations and weight before and after lockdown was significant, as the p-value of 0.05 level, it indicates a significant difference in weight before and after lockdown. During COVID-19 lockdown, 32% of students gained weight, 22% weight loss, and 46% stay in the same weight according to the Zalal. And according to the Asrani, SM et al., nearly a quarter, 23% of population has put on at least 5% of their pre-2020 weight. Between the pre-2020 and post-2020 female put on more weight than males. To conclusion in our study, apart from the severe physical health recurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic, long-term health consequences owing to change in health practice are a major public health concern. So these studies discover a significant decrease in physical activity and increase in sedentary activities and weight can attribute to lockdown during COVID-19. A significant difference was reported in the body weight, mood swing, anger issues, and difficulty in concentration between the male and female. Because these activities have the potential to cause a health crisis, these studies suggest that during any pandemic, public health initiatives should promote the health-enhancing behavior alongside other precautionary measures. These all are the reference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Jaspreet Kaur, ma'am, for the presentation. Ma'am, are you ready with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now I'm able to audible, ma'am.
Yeah. You are.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Fine.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, one and all. So today, myself is Jaspreet Kaur, student of the PhD nursing scholar from the SGRD University from Amritsar. So my topic of presentation is the pilot study to assess the effectiveness of the mindfulness training program on stress reduction and level of adjustment among BSc nursing students of selected nursing colleges of district Amritsar, Punjab. The objective of my study was to assess the level of stress and the level of adjustment of the experimental and control group before and after mindfulness training program among nursing students. Second one is to compare level of stress and adjustment within experimental and control group before and after mindfulness training program among the nursing students. Third, to find the correlation between the level of stress and the level of adjustment. And finally is that to find the association of the level of stress and adjustment with selected demographic variable of nursing students. Now, next one, the introduction about the study. Stress is a pervasive issue in the modern society and has become a global public health problem. Continuous stress may lead to unproductive ruminations that consume energy and reinforces the experience of stress itself. Being a social animal, man needs society, and to remain society, so has to adjust with the values of the society. Without social adjustment, man cannot live happily. Man lives himself in the changing circumstances of society. Individual feels sort of emotional tension, uneasiness, and restlessness when he does not cannot adjust himself with the social environment. The problem of adjustment is a vital problem of the modern world. The present century is characterized by the psychological disorder and disturbed interpersonal relationship. The 21st century computer is bound to make children behave like a machine, demanding excessive concentration and speedy reaction. So this would naturally pose a greater threat to the student's ego and adjustive mechanism. Today, mental disorders stand among the leading cause of disease and disability in the world. 1 in 4, that is 25% people in the world, will be affected by the mental and neurological disease at some point in their lives. These universal phenomena reflecting in each aspect of life cycle was identified as a major cause of attrition in among all categories of the people. Students nurse experience level of stress. According to Murphy, the nursing student report very high stress level that are at higher times higher than those of students in other health professions. So this stress may affect performance and ability to care for patient and self. So the hypothesis of my study is the mean pre-post-test score in reduction of the stress of nursing student will be more than the mean pre-test score was measured by the standard scale at 0.05 level of significance. And the second hypothesis is the mean post-test score on the level of adjustment of the nursing student will be more than the mean pre-test score as measured by standard scale at 0.05 level of significance. The operational definition of my studies was first is effectiveness. In this study that refers to extent to which the mindfulness training program will help in reducing stress and increase adjustment among first year BSc nursing students. And what is the meaning of mindfulness training program? It is an 8-week evidence-based program that offers secular intensive mindfulness training to assist students with stress, anxiety, depression, and pain. This practical approach we train attention, allowing students to cultivate awareness and therefore enabling them to have more choice and take wise action in their lives. Stress in this study, stress refers to response of the first year BSc nursing student to situation that disrupts their physical, physiological, intellectual, emotional, social aspect as measured by the stress scale. Adjustment, it is a change in personal behavior or thinking. And the first year student in the studying the nursing students refers to those who joined in the first year for BSc nursing program as per the INC criteria in selected colleges of district Amritsar. Delimitation of my studies, the students who are studying, the nursing students who are studying in the BSc nursing first year in selected nursing colleges of district Amritsar, Punjab. And the assessment, the stress reduction and the level of adjustment among nursing students will be limited to the written response of the students. The criteria for sample collections, the inclusion criteria, the first year BSc nursing students that who are available at time of data and who are willing to participate in the study, and exclusions, the students who were previously exposed to mindfulness training program. The search methodologies, the quasi-experimental search approach was used in the study, and the two-group pre-test, post-test design was used. The search setting was the selected nursing college of district Amritsar, and the target population was the BSc nursing students. The study sampled the first-year BSc nursing students in the selected nursing college of district Amritsar, and the purpose sampling technique was used to collect the data. Sample size is calculated and divided in two groups, experimental and the control group. So method of data collection, the experimental group, first the pre-test has taken from the two groups, then interventions only given to the experimental group, then post-test are taken from the two groups. And the tool for data collection, first the socio-demographic variables, second the standardized stress scale, perceived stress scale, and third one is standardized academic adjustment scale. The such design was my study, the independent variables, that is a mindfulness training programs on the stress reduction and adjustments, and the demographic variables that like the age and years, sex, area of residence, religion, hostel staying, type of family, education status of father and mothers, occupation status of father and mother, and family income. And the study sampled the first year BSc nursing students that in two groups, each having 10 participants. And dependent variables, pre and post mindfulness training program on the stress reduction at the level of adjustments. And the criteria measures the perceived stress score, the maximum score will be 40 and minimum 0. It can categorize into low stress, moderate stress, and the high stress. Same in the level of adjustment. It can categorize a low adjustment level, moderate level, and the high adjustment level. So I did the pilot study. It is a small scale version or trial run done in preparation for the major study. The pilot study is conducted in the May and June month through the 2021 to ensure the reliability and feasibility of the study. And the permission was taken from the CKD college for the control group and Anand college for the experimental group. Data was collection the May June. The purpose of the objective was discussed and the principal of the colleges and formal written permission was obtained. And the investigator introduced herself to the respondent, and purpose of study was well explained to the group before administration of the pre-test and post-test. The experimental group was given training on mindfulness for 8 weeks, and the time spent each week was 2.5 hours. The control group was not exposed to mindfulness training. The queries of the respondent were clarified, and the post-test were taken from the experimental group in the end of 8 week. On the same day, post-test was taken from the control group. Difficult some faced during the studies, getting permission from the colleges for conducting such study, selecting the sample, collecting the data, and the investigator had to wait for the subject because they were busy in their study. So according to my analysis, the frequency and distribution of the demographic variables, the most of the respondents in the control group belongs to the 19 to 21 age, and the experimental group, they belongs to the same group. Most of the respondents are females, and the area of residence, the most of respondents in the control group from the home, but in the experimental, they're from the hostel. In the religions, the most of respondents in the both group belongs to the Sikh family. And residing area, the most of respondents from the experimental and control group from the this urban belongs to the urban area. And the type of family, the most of respondents from the both groups belongs to the nuclear family. Education status of the fathers, the both group in the experimental group, most of respondents, and the control group same, they belongs to the educations, they having, the father is having education matrix. In the mother's type, the occupation father of the occupation status of the father from the both groups, the majority of respondents, the father is having farming. And the education status of the mothers, the most of the in both groups, the most in the control group, the most of the respondents belongs to the mother is having senior secondary and graduate, but in the experimental group they are matric. They're from matrix. The occupation status of the mother, in the both groups, the most responded participant belongs to the mother is having homemaker. But in the family income, the most of respondents in the experimental group is having family monthly income above 20,000, but in control group, it is in 5 to 10 and about 20,000. So the perceived stress level score in the control group, the most of respondents will be fall into the high stress level in the control group pre and post test. But in the experimental group, the most of respondents in the pre-test, they will fall into the moderate stress level, but in the post-test, they will come into the low stress level. In the academic register levels, in the experimental group, the most of respondents in the pre-test, they will fall into the moderate 50% the moderate and 50% the high adjustment level. But in the post-test, the most of all the respondents will be fall into the high adjustment level after giving the training. So the frequency and percentage academic adjustment level in the control group, the most of respondents, majority of respondents will belong into the moderate adjustment level, both in pre-test and post-test. Now the comparison of the pre-test, post-test according to this scale, the more in the pre-test control group, the respondents with the mean test, the same in the pre-test, post-test in the control group, but in the experimental group, the mean score is a 54.4 in the pre-test, but in the 17.6 is the post-test. So there is a significant relationship between the pre-test, post-test in the experimental group. So same in the adjustment level. In the control group, the adjustment level in the control group is the same mean score in the pre-test and post-test, but in the experimental group, it was 68.7 in the pre-test, but in the 93.6 in the post-test. In the post-test experimental group, they are highly adjustable in the class. So there is a next objective is to find the correlation between level of stress and level of adjustments. So according to these scales, they are showing the positive correlation between this stress level and the adjustment level, the students. So according to demographic variables, no any one demographic variables is significant according to the stress level and adjustment level in this study. So according to reliability status, the reliability of tool was computed by applying Cohen's alpha, and which was found to be R is equal to 0.71 and 0.81 for standardized tools. The minimum acceptable value for Cohen's alpha R is equal to 0.70, as the tool is highly reliable and it was statistically validated at the 0.9 levels. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Parul, ma'am, from Gopichandran College of Nursing, Jamia
Yes.
University, New Delhi.
Good afternoon. Is my screen is visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. For my research, my guide is Ms. Bindu Shailu, Associate Professor, Ms. Janara Rahman, Assistant Professor, and Dharmender Singh, Assistant Professor, Himsar HSC Hospital. Title of my study. Title of my study, Compassion, Fatigue and Compassion Satisfaction among Nursing Officers who took care of patients suffering from COVID-19 in selected hospital of Delhi. In introduction says that in 2021, more than 2 million of people worldwide tested positive, which attributed to the manic death, which increased the pressure on the staff nurses, which is mainly due to the inadequate resources as well as shortage of oxygen supply, lack of mechanical ventilator and shortage of bed, which leads to the compassion fatigue. Compassion fatigue was discovered by the registered nurse Kyla Johansson. It says that we are addressing the gap in the previous research for examining these level of compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction. And most of the research is done in an international context. So we are doing the researches in an Indian scenario. So objective of my study was to assess, determine the level of compassion fatigue, to assess the level of compassion satisfaction, to see the relationship between the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction, to see the association between the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction with selected demographic variables. The framework for my study, which I have used the model of compassion fatigue by Dr. Charles Figley in 2002. This is my conceptual framework model, which I have used. Methodology. Research approach, which I have used the quantitative research approach, design of descriptive cross-sectional research design. The variable for my study was compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction, and the attribute variables are demographic variables. The setting for my study was HASC Hospital, New Delhi, and the population was nursing officer. Sample was nursing officer who took care of patients suffering from COVID-19 in a Psychiatric Hospital of Delhi during second wave only. Sample size was 134, and the sampling technique, non-probability purpose sampling technique I have used. And inclusion criteria for my study was the nurses who have worked in month of 2022 till the July 2021 in second wave. Description of my tool was divided into 3 parts. Section A was demographic profile, section B was compassion fatigue scale, and section C was structured compassion satisfaction scale. Section A was, for my analysis, section A was demographic profile. This is a multiple bar diagram depicting frequency percentage distribution of nursing officer as per their demographic profile, like age, gender, marital status, working experiences, working hours, and the working area during COVID-19. Section B was level of compassion fatigue, which is divided in 2 parts in terms of burnout, in terms of secondary traumatic stress. So this is a part A, which is showing the possible range of score, range of obtained score, and the mean is 38.1 in terms of burnout with the standard deviation 10.8. This is a level of compassion fatigue in terms of burnout, which shows that the most of the nursing officer has a moderate level of compassion fatigue in terms of burnout, which is 69%. Move to the part B, which is in terms of secondary traumatic stress. The mean was 34.7 with standard deviation 12.2. And it is showing the part B, which is showing the level of secondary traumatic stress, which is showing 31 to 60 and moderate level, and 61%. Most of the nursing officer has 61% moderate level of compassion fatigue in terms of secondary traumatic stress. Move to the compassion satisfaction level, and the possible range of score is 20 to 100, and the range of obtained score is 26 to 100, with mean 71.9 and standard deviation 15.73. The level of compassion satisfaction in the nursing officer, most of the nursing officer has 81, which is 60% has moderate level of compassion satisfaction. This is a this is a bar diagram which is showing the percentage distribution of nursing officer as per their level of compassion satisfaction. Now move to section D, which is showing the relationship between the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction. Part A will be showing the compassion fatigue in terms of burnout with compassion satisfaction. Here I've used the Carl-Pearson coefficient correlation, which is showing the R value 0.016 with a P value 0.859, which is showing the negative and weak correlation between the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction in terms of burnout. Move to the part B with the secondary traumatic stress and compassion satisfaction. It is showing the R value is minus 0.010, P value 0.91, which is also showing the negative and weak correlation between the secondary traumatic stress with compassion satisfaction. Move to the section E, which is showing the association between the compassion satisfaction in terms of burnout and secondary traumatic stress with selected demographic variable. So it is also divided in 2 parts, part A and part B. Part A is showing the association between compassion fatigue in terms of burnout with selected demographic variable, age, gender, marital status, year of working experience, working area during COVID-19. So for that, I have used a feature exact test, and none of the variable like age, gender, marital status, year of working experience, working area have shown any significant correlation association with any burnout. So there was no association of any demographic variable over here. Move to the part B, compassion fatigue association in terms of secondary traumatic stress with selected demographic variable. So here also I have used the Fisher exact test, only the age which is showing the value 12.8 Fisher exact test value, which is showing less than 0.05 significant association with age only. And other than that, gender, marital status, year of working experience, working area, none of the association with any selected demographic variable with secondary traumatic stress. Move to the next, which is showing the section F, association between compassion satisfaction with selected demographic variable. None of the variable is showing association with any compassion satisfaction with these variables. Move to the discussion. As my result shows that majority of the nursing officers have a moderate level of compassion fatigue in terms of burnout and secondary traumatic stress. And for the compassion satisfaction also only 60% have, which is also have a moderate compassion satisfaction in nursing officer. Consistent finding which is done by the descriptive study Callaghan EL, which is shown the compassion for satisfaction level is 78%, with the reporting nurses average to high score. In terms of burnout, which is showing a 55%, 53% of median score and 49% of secondary traumatic stress, which is a contrary finding to the Zarad R and Hamad S, which is shows the oncology nurses. They have done the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction study, which shows the low level of compassion satisfaction and moderate level of burnout and extremely high level of secondary traumatic stress. Move to the next finding, which is there was no association between the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction. Weak and negative correlation was found. One of the studies was conducted by Jarad R, which is also shows that the result with the statistically significant relationship between the compassion satisfaction and compassion fatigue. And contrary finding says that with the done by U, H and GUI L, according to their findings, compassion satisfaction and compassion fatigue influence directly and inversely compassion satisfaction positively influenced by the compassion fatigue. The next, there was no association between the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction with selected demographic variable. One of the studies which is done by the Kumari K. Beast L non-experimental descriptive survey. So the result shows that there was a association between burnout level and monthly income, and also between the compassion satisfaction with area and level of working area. And the contrary finding, which is done by the study, descriptive cross-sectional study, the result revealed that the marital state of the healthcare setting and the area where the center is located, the work shift was significantly associated with the compassion fatigue. These are the nursing implications. So for nursing practice, we can assess the sign and symptom and work-life balance. We can motivate, and we can include the compassion fatigue terminology and compassion fatigue in the nursing curriculum, so the student can enhance their knowledge regarding this. For the further study, we can do the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction. For the nursing administration, we can go for the educational training program in the nursing unit, relaxation technique, rotation of the nursing officer. Recommendation for my study can be applied to the large sample. A comparative study can be done on the compassion fatigue and compassion satisfaction in the private hospital and government hospital among nursing officers. A similar study can be conducted to assess the various factors that can affect the compassion fatigue and among the nursing officers in COVID-19. Limitation of my study is like I have taken the very small sample, which is 134, and I have done the study after a few months of COVID-19 occurring second wave, so there is a chance of recall biasness. So this is all about the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Sabia Parve from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi.
Hello, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, one and all present here, ma'am. I am Sabiha Parveen from Jamia Hamdard, Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University. My guide name is Neha John, Assistant Professor, Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard.
Please share your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is the screen is visible, ma'am?
No.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible, but your screen is not visible.
Ma'am, screen is visible. Is the screen is visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible, ma'am?
Next, I would like to call upon Rupali ma'am for the presentation from Paediatric College of Nursing, Hamdard University, New Delhi.
Good evening to everyone. Is I'm audible?
Yes.
So is my slides are visible?
Visible.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. Myself, Rupani. My guide was Miss Seema Rani and my co-guide was Miss Neha John. So here is my problem statement. A study to assess the occupational burnout and level of stress among the frontline health professionals during the COVID-19 pandemic in the selected hospital of New Delhi. The objectives are first to assess the occupational burnout among the frontline health professional during COVID-19 pandemic. Second, to assess the level of stress among the frontline health professional during COVID-19 pandemic. Third, to seek the association of occupational burnout with the selected socio-demographic variables among the frontline health professional work during COVID-19 pandemic. And last is to seek the association of level of stress with the selected socio-demographic variables among the frontline health professional work during COVID-19. Here's the introduction. Coronavirus named the like spikes on their surveys are 30 positive sense RNA viruses. They have 4 main subgroups, alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, based on their genomic structure. As this pandemic may foster the distinctive workplace stress, recognizing such stresses and identify contributing factors and coping strategies to develop the preventive measures is essential. The background of the study is nurses and physicians are affected by a variety of stressors in their workplaces. Out of 130 job survey, nurses is ranked 27 due to the mental health problems. More than 87,000 health workers have been infected with the COVID-19, accounting for about 74% of the case burden and 86% of the death of the COVID-19 in India. The doctors were 1.6 times and the support staff were 5 times more likely to experience a pandemic-related burnout. The need of the study is, during the COVID-19 pandemic, physical and mental health of the nurses is greatly challenged since they work under the unprecedented pressures and they are more vulnerable to the harmful effects of the disease. Job burnout not only puts the individual's health and well-being at risk, but also is associated with the frequency of medical errors and quality of the healthcare services. These are the assumptions that there will some level of stress and the occupational burnout among the frontline health professionals. The delimitations are who work for at least 6 months during the COVID-19 and working in a private hospital. The conceptual framework is the job demand resource models, which was introduced in 2006 by the Eva De Monti and the Alman Barker. Here is the conceptual framework. The review of literature is divided into 3 sections related to the socio-demographic variables, related to stress, and related to the occupational burnout. These are the ROLs. The methodology is research approach was quantitative approach, research design was descriptive research design, variables were occupational burnout, level of stress, and socio-demographic variables such as age, sex, marital status, annual family income, occupational professional work experience, and duration of work in COVID-19. COVID duties. Setting was Soros Super Specialty Hospital, New Delhi. Population was health professionals, namely doctor, nurses, pharmacists, and lab technicians. Target populations were frontline health professionals who worked during COVID-19 pandemic. Sample was 200. Sampling technique for non-probability purposes. Inclusion criteria were the health professionals, including nurses, doctors, lab technicians, and pharmacists who worked during COVID-19 pandemic for at least 6 months in a hospital, willing to participate in the study and available during the data collection. And exclusion criteria were other than the nurses, doctor, lab technician, and pharmacists, and who did not work during the COVID-19 pandemic for at least 6 months. The ethical consideration was taken from the administration department, from the ethical institutional ethics committee of Jamia Hamdard, and the permission from the authority of Sarva Super Specialty Hospital, and the written informed consent was also taken from each subject. The tool and technique was, there was 2 standardized tools used in the study. First was the burnout assessment tool, and second is perceived stress scale. And the reliability of both was 0.89 and 0.83 respectively. The organization and presentation of data was divided into 5 sections, which is discussed earlier. Later, the section 1 is description related to the demographic characteristics of frontline health professionals who work during COVID-19 pandemic. The frontline health professional line between 21 to 30 years of age, which is 67%, 54% were female, 55% were unmarried, 80% were Hinduism, 40% were nurses, followed by 30% of doctors, 19% pharmacists, and 11% lab technicians. 45% have worked more total professional work experience more than 1 year, and 51% worked in COVID duty more than 1 year, and 54.5% have the monthly income between the 15,000 to 30,000. Section 2 depicts the finding related to the occupational burnout among the frontline health professional. In this, mean, median, mode, and standard deviation of the occupational burnout, in which the mean score was 61.92 and the standard deviation was 16.47, which shows that they are not close to each other. They are widely dispersed. Second is the bar diagram showing the frequency and percentage distribution of the occupational burnout, in which it is clearly shown that the occupational burnout was average and low among the frontline health professional, which is 91.5% in average and 8.5% as low. Third section is finding related to assessing the level of stress among the frontline health professional, in which the mean score of level of stress was 13.93 and standard deviation was 6.82, which shows that they are not widely dispersed. And this is the bar diagram showing the frequency and percentage of level of stress, which shows that the highly, which is 55.5%, has the moderate level of stress, followed by 43.5% have the low level of stress, and only 1% have the high level of stress. Section 40 find out the findings related to the association between the occupational burnout with the selected socio-demographic variables. In this, Fisher exact value test was determined, and only age, religion, occupation, and total working experience have the association with the occupational level of burnout at a significance level of 0.05. Section 5 shows the finding related to the association between the level of stress with the selected socio-demographic variable. In this, age, religion, and occupation have the association with the level of stress with the significance level of 0.05. The conclusion is 91.5% had the average and 8.5% had the low occupational burnout, 55.5% had the moderate, followed by 43.5% had the low, and only 1% had the high level of stress. There was a significant association of occupational burnout with age, religion, occupation, and total working experience at the level of significance of 0.05. And there were a significant association of level of stress with the age, religion, and occupation at the significance level of 0.05. The discussion is Lengarde et al. Assesses the burnout among the medical practitioners, and the result revealed that the burnout was found to be high in the entire population, which was indicated through a different components such as overload, lack of development, and the neglect subtype. And these findings are contrary with the finding of the current study. The second study was conducted by Sindhu et al., conducted in the tertiary hospital of Punjab, whose findings revealed that the majority of the participants, that is 79.8%, had the moderate stress, and which is in the contrary study with the 55.5% of the samples. These are some of the implications in hospital administration, nursing education, nursing practice, nursing research, and the nursing administration. The difficulties faced were from data collection from the individual staff, because there was a frequent change in shift and setting. The limitations were the study was done after a few months of the second wave COVID-19, so that there is a reoccurrence of the occurrence of the recall bias can be there. So these are some of the recommendations, that there can be qualitative study can also be done, comparative study can be done in the different hospital settings like private or government, and also in the different other health professionals who work during COVID-19. Similar study can be conducted on the large scale, as I have chosen only 200 health professionals. There can be association can be taken from the occupational burnout and level of stress. So these are some of the references in my study. Thank you.
ऊपर से ये सारा नहीं
जल्दी नहीं निकलेगा ना
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to invite Jyoti ma'am for Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University.
मुझे पता है मेरे को अपनी वीडियो ऑफ करनी पड़ी इस चक्कर में क्योंकि वाईफाई नहीं चल रहा और मैंने अपने फोन से कनेक्ट कर रहा
इन्वर्टर में मैंने धागा तार लगाया तो धागा तार उसमें साथ बीच वाले इन्वर्टर
Thank you, ma'am, for the invitation. I hope my slides are visible as well as my voice is audible. If not, please feel free to let me know. So myself, Jyoti G. Pillai, and I'm representing Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, and I'm second year MSc student pursuing mental health nursing as my specialty. The title of my study is Level of Satisfaction among BSc Honors Nursing Students regarding virtual classes during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. I completed my study under the guidance of Ms. Veena Sharma, Principal cum Associate Professor of Rufida College of Nursing, as well as Mr. A.K. Lamataman, Assistant Professor, Rufida College of Nursing. Starting with introducing the topic, we all know that in the month of March 2020, we all worldwide there was a shutdown kind of, and there was this lockdown because of which everything shifted, every procedure, every organization shifted to online. Most of all the organization shifted to online mode, and educational fraternity was no different. So it was discussed in a study conducted by Gillett and Swan that online classes encompasses a wide range of challenges, including towards the students, for the students, including conceptual understanding, digital literacy, technical issues, ease of access, among others. Another study conducted by Puljak et al. Observed that while students have mostly been satisfied with how they've adopted to e-learning, they have missed the lectures and personal communication, the face-to-face learning experiences with their teachers, which brings us to the next slide, that is the need of the study. Student satisfaction is a high, it greatly tells how much the online, this virtual training was effective. Right. So although e-learning on virtual training was the only mode of training possible, and for the continuity of education, this was the only mode that made it feasible for the continuity of the learning process, its effectiveness highly relies on the learner's satisfaction, keeping in mind various factors. Hence, my problem statement, a descriptive survey to assess the level of satisfaction among BSc Honors Nursing students regarding virtual classes during COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. In a selected nursing college in Delhi, the objectives of my study was to assess the level of satisfaction among BSc Honors Nursing students regarding theory sessions as well as practical sessions during COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, and to delineate measures for improvement in effectiveness of this mode of learning, as suggested by the study participants. The assumptions of the study were that all the stakeholders in nursing education were affected due to the changed pedagogical landscape in India and the world over, and the sudden switch to online mode from in-person teaching learning mode had a great impact on their physical, psychological, and social health and life as a student, which made them feel vulnerable, both as a person as well as budding nurse professionals. My study was delimited to BSc Honors Nursing second, third, and fourth year students of Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. And this is the conceptual framework, which is the framework adopted by me was CIPP model given by Daniel Stuffelbein in the year 1960. Extensive review of literature was done regarding, studies regarding student satisfaction regarding virtual classes. The methodology adopted by me was, the approach was quantitative approach, descriptive survey design was adopted. The study was conducted on BSc Honors Nursing students who attended virtual classes during the lockdown, and the setting was Rufida College of Nursing. The study participants were sample was selected from BSc Honors Nursing second, third, and fourth year students, and sampling was done by simple random sampling technique. A structured tool was used to collect the data, and the tool was dispersed to the participants in the form of a link to the Google form. An analysis was done using descriptive statistics. Ethical clearance was attained from the Institutional Ethical Committee of Jamia Hamdard. My research tool was comprised of 4 sections. We'll see the details. The reliability of the tool was attained using Cronbach's alpha. The section 2 and section 3 of the tool was subjected to Cronbach's alpha, and it was found to be reliable with values of 0.91 and 0.95 respectively. Coming to the analysis, this is how I organized the data: section 1, 2, 3, and 4. The results suggest that 99% of students were from the category of 18 to 25 and so on. Like it's clearly visible. I won't go to into the details because of time constraints. This is the cluster bar diagram of the sample characteristics. Coming to section 2, which reveals the findings related to level of satisfaction among BSc Honors Nursing students regarding theory sessions conducted on virtual platform. These are the findings. Possible range of score, obtained range of score was 43 to 118, and with a mean of 80.01. It was observed that nearly half of the students, 48% of students, were neutral towards this mode of learning, followed by little less than half, that is 41% of students, were found to be satisfied towards online mode of learning. On calculating modified mean, it was found that teacher domain was found to be the most satisfactory among all the domains. Section 3, which dealt with the level of satisfaction of students regarding practical sessions conducted on virtual platform. These were the findings. Obtained range of score was 28 to 105 with a mean of 74.48. The findings were quite similar with that of theory, which is a little above half of the population were neutral towards virtual practical sessions, and followed by a quarter of the population who was satisfied towards online practical sessions conducted on virtual platform. And again, teacher domain was found to be the most satisfactory among all the domains. Section 4 was regarding, it invited suggestions for improvement of or how to improve the effectiveness of virtual learning or online learning. And these were some of the findings. Most of the suggestions were on the elaborate use of audiovisual aids, communication, the sessions to be more interactive, 3D AV-aids to be used, evaluation to be done more frequently, like summative and formative evaluation to be used, teacher to be more encouraging of interactive study, discursive studies. Technical issues were a major concern again, and then there were miscellaneous points on to reduce the pace of class. Some students suggested to increase the pace of learning or teaching, and so on. To play pre-recorded videos while explaining procedures, etc. These were some of the suggestions. To conclude, approximately half of the students were neutral with respect to satisfaction towards theory classes, and teacher domain, as I said, was found to be the most satisfactory in theory classes, virtual theory classes. Talking about practical classes, again 55%, that is more than half of the population, were neutral towards virtual practical sessions, and quarter of the students, or 1/4 of the students, were satisfied towards virtual practical classes. And again, similar to virtual theory classes, virtual practical classes also found that teacher domain was most satisfactory among the students. Discussion. The findings of the study I just mentioned. So the findings that were consistent to my study was the one that was conducted by Shaid, Kamruzaman, and Suleiman, which was a quantitative survey, and they also their modified mean value also suggested that teacher domain was found to be the most satisfactory among all other domains. And the one contrary findings were conducted by Rajamani and Muthu Ganeshan, who conducted a cross-sectional survey and found that 34% that is most of the students found this mode of learning to be unsatisfactory. They were not satisfied with this mode of learning. Coming to nursing implications, nursing practice, nursing education, nursing research, nursing administration, be it any of the field or any area we see, learning is pervasive and continuous. Learning is a continuous process, and online learning, we know it is here to stay. And we have a long way to go with online learning. So as much as we can improve it, it is only going to help the process. It is only going to help not just the budding nurses, but also professional nurses in by means of in-service education, on-the-job training. Its scope is like wide. So those are the nursing implications. Talking about limitations, the limitation of my study was that it is confined to a small study, and hence its generalization is a little like it could be conducted on a larger population, so that generalization would have been a little more easier. So the recommendation of my study was that a similar study can be replicated on a larger scale, larger population, and it would be interesting to carry out a comparative study to assess the level of satisfaction of teachers with that of the students, and to compare that. Further studies can be conducted to assess the effect of online classes on students' academic performance, and another study can be carried out to assess the impact of online classes on self-directed learning and learning outcomes. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the judges? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to call upon Asha Sharma, ma'am, from Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, one and all presenting here. And first of all, thank you, SFNP, to providing this platform. I hope I am audible. I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. हाँ ठीक है ना, कर लेंगे जिस दिन वो आएंगे ना दांत लगाने उस दिन एंट्री कर लेते वो शेड गाइड क्या है
my screen is visible.
ये yes ma'am.
Okay, my Asha Sharma from Rufida College of Nursing. My specialty is OBG nursing. My co-guide is Professor Dr. Manju Chugani, Dean SNSH, Jamia Hamdard. Co-guide Ms. Somiwala Thokchom, Assistant Professor of the College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. The title of the study was an exploratory study to find out the factor affecting utilization of antenatal care services among married women of reproductive age group 15 to 45 years during COVID-19 pandemic in a selected hospital of Delhi with the view to develop and disseminate an informational pamphlet. The introduction was make every mother and child count, reflect the need for the study, government and the international community to make health of women and children a higher priority according to the slogan for World Health Day 2005. ANC offered tremendous opportunities to reach a large number of women and communities with effective clinical and health promotion interventions. Due to sudden outbreak of novel coronavirus first noted in December 2019 in Wuhan, China, and has since then unfolded the countries within the world, that is a virus inflicting disease usually referred as COVID-19. As there is a disruption of the maternity services and diversion of the resources away from essential pregnancy care because of prioritizing the COVID-19 response, increased risk of maternal morbidity and mortality. Anxiety and fear in the pregnant women were found to be increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for this study is to ensure maximum coverage of the target population by effective and efficient maternal health services, which must begin where people are and where problems arise. It is hoped by the studying the utilization pattern of maternal health services and selected factor influencing utilization during COVID-19 pandemic. It may be possible by developing an informational pamphlet for mothers which are acceptable to them. Previously, women may know about the antenatal care services, but through this study, researcher will be able to know the utilization pattern and the factors that are affecting utilization of antenatal care services during COVID-19 pandemic with the view to empower their knowledge regarding antenatal care services and the preventive measures during COVID-19 pandemic. The assumption are that study assumes that utilization of antenatal care services being affected during COVID-19 pandemic, and there are the several factors that affect antenatal care services during COVID-19 pandemic. The study also assumes that factors related to COVID-19 are affecting the maternal health during their antenatal period, and it also assumes that reproductive age group women need some information related to COVID-19 preventive measures. The objective of the study, basically, there are 5 objectives to assess the awareness of married women of the age group 15 to 45 years regarding the significance of antenatal care services, to assess the utilization pattern of antenatal care services, to identify the factor affecting the utilization of antenatal care services during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to seek association between factor affecting the utilization of ANC services during the COVID-19 pandemic with the selected demographic variable. And on the basis of the result, there is a preparation of the informational pamphlet regarding preventive measures on COVID-19 during pregnancy and to disseminate the pamphlet. My study was delimited to married antenatal women of reproductive age group 15 to 45 years, women who are married and using ANC OPD during COVID-19 pandemic in selected hospital of Delhi. This was the conceptual framework. My study was based on this conceptual framework, the health belief model that is given by Irving M. Rosenstock et al. In 1950s. Research methodology was, the approach was quantitative research approach, descriptive design was used, cross-sectional research design. The setting was Swami Dayanand Hospital, New Delhi, population antenatal women of reproductive age group 15 to 45 years. The sample was married women who were attending antenatal OPD of Swami Dayanand Hospital, New Delhi. The sample size was antenatal women, and the technique, sampling technique was convenient sampling technique. The tool and technique was used questionnaire for demographic profile, structured interview schedule to get data and assess the utilization pattern of antenatal care services. And the analysis is based on descriptive and inferential statistics. The plan for data collection: first, obtaining the ethical permission from the JHIC, then obtaining permission from the administrative authority of the selected hospital, sample available at the time of study, and who will meet the inclusion criteria will be used as a study sample. Purpose of the study will be explained to the study sample. A written informed consent will be taken from the e-sample. The tool will be administered on the participants of the study, then data collected will be analyzed. The description of tool, mainly the tool was divided into 2 sections. Section 1 was demographic profile and section 2 was structured interview schedule. That was having 3 parts and total 30 items. The scoring criteria of structured interview schedule was the correct answer having 1 mark and incorrect having 0 mark, and there were no mark for the sub part. Maximum scoring was 30 and minimum scoring was 0. On the basis of score and on the basis of utilization of antenatal care services, there are the division by the arbitrary method. For the good utilization, who is scoring 21 to 30%, they were considered good utilization, moderate for 11 to 20 score, and poor for 0 to 10. The reliability of the tool was measured by the KR20 formula, and it was found 0.98 that was reliably for the study. Organization tool of organization and the presentation of the data, and it is mainly divided into 4 sections. Section 1, finding related to demographic characteristics of the married women of reproductive age group 15 to 45 regarding ANC services in selected hospital of Delhi. That is divided into 3 tables. In the first table, this is showing the frequency and percentage distribution of demographic variable, and mainly including age, and most of the women were lying 25 to 34 of year of age, and there is equally women from multigravida and the primigravida, and most of the women were non-vegetarian, and most of the women were lying in the Hindu from the Hindu religion. Next one, the educational qualification, and most of the women were up to having up to secondary education, and most of the women were 90% were homemaker, and family income was lying between 10,001 to 20,000, and type of the family, most of the women were belong from the joint family, that is 68%, and most of the women were coming from the 2.5 to 3 kilometer far from their home, the distance from the hospital and the house. Residency, most of the women from urban area, and the health decision maker, most of the women were making the making the decision for health checkup with their husband. Now, the section 2 finding related to the awareness and utilization score of the married women regarding ANC services in selected hospital of Delhi. This section deals with the analysis, description, and the interpretation of the data collected to find out the awareness utilization of ANC services by the married women of reproductive age group. In this, there is a mean, median, and standard deviation among the married women, and most of the women lies between the 11 to 20 score of range, and the mean and median was 16.59, 16.50, and only 80% of women were using ANC services moderately. And area-wise, area-wise mean percent and rank order. The first rank was given to the utilization of ANC services, that is the mean 8.08. Now, the section 3 finding related to the factor scores to identify the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on utilization of ANC services among married women of reproductive age group in selected hospital of Delhi. So these are the factors. The bar diagram is showing the factors, and basically the section is have dichotomous type of question answer, yes or no type of question answer. Section 4. Findings related to the association between factor affecting the utilization of ANC services during the COVID-19 pandemic and the selected demographic variable. So after the analysis that found there were no significant association between demographic variable and factor affecting utilization of ANC services during COVID-19 pandemic, as calculate the p-value more than 0.05 with the help of chi-square and the Fisher-Exit test. Conclusion: the majority conclusion drawn on the basis of the finding of the study were as follows. It was found that majority of the married women had moderate utilization of ANC services, that is 81%, followed by 15% good utilization and 4% poor utilization. It was found that factor that affecting the utilization of ANC services, 65 women don't know the mode of transmission of the COVID-19 virus due to fear. 62 women were not taken COVID-19 vaccine, and 80 women wanted to know preventive measures of COVID-19 during pregnancy. It was found that there were no significant relationship between demographic variable and the factors affecting utilization of COVID-19 ANC services. So the discussion, the present study revealed that 81 women had moderate utilization of ANC services, and out of 100 19 primigravida mothers, 1 multigravida mother don't know about ANC services. Out of 100 sample, 4 women came to know about their pregnancy in the second trimester. Out of 100 sample, 53 were taken TD injection in first trimester and registered their name as well. 33 taken TD dose after first trimester of pregnancy, and 40 women had not taken TD injection during their pregnancy. Out of 100, only 38 took first dose of TD injection. 29 women took second dose after 1 month, and 19 women took their second dose of TD after 2 months of first dose of TD. Women 45 who lies between the age group of 15 to 45 years, out of the 4 had no formal education, and 90 were educated up to primary, and rest were graduated. On the basis of their residency, 43 belong from urban area and 2 from rural. Most of the 30 women belong from the adequate wealth status, income more than 10,000 rate, and 15 had low socioeconomic status. Mostly women were homemaker, 44, and few were self-employed and private job worker. Distance of their house from the hospital were more than 1 kilometer. Most of the women taken IFA tablet, 37, and 8 were not taken. Only 2 women got advice from health personnel about birth preparedness, and only 13 women advised about family planning. Women of age group 25 to 34 years were highly qualified, 37 with no formal education. Women were 9, and 9 were no formal education. Women 44 lived in an urban area and good wealth conditions. Only 11 women resided in the rural area with low socioeconomic condition. Most of the women 51 were taken IFA during pregnancy, 4 were not taken. Women 46 were the homemaker, 6 were from private job, 1 was doing government job, and 2 were self-employed. Only 60 got information about birth preparedness out of 55, and only 6 were informed about the family planning. The findings of the study fall in line with the study done by the Sunny et al. 2020 in Sierra Leone. A cross-sectional study was conducted to assess the prevalence of using ANC services. Were found that higher rate of taking TD injection, 96%, as compared to only 65 reported receiving at least 2 doses of TD immunization during their pregnancy. 1 in 4, 24.7 were 25 to 29 years of age, 2/3 live in rural area, 68.7%, 3/5 had no formal education, 59.7%, 27.1% was household with the poorest wealth, and 46.2% had delivered at least once. The present study reveals that the factor that affected the utilization of ANC services during COVID-19 pandemic among married women of reproductive age group, out of 100 women, 99 were known about COVID-19, but only the single mother that don't know about COVID-19, only 35 knew how it spread. Others knew that it is spread through touch and contact. 65 had fear while visit to hospital to get infection and spread of infection from others. 44 had fear to COVID-19 test in sense of its procedure. 65 women said that healthcare professionals were not using PPE while facilitating ANC services. 26 women were facing problem while visiting to the hospital due to transport, distance, and non-availability of vehicle. 62 women had not taken COVID-19 vaccine during pregnancy because of misconception myths about vaccine that is conveyed by the ASHA worker and the staff of dispensary and the hospital. Only 9 were said yes in regard of using different PPE for different women by healthcare provider. 14 were facing problem to get admission in hospital. Women 80 were highly not known about preventive measures of COVID-19 during pregnancy after visit to the hospital. 48 women were anxious about their delivery and the outcome of delivery in regards of who will conduct delivery, fear of lockdown, fear to get infection to her newborn and after delivery. The findings study falls in the line study done by the Erickson Tedeschi et al. 2020. A cross-sectional study were conducted among pregnant women attending ANC services at public hospital in Northwest Ethiopia. They discovered that 114 pregnant women had fully utilized ANC services during the pandemic period. Mother over the age of 35 with security education or higher history of stillbirth before the most recent pregnancy, interruption and diversion of the services during COVID-19 response, fear of COVID-19 and lack of transport access were all predictors of full antenatal care service utilization. 3 out of even 10 pregnant women who visited the obstetric outpatient clinic used the antenatal care services completely. Encouragement of women educational status, prioritizing of maternal health services during COVID-19 and improvement of ANC services quality should be prioritized. So these are the implications, nursing educations, nursing research limitations, and the recommendation, and these are the references. Thank you.
संडे को ही उनका प्लान कर लेते हैं, चलेगा? Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected judges? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Shavi Goyal, ma'am, from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Haryana, India.
Hello. 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 Hello.
हाँ मैम बोलिए.
Yes, is my screen visible?
Yeah. Your screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Myself, Shavi Garg, and I am from Manav Rachna Educational Institute, Faridabad. My guide is Dr. Amit Seth, sir, and my problem statement is effect of spirituality on performance of employees in service sector in India. Abstract spirituality has growing interest day by day. It is the most emerging concept in business world, spirituality is being explored in different business, educational, and social groups and organizations. In this study, the relationship between spirituality and performance of employees being measured through statistical analysis. Questionnaire has been prepared to measure the relationship between different variables. Sample of the study was 80 and 80 working employees in different organizations, and the convenient sampling style has been used. Structure equation modeling of analysis has been used. EFA and PFA has been calculated. Path analysis has been done. Result of the study shows a significant relationship between spirituality and working performance of employees. Introduction. According to Jagdeep and Kiran Thakur 2016, spirituality is the term most frequently used these days, and some people take it spirituality and religion as synonyms, but it's a different term than religion. Spirituality and religion is a different from each other. Religion is a set of belief followed by a group of people. Spirituality is an individual approach. Nowadays, people see this concept of spirituality as a subjective approach. Though definition of spirituality is not very clear, structured, rather for every human being, definition of spirituality is different, and the concept is being explored yet. Some take it as individual approach and considered inner life balance, meaningful work, sense of community as spirituality, while other take devotion, social services, puja part as spirituality. Spirituality, according to the Thompson 2001, spirituality include values like integrity, respect, and loyalty in a person. Workplace become very challenging nowadays. Workplace environment and its challenges has changed. Human resources is playing a very crucial role in organizational success. Organization does many effort to make their human resources more effective and efficient. This includes regular training, handsome salary, routine health checkups, food and beverage facility in office campus, parties and tours, and many more are provided to employees to keep them happy and stress-free. Workplace spirituality makes a strong connection between employees and synchronize their work towards organizational core values and belief. Spirituality is emerging concept across the globe. In this regard, many business organizations incorporate spiritual practices in their organization, in their human resources to increase their efficiency and make the environment good and harmonious. Peace, harmony, and coordination is the utmost important factor at workplace. If employees are in cordial harmony and peace at workplace, then unnecessary burdens, stress, and conflicts will remove from the employees. Spirit brings vision, innovations in executives, workers, and often the companies they are with attempt to bring quite wholeness, spirit, and even contemplation and prayer into their lives. Literature, there are some literature review related to my research. In this literature review, I have reviewed 3 types of literature. First of spirituality, and second is teamwork, how spirituality is concerned with the teamwork and their relationship. Coleman et al. 2018 investigated the concept of spirituality and compared it with religion context, and he discovered that spirituality is individual, personal affirmation to gain experience by self-discovery, free expression, and meditation, which focused on personal growth, wisdom, and involvement in creative knowledge. Wang and Jayesh 2017 concluded that most of the researchers have used that spirituality is finding true nature of oneself, which is more than mind and body, called spiritual awakening. The study concluded that knowing oneself is to experience interconnectedness with entire universe. In this way, feeling one and connected to within universe is expression of love and spirituality, which is termed as liberation. Muri et al. Concluded that spirituality is different from religious paradigm. Jena case 3 2021 concluded that the workplace spirituality is positively correlated with the employee performance, although also the author also finds out that organizational citizenship behavior significantly and positively affect the employee's performance. These are some more reviews. Objective of the study is to know the relationship between spirituality and teamwork performance. And the hypothesis of my study is I have taken a null hypothesis. There is no significant difference between spirituality of employees and teamwork performance of the organization. Research methodology. Research methodology is a tool to analyze the research objective. For this study, I have taken 80 samples from the service sector from Delhi NCR. Here, structure equation modeling SAM is used to analyze the data. First, EFA and CFA is calculated, then path analysis is used to analyze the data from AMOS 21 software. The AMOS software is used to check the relationship between spirituality and different factors of teamwork performance of employees. A model is generating to show the regression and correlation between different indicators of spirituality and teamwork performance. Goodness of fit and badness of fit has been shown by the statistical analysis. Goodness of fit means ki how the spirituality is related with the teamwork performance, and badness of it is there is no relationship. My analysis has been done, and this table concluded that these 4 factors, PH means spiritual connection and spiritual connection, sense of community, mindfulness. These factors are very strongly related with the teamwork performance. These factors shows the spirituality. If you have spiritual connection, sense of community, and mindfulness, then what are the effect of these factors on teamwork performance? So we have find that first factor contributed 51% in teamwork performance, and the second factor, spiritual connection, contributed 64% in teamwork performance, and the third factor, spiritual connections, contribute 37% in teamwork performance, and mindfulness contribute 82% in teamwork performance. CM and IN DF is 3.809. If this value is below 5, then the model is accepted and is goodness of fit. So the result concluded that this model is perfect and is under the parameter of goodness of fit. NFI 0.879, RFI 0.837, PCFI 0.676, and RAMCI is 0.093. Conclusion of the study shows that this study concludes that there are 4 factors of spirituality which contributes positively to teamwork performance of an organization. Study revealed factors: mindfulness contribute 86% in teamwork performance, sense of community contributes 64% in teamwork performance, peace and harmony contributes 81%, and spiritual connection contributes 37% in teamwork performance. Result shows that null hypothesis has been rejected, and spirituality of employees has a significant, it means spirituality of employees has a significant effect on teamwork performance of an organization. Suggestions: this study can be lead further, and other aspects of teamwork performance and other factors of human resource can be explored with the connection of spirituality. These are some references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to call Sabia Parvi, ma'am. Ma'am, are you ready with the presentation? Sabia, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Very good evening. Are you ready with the presentation, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Shavi, ma'am, please end your slides. Just close your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, your screen is visible?
No, ma'am.
Is the screen is okay, ma'am?
संडे अगर 3 एक साथ सर्जरी हुई ना तो मजा आ जाएगा। ये अंकल की भी रख लेंगे।
Ma'am, your screen is visible?
No, ma'am, your screen is not visible. Ma'am, can we take your presentation at the last one? After one presentation? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Yes,
But
ma'am.
please-
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Please be ready. I'd like to invite Anju ma'am for Rufida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University. Anju ma'am, are you present there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Please share your screen.
So, वो बोलो ना.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
क्या आ गया सब?
So, good evening, both. My study is a descriptive study to assess the knowledge regarding antibiotic resistance among student nurses in selected college of Delhi. So antibiotics, that we all know, antibiotics are antimicrobial substances which are widely used to treat bacterial infections. And since ages, we are using them in treatment of various common infections, respiratory infections, UTIs, diarrheal disease, and many other such infections. Also, we use antibiotics in prevention of bacterial infections, like in cases going under surgeries, weak immunity, like HIV patient, those taking immunosuppressive therapy, cancer patients, or post-exposure prophylaxis in case of TB and other such infections. So, thus antibiotics, they have been very beneficial for us, for the mankind, in treating various fatal infections which were previously non-treatable and caused a lot of mortality. But with antibiotics, there comes a concept antibiotic resistance. As we are using antibiotics to treat infections, many of the bacteria, they develop genes which make them resistant to antibiotic and their effects. And these genes, when they multiply, their number increases, and in the end, what happens, the antibiotics, they become ineffective. They are not effective against these infections. For example, if we take the case of MDR TB, multi-drug resistant TB, in which many of the drugs, they are now not effective against treating these infections. And this antibiotic resistance is becoming very common nowadays. Many bacteria, they are getting resistance power against many antibiotics, many common antibiotics which we were using, and we still are using. These all things result in increased hospital stays, increased mortality, increased morbidity, especially for vulnerable group as well as for general population as well, thus causing a great burden of disease on our healthcare system and becoming a global burden. So for example, in India, 1 million children in India, they die in the first 4 weeks of each year. And of these, 190,000 deaths are mainly caused by sepsis. And these sepsis are mainly due to resistant bacteria, which are not, can be controlled by antibiotics now. Similarly, as per the GLASS report, GLASS is Global Antimicrobial Resistance and Use Surveillance System developed by WHO. Many antibiotics which were used in treatment of UTIs, STIs, diarrheas, they have now become non-effective against many bacteria, which has caused a lot of death due to these resistant bacteria, like 4.9 million deaths they have occurred due to these resistant bacteria only. However, this resistance can develop naturally too, but lack of knowledge regarding resistance, over prescription of antibiotics, inadvertent use of antibiotics, like without even taking prescription, we take antibiotics. Even for viral infections, we are taking azithromycin and other such antibiotics. These have led to a big threat to our healthcare system, causing increased burden of antibiotic resistance.
Ma'am, your slides are not moving.
Ma'am, can you tell me which slide is visible now? Is it objectives?
It's still on the first slide, ma'am. It is still on the first slide.
Let me check the issue.
Yeah, now it is moving.
Actually, when I am starting the show, it is not moving. So, the objectives of the current study are to assess the knowledge regarding antibiotic resistance among final year student nurses of the selected college of Delhi, and to find association between selected demographic variables like gender, program of study, accommodation, or previous training regarding antibiotic resistance. Methodology used was quantitative, non-experimental. Descriptive study design was used. Setting of the study was selected college, that is Rufada College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdan, New Delhi. The population included final year students of UG courses like BSc Nursing, Diploma in General Nursing, and midwifery, and post-basic BSc Nursing student. Convenient sampling technique was used. And the total number of samples selected was 115. Data was collected through structured multiple choice questionnaire to assess the knowledge regarding antibiotic resistance. And the data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential studies. So this is the data that we go through the study. This is the demographic data. Most of the students, they were around 21 to 25 of age. Then when we see the program of study, 45% of 45 students were from BSc, 41 from post-basic, and 29 from GN. Most of the students preferred homestay, and most of the students, that is 73% students, have not attended any training on antibiotic resistance. Then whether the students took antibiotics without prescription, yes, around 40% students have taken antibiotic even without a proper prescription. And many of them did not complete the full course of antibiotic which was prescribed to them. Even some of the students, they prescribe antibiotics to other, like their family members, their friends, their relatives, etc. And these three factors are a big problem for our society, as these are the main factors developing resistance in bacteria. So this is the frequency and percentage distribution of knowledge score of student nurses. Around 57% students, they scored poor. Around 37% students scored average, and only 5% students had good score regarding knowledge of antibiotic resistance. And if a knowledge is not good, then it is expected that they have used antibiotics without prescription and they were not taking antibiotics seriously and responsibly, and they may cause severe health problems to their lives as well as to others' lives. So this is the mean, median, modern SD of knowledge regarding antibiotic resistance. Possible range of score was 0 to 33. Obtained range of score was 4 to 26 with a mean of 15.97, median and mode of 15 with standard deviation of 5.19. So even through this mean, we can see that this mean score is also under poor category. Then regarding association between selected demographic variables and knowledge of student, only two variables, program of study and whether they completed full course of antibiotic or not, these were found to be significant and they were associated with their knowledge level. Other demographic variables like age or type of accommodation or training, attended any training or not, these were found to be not significant. So this study, the finding of this study in which we have most of the students, they were in poor and moderate category. These studies are well supported by research conducted by Lalita by Diana S. et al. In published in March 2022, in which they conducted these studies among nurses, and most of the nurses, they had moderate level of knowledge regarding antibiotic resistance. But the finding of the present studies, they were contrary to the study conducted by Singhan et al. In Gondar Hospital, University, Ethiopia, where majority of the participants had good knowledge. Around 90% participants, they were having good knowledge and good attitude regarding antibiotic resistance, thus using antibiotics responsibly. Similarly, Mohideen and colleagues, they reported in their study conducted in 2015 that around 46% of students had moderate knowledge, 3.5% were not knowing about antibiotic or antiviral drugs. And this study concluded that around 50%, 56% of students, of respondents, they expected to use antibiotics even for common cold, which is a viral disease, and there is no use of taking antibiotics, as we all know, in viral infections.
Ma'am, are you audible? Are you present there? Anju ma'am?
This can be done in the.
Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Are you there?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
audible. Please, you continue.
Okay.
So these type of short courses and trainings, they can increase proper practice regarding antibiotic uses among students as well as among practicing nurses. So limitations, when we talk about limitation, the sample size of course was very small, only 115 students were included in the study. So we cannot generalize the outcomes of the study to the whole population. Comparative studies can also be conducted, and also the practice and aptitude domain, they should also be included in future research. As practice is a main thing which we have to improve through knowledge and favorable aptitude. So in the end, but I will only say that we have to use antibiotics with care. We have to handle antibiotics with care. We have to take only when these are prescribed, and we should complete the full course of antibiotic. Otherwise, we will also increase the burden of antibiotic resistance. So that was my presentation. Am I audible to all of you? Should I stop sharing the screen?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Sabia ma'am, are you ready with the presentation? Sabia ma'am, am I audible to you? Sabia ma'am? I thank Dr. Heman Sangeeta Devi ma'am and Professor Jacqueline Jhabagani ma'am for the session chair. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving your valuable time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dia.
Most welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ma'am, Sangeeta ma'am, can you give me a moment? Sabia ma'am has joined. Can we hear her presentation?
Yes. Pardon?
Sabia ma'am has joined the meeting again. So can we hear her presentation? She wants to present actually.
There is that.
Okay, she wants to present.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. How long it will take for her, because it is already
ma'am, this is the last one. This is the last one, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Okay. No problem. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, fine. Let's see continue.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sabia ma'am, are you ready?
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, there is network issue. Network is not get properly, ma'am.
So are you ready with your presentations or not?
It's a little network issue.
Sabia ma'am, are you presenting right now?
Ma'am, network issue.
Okay, it's okay, fine. Okay. Sangeeta ma'am, can we end it as she's facing some network issue? So
is it possible for her to do by tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll definitely coordinate.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Miss Savia. Is it okay for your network?
Ma'am, network issue.
Dr. Dia, please you arrange something for her. So anyway, tomorrow we have a presentation, so she can continue with other batches.
Definitely, ma'am. We'll be talking to the coordinator. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Because so she can present by tomorrow, but network should not be problem again the same like today.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. See you all tomorrow. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.